Energy. Positive
Energy.
vibe. Good energy. Let's go.
Good energy.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, guys. What's going on? It is hump day. It's halfway through the week. It is a Wednesday. Whether you're in a 9 to 5 or whether you're a full-time trader, it is a good day today because you know that it's just that peak of the week and I want to say it's all downhill from here, but that sounds negative. Like, you imagine riding a bike downhill, it's less effort than riding uphill, but it has negative connotations. So,
That it
it's
does.
all plain sailing potentially from here. You know, it's the first half slog of the week is over. Now it's just coast to Friday. So how are we doing, guys? I'm probably a bit too much energy. I've had 2 bananas and I've had an orange because I was in the gym for 6 o'clock this morning. So try my hardest not to crash out and fall asleep by 2 p.m. today. So thought, you know what?
On a sugar high.
Yeah, I'm on that natural fruit sugar high. Trying to cut out all garbage.
Who knew that sugar's got so many sugars?
Yeah. Oh my god, fruit's got lots of sugar. Sugar. Oh man. Anyway, what's good? Hope you're all doing well this morning. I will try and bring the energy back down, guys. It is still early. I know it's 9 a.m. in the morning, so I'll try and normal out for a couple hours first. So let's know how your day was going. Yeah, let's just mellow out a little bit. I feel very close. I feel like you're too far away, and it makes me look massive.
Well, you are massive.
Is that better? That's a bit better. I feel like I'm a little bit
plus
more...
I'm leaning.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like I'm a little bit more your
I'm leaning
side
forward because I'm concentrating.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, let's know how your week's been so far. Let's know how your day was yesterday. I was just chatting to Rich, and I know he absolutely smashed it. Unfortunately, there was no trade for me. However, if you remember rightly, I was analyzing gold, and I said, I want plan A or plan B to set up. I gave you 2 different options, and the reason I gave and I was trading the 15-minute. Yes, I didn't want to trade the 5-minute time frame. I don't know why. Sometimes I would just wake up and be like, I don't feel like the 5-minute today. The 15-minute was still valid. And if anything, actually, I preferred the way the 15-minute was moving compared to the 5. So I just stuck on the 15-minute. It was super nice. Now, plan A didn't set up. In fact, you know what? Let me just bring my screen up.
Yeah, I was about to say, share your screen and then we can see.
Yeah, at least I can
visually what you're talking about.
Exactly. There we go. So, as you guys can see, apologies for the grey screen. I know you guys don't like it, but I'm sorry. Tough. Because that's how I trade. I trade with really boring charts, and I know it's not sexy and exciting. Maybe I'll get like a template just for the stream to make it look a little bit more exciting for you guys. But this is what happens when you have full-time genuine traders on stream is, some of us have weird little habits and you get to see them. And one of my weird little habits is the fact that I have boring ass charts because I don't like to get excited by the markets. I'm ADHD as it is. I don't need any more. So yesterday we had this consolidation zone here. And then, like I said, option A, we started moving really nicely in this little zone. So this nice move here was a beautiful reaction after sweeping this low. And I thought, okay, that's nice. Nice bullish engulfing candle as well. I thought, okay, I quite like this. And then I thought to myself, you know what? Okay, let's see what happens if we can break above this high. We never did. Instead, we quadruple. I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that? Hextuple?
Sextuple.
We sextuple wicked to the upside. So there's a lot of rejection going on there, and we failed to close above. So I thought, okay, let's just wait and see what happens. And then it got to the point, 2 p.m. New York session started getting ready to open around this zone here after wicking this low. And I thought, are we just going to completely consolidate? We had not a lot going on for CPI. CPI was this candle here. We had a wick to the upside, wick to the downside, bullish close. Nothing really happened for CPI on gold. And then we got this big bearish close candle here. This big bearish close was absolutely beautiful, but then it was followed by garbage. And I was like, you know what? Screw it, man. I'm not trading this. I was like, I'm done. Bugger this. I'm off. And so I left the markets alone for the day, only to then find out later on, around about 2:45 UK time, so GMT +1, 14:45, this candle decided to close, break and close under. So I thought, okay, now that I've looked at it, I looked at it this morning, and I thought, okay, you know what? Maybe I could have waited and traded this in New York session. We had the pullback. I wouldn't have traded the pullback. I would have traded down here, and then we had the pullback, so you could have entered in, and then we had that continuation movement down. We didn't have much of a continuation down either, though, so it wasn't great price action, because then it was just followed by a mitigation of it completely into consolidation. So price has been a little bit slow on gold. So not too much going on. But let's say, for example, let's give you two scenarios here where you would have traded the break and close. Stop loss would have had to have been on the high somewhere, so up there. Yeah, you would have gotten a 1-to-1. You would have struggled, but you would have gotten a 1-to-1. Let's have a look at the break and close and retest. Let's say you get a retest up into this zone here. Yeah, you wouldn't. If you had a 1-to-2, you would have hit it. But for the sake of having a target, not hindsight trading, I can't see you hitting a 1-to-2 on this. Maybe a 1-to-1.8, maybe a 1-to-1.9 at a max. So it was okay trading yesterday. It wasn't great. It wasn't how I like to see the markets. Plus, it was a New York session with gold, and truth be told, I'm getting to the point now where I just don't really want to trade New York session. If I can find a setup, I will, but I'm not going to force anything. If I can, I've had a good week last week. I've hit my quota on the month with a 2% month so far in just 1 week. I am now going to be super selective on my 100K account on what trades I'd be taking. Because what I want to see if I can do is make sure that I give myself the highest probabilistic chances of moving up and clawing back that drawdown. So gold right now looks okay. We've got internal low, internal high, and then we got 50-minute low, 50-minute high, 50-minute low. So we're potentially in an area of interest. If we can start pushing higher, then I need to see a break and close above here or here. If we start pushing lower, yeah, I think I'd be happy with a break and close here. Here ideally, but this isn't a bad zone either. So that was my trading yesterday. What about you, Rich? I know that you had a good day yesterday. Talk us through what was your trading yesterday.
Okay, let's bring my charty up. Let's do this. So I had that sell over here. That if I can't remember exactly where I got in, I'll have to go and check on my MetaTrader. Anyway, it ended up reaching TP1 and then went to stop loss. So this was CPI news was around here. CPI news pushed it to TP1, didn't quite reach TP2, and then it went and just knocked me out. It was somewhere around here. I can't remember exactly. I'll go and check on MetaTrader. But anyway, this was the one loss that I had. I was like, okay, fine. It is a 0.5% loss, because if it reaches TP1, it locks up a 0.25%, and that 0.25% basically covers TP2's stop loss. So for everybody who just doesn't know what I'm talking about, when I enter a trade on Nasdaq, did this thing reset? Why did it reset? Okay. When I take a trade on Nasdaq, which is the main asset that I trade, basically, when a trade goes in with the trade position size or EA that I use, okay, I'm just going to put this as a short so you can see it. It gives you 4 individual entries, and each entry has a specific lot size and risk associated with it. So if this was a 1% trade, then each trade would be 0.25% in risk. So it enters 4 trades. Okay, cool. So easy. So each trade, first one is a 1-to-1, 1-to-2 for the second one, 1-to-3 for the third one, and a 1-to-4 for the fourth one. So basically, I hit TP1 for 0.25%, and then it went to stop loss. So the stop loss then just ate up TP3 and TP4's stop losses effectively, which is 0.5%. So I was down 0.5%. Then after the stream, we had the New York Open. Price tried pushing a little bit lower. We almost made a double wick, and then we had these 2 nice volumetric candles on the 5-minute pushing price, attempting to push price higher, which basically just came into a small little area of consolidation that we had prior to the London session, as well as it was very close to the low points. Maybe I should just draw a box. It came very close to the low points of the previous day. So you can almost imagine it as a break and retest of the low of the previous day. So we broke during the London session, and then we retested it as we came back into the New York session. Anyway, so from that point on, we then started making quite a nice looking bearish candle. Another attempt, a fresh attempt. So if for anybody who knows how I generally trade, I look for rally-based rallies and drop-based drops. So I'm looking for a establishment, a reaction off of an established area, and then a continuation of a direction of that established reaction. So we basically had the low of this whole section that we had here, which then had the reaction. So this is the established area because it was a previous day low that had multiple reactions off of it. We had a breakthrough and then a retest. So a retest of an area like that is a reaction on an established area. Price reacted, but instead of pushing higher off of this newly attempted bullish pressure that came out with these bullish candles, we went into a bearish structure. The bearish structure ended up breaking the previous low swing over here, as well as the one previously created by the news event. So, which at that time had been the low of the day. So when we started to push up from here, I wondered to myself, I don't think we're going to try and push higher. It doesn't feel like we're going to push higher. It feels as though this was the high. It's a reaction off of an established zone. We're getting a bit of proper volume. Now I need to see whether or not this pullback that we're having here with these 3 fresh bullish candles, whether or not they are actually going to try and push price higher. It looked as though we were starting to reject on this bearish candle over here. I'd already prepped my my trade for the specific trade to go in, and I was just waiting for the close of the candle. As the candle closed, we started to push a little bit lower, and I had to quickly adjust my stop loss just so that it was close to 400 points in this case, or 4,000 points on MetaTrader, $40 on price action on NASDAQ, and then it just went. I barely adjusted my take profit points, because the way that it works is when you enter, it doesn't enter exactly at 4,000 points of stop loss. So I have to drag and just adjust all of them ever so slightly. Sometimes it's 4,200, 4,100, that kind of like thing, because you do get a little bit of slippage and stuff like that. I had barely moved my take profit 1 when we were pretty much at it already. Like within a minute, we were basically already trudging around take profit 1. I was in a meeting at that point, so I entered this trade while I was in a meeting with with someone, and it just all the way down. I ended up taking back all of the losses that I had yesterday, plus a bit. So that was yesterday's trade. And then for full transparency, I'm currently in a trade, and it has already hit TP2.
Ooh la la. Ooh la
It's
la.
on its
Look
way
at
to TP3.
beauty, man. What's that?
So
Nas buy.
yes, NAS buy. So this is previous day high, which is just on the other side of TP3, and then TP4 is just above the most recent all-time high. So the reason for this trade is simple. We were quite bullish coming out of yesterday. If I go to the daily, this will make a lot of sense as well. Where we wicked in, so if you see previous day high came back into this daily base that we had. So the reaction off of this daily base was nice and strong. If I go to the 4 hourly, you'll see it a lot easier as well. There's the base. So a little bit of consolidation and attempt to push price lower. Technically, it was all the way down here. So that was the base. When we came back into it, we wicked and rejected off of it and then started pushing up. So from yesterday, we've had quite a fair few bullish candles on the 4 hourly, on the hourly from yesterday. We had a bit of consolidation here with rollover, but since then just continuously pushing up. So the idea is that even though we had the pullback yesterday, there was no follow through. There was supposed to be follow through. So imagine this downward push that we had here on NASDAQ. We were trying to come back up, and then maybe coming into Tokyo session, we were supposed to try and push lower. But we didn't. So very much bullish. I'm looking for us to take out not only yesterday's highs, but also to go and make a new all-time high again. So this right now, I can probably just update this and just move that there, because it is now a risk-free trade. So it is what it is now. This was
just looking at my past data now real quick while you were breaking down that trade. Bro, I've had, this is so depressing. I just looked at my entire history on my live 100k account that I passed phase 1, phase 2 on stream.
Mm-hmm.
I was just looking. I'm only down 2.5%. The rest of the 2.5% is commission.
It's commission. Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, that's so sad.
It's one of the reasons why I like trading indices, is because it's commission free.
I'm literally looking. I'm like, I've got 2.5 grand's worth of commission. If I hadn't have had to pay commission, I'd only be 2% down on this account. I was like, oh, that's so depressing.
I mean, commission is part of the fee to participate. It's your participation fee.
Yeah. Instead of a participation trophy, you get a fee.
Yeah. Generally, if you don't have commission, you'll have higher spread.
Yes.
That's generally how it goes. So you'll see with MetaTrader, if I show everybody the market watch, this is all of the spread of pretty much all of the assets that you can trade with the 5ers, going from the least to the most. So Euro, Pound, and Aussie are pretty much as close to zero, and then USD, JPY is mostly zero. But you pay commission per trade on the currency pairs. But when you get down here to UK 100, S&P 500, DAX, you don't pay commission on these, but you can see that this is in points, by the way. So the spread is in points. So you can effectively think of this as pipettes on the currencies, Forex currencies. But with the UK 100, the NAS, DAX, all of these, it's also in points. So you'll see that NAS is 152. So that basically equates to $1.52 on price, which is fine. So that's just that $1 movement or what on
yeah, exactly. It's not the end of the world sort of price, you know?
Yeah. So yeah, but no commission. So when I trade, it's without commission. Not that it should make a massive difference in the long run, because it kind of balances out the amount of spread that you get versus the amount of commission that you pay. If you have a zero spread asset and you have a commission paid one versus a zero commission paid one with a little bit of spread, they kind of balance each other out a little bit. But I don't like looking at the chart and seeing, oh, I paid commission. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, fair.
Yeah. So
I was just whinging. I was just
no, but it's fair. It's fair
yeah,
because
no,
it
exactly. Yeah,
makes
that
you
makes complete sense.
wonder. It
Yeah,
makes you wonder that if you had a commission-free asset that you were trading, how your
yeah,
trading would have been.
exactly. Yeah,
So it's not the main reason why I'm trading indices. I'm trading indices because they move way more trend-like. They run in a direction more often than not. Where currencies are more consolidative, they're trying to get to a mean point and then react off of that mean point. I don't trade mean reversions. I trade trend following. So rally-based rallies, drop-based drops. And in this case, it was just a perfect pair for me. This and UJ, no, not metals, UJ. UJ used to be an amazing pair to trade as well if you wanted trending. Unfortunately, as of like the last few days, it's been a bit crazy. I used to trade like this. This is on the daily, so you can see once we go into a downtrend, we stay in a downtrend for quite a while. Once we go into an uptrend, we stay in an uptrend for a long time. So you don't really see that with EU. With EU, you do get sections. Actually, I'm just contradicting myself now. But the idea being that with most of the major currencies, you tend to try and get back to a mean point. Where with NASDAQ, as an example, you go in one direction for a long time. So that's just
it'd be a
how
bit
I
worrying
like
if the
trading.
currencies did something like that.
Imagine what happened to UJ over the last 2 weeks. Intervention. That is not a good thing for a currency. No. Or at least it's not a good thing for the outside view of a currency. You don't want a currency to drop 20% of its value. No. Then it's just like, what the hell is going on here? It's war. It's like geopolitical, like super unrest, crazy. I don't know, maybe I don't know, the country was obliterated. I don't know. But it just signifies catastrophic loss, where you don't see that with, like, for argument's sake, an indice as being that bad, because it's a company.
Yeah, fair.
And there will be another company that can pick it up, and you expect stock to pick up and fall.
I was watching. Oh, I was watching. I was reading The Psychology of Money, and it was actually I posted it in the group. Let me have a look. I didn't post the quote, but
IP3 taken.
Oh, beauty, man. Well done. I posted in the library section. There we go. So, tails you win. You can be wrong on half the time and still make a fortune. Chapter 6 of Psychology of Money, and it talks about stocks and shares. It talks about indices and investing, the S&P 500, for example, and how people make money on it, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to go deep into it. However, it was talking about investing in the S&P and how and why the S&P does so well. A company on the S&P can be taken off the S&P if it loses significant value, if it doesn't do well, if it goes bankrupt, whatever. There will be something to replace it. Whereas pound against the dollar, it's pound against the dollar. You don't want the pound to absolutely be obliterated and just end up dropping in 60, 70, 80% of its value and then just becomes absolutely worthless, because then, like you said, something's happened where it's like, holy, what has just happened?
Yeah, it's like a catastrophic failure of a country when you see that.
Exactly. So, like, usually, and with the currencies, that's why obviously leverage is about, and that's why it's more speculation trading or day trading instead of investment trading, because you can't investment trade in a currency, because a good currency should, in theory,
unless it's USGPY.
Unless you're trading the yen pairs at the moment, then I mean,
well, back then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Back to a few weeks ago. Yeah. So unless you're actually trading something like that, then it's a little bit different. But usually, an asset or a currency pair should consolidate within a certain range. And the reason it should consolidate within a certain range, it shows health and fluctuation. Now, all currencies will fluctuate. You're going to get weakness against the dollar, and then weakness from the dollar against the pound, and vice versa. They're going to argue, and they're going to go through deals, and all sorts are going to happen, and hence the price fluctuation. But what you don't want is an investment sort of momentum in a currency pair, because then then you got what Rich is talking about, which is being the catastrophic event.
Yes.
Then a bit of a drop continue on gold now.
Just close. Let me just finish the last segment of the trade analysis.
Yeah, of course.
So basically, we had the continuation from yesterday's New York session, basically, after reacting off of that daily and 4 hourly base, and started pushing up from there again. So I wanted, now obviously during this time over here, during this pink box, I'm asleep, because this is Tokyo session here in South Africa. This is from 2 o'clock in the morning to 8:25. I'm already awake at 6, which is somewhere over there.
You're talking GMT plus 2. You're talking, aren't you?
Yeah, so that's GMT plus 2. So I'm usually at the gym. This morning was a rest day. So I ended up just laying in bed for a little while. But generally, I'm not in front of the charts at this time in any way. I'm generally at the gym, and when I get back from the gym, it's like 8 o'clock my time, and then it's a little bit of time, and then the Tokyo session is over. So 8, let's say 8, 8:30, give or take. I'm back at home. So generally, I'm not around here. Anyway, so price came back up throughout that rollover section. So rollover, we pushed down a little bit and started pushing up again. That same area that was a area of resistance initially over here became an area of area of support initially, became an area of resistance by retesting and pushing lower. So it's fair to say that it remains a point of interest going into the next day as well. So you want to see how it reacts off of it. The first initial reaction was here, which didn't inspire confidence to try and push price lower. If you considered this area over here being the previous day, not previous day high, but the previous session high, within this area of interest, this reaction here should have garnered some sort of new downward pressure. Considering how deep of a pullback we've had from that area, it was unlikely that we were going to have a strong reaction during Tokyo session, which is generally a lower volume, lower volatility session for argument's sake, a New York indice or a US indice. You would expect other indices like the JPY or JPN 225 for them to move a little bit more, as an example. Anyway, so with that being said, this area then we push back through, which also happened, this red line happens to be the previous session high, which was that last swing point before we really started pushing lower. So these two areas, the red line, the previous session high, as well as this point of interest, which has now again become an area of support, supported the idea that we're going to try and push higher again. So we broke through both of these strongly and retested them both, and then started pushing up from it as well, volumetrically pushing up. So that is what led to me wanting to enter on this. So preferably, I would have wanted to be in a little bit earlier, if I could, just a little bit on, not the first, on this one here, but maybe on the second one where you have a strong attempt to push price lower and then it fails, and then get in over here. But it is what it is. I was making coffee and all that kind of stuff. Started pushing up.
Gonna make that
taken TP3, which is great, which means that this is already 1.5% locked up for the day. So yesterday ended up being 1.5% locked up. So I had two 1% trades, of which both of them went TP1 stop loss, TP1 stop loss. So that's 0.5%, 1%, and then I had the 2.5%, so that's 1.5% up. I've already locked up 1.5%. So very happy with that so far. If it doesn't take the new or doesn't create a new all-time high, doesn't break the previous day high, doesn't break the previous all-time high, these 2 points, Doesn't matter. This can retrace all the way down, take out my stop loss, and then I'm fine with that. So just going to let this one stay. I am going to say this, however. If we do fail to take all-time highs again during the London session, I think there's going to be some reinvigoration during the New York session to try and take new all-time highs. This take back that we had from basically yesterday all the way today, if you look at the daily chart, we've taken all of it back. Big bearish day, long wick below, we've taken up everything in the space of 1 and a bit session. The whole of yesterday's movement, we've taken back majority of it. So if we're going to continue, it's probably going to try and push through higher if we can break new all-time highs and continue. If not, this is going to be the plateau, and then we're going to either be ranging a little bit or we're going to start creating downward pressure. But I'm inclined to think that we're going to continue pushing up after a day like this, unless it's just going to go flat. If it goes flat, that's even better in my opinion, because being at all-time highs so often scares me a little bit because I don't trade all-time highs. I really struggle.
It's only reason I'm buying all-time highs as well. It's difficult to buy all-time highs because it's like where do you target?
Yeah. So it's the same as like this. I can have multiple TP points, which makes it safer for me because I'm taking profits as I'm going up into this new all-time high. Yes, TP4 is above all-time high, which I'm not comfortable with. So I am honestly of the opinion that TP4 is not even going to be hit at all. And I'm fine with that because I've already locked up 1.5%. So I'm good. I'm good with this. So yes. Yesterday I wanted to re-enter again. And my re-entry would have been the same criteria as I always use. So if this trade yesterday was the establishment of a new trend, a new direction, then anytime there's a drop, a base, and then a continuation of the drop, I would enter. So this over here is one drop leg. That is a base. And this is the confirmation of another drop. So if I'm paying attention, I could have gotten in there again. The idea being that we have the reaction off of an established area for the first leg. The second leg is off of, for argument's sake, the EMAs. The EMA, we're proving that we want to continue pushing lower. So that is effectively a reaction off of a established area as well. Base, drop. Could have gotten in here, another 1 to 4. As an example. Getting down into this area down here, it's getting a bit late in the leg, in this new trend, pushing lower. So the deeper you go into a trend, the more likelihood there is of a bit of a pullback. So I could still have entered somewhere around here, but now you're already seeing one candle as a fraction of the size of the one leg. This push down here, these candles here are also fractions of it, but now you're getting to this point where it seems like it's slowing down ever so slightly, and you're getting one or two more bullish candles. I could still have gotten in there, as an example. This probably would have been a full TP as well, but I'm less comfortable getting in much later into the move. I want to get in as early on the move because the beginning of the move is the strongest. And everything after that is just a remnant. And you'll see, you can measure every leg on your way down, and it's going to be slightly less. So the first leg is this one. That is a $218 so 21,000 points movement. The very next leg, before there is any resistance, was 19 or 119. The next one, before there was any resistance, is 104. But then you start increasing again. You start picking up. So fresh invigoration, that is 166 before you started getting some sort of resistance. So it's like your first initial one is the strongest, and then it gets slowed as it goes down. And then you may have one or two like invigorating moves and then slowing down again. The last one being this here. But notice how the candles on its way down is slowing. Same time frame, but vastly different in terms of what's happening here. These are volumetric candles. They're strong. They're pushing lower. There's very little wick in relation to the candle body. Whereas over here, you have your relationship between the wick and the candle body changing. It's not as volumetric. There's a little more indecision. Price is attempting to push higher, still going lower, but it closes a lot closer than it did previously to its open, which to me signifies it's slowing down significantly. So I don't want to participate here. I would much rather have tried to participate here than here. Even if this one had another base that was created and try and push down, I probably would not have gotten in there at all. But it's just how I view the market. It's just how I see the candle characteristics move. I heard you taking a trade, mate.
You did indeed hear me taking a trade. I'm taking it on my Boob account.
I was about to say, don't tell me which one. Don't tell me which. No, not account. Wait, which trade?
Okay, no, I'll tell you what. You know that okay, so 3 assets: EU, GU, gold. Go.
Okay. So
I want gold, bias and entry.
You want bias and entry. Okay, hourly on gold. So we did have that little area over there, but not great. Let's go down to the 15. We did have a little bit of consolidation on 15. We also have this zone over here, but you're still within this zone, so I don't think it's gold. Okay, let's go to EU. EU looks good for sells. You have the low of the previous day, volumetric breakthrough. You having a base. Let's see if there's anything else to test. We have this area down over here, which we've just reacted off of. Maybe you're looking... No, this is too strong for a buy. Would you just take a sell?
Don't forget, I've given you a hint by telling you which account I'm on.
Yeah, this is a play account, so...
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say is...
I'm leaning towards an EU sell at the moment. Ooh, I think this one this could be the winner. This could be the winner. So we have this little area over here.
Now you've got 2 opportunities.
Okay, it's a GU sell or an EU sell. So gold is currently stuck in this area. I don't think you would have wanted to trade that. EU makes a lot of sense. It's a little bit higher, but it does look like a 3-wick rejection here. Well, not 3-wick, but a little bit of a wick rejection. So I'm thinking you're looking at some sort of sell. You may have gotten in somewhere over there. Stop loss probably up over there, and you're looking for a 1-2 something down here. GU looks a lot better to me, where I think this little price action that we had here, volumetric retest and continuation lower, I'm thinking you got in pretty much somewhere over there, stop loss being up over there, take profit being somewhere down here. That's what I'm thinking.
Final answer?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chat, let me know as well. Chat, let me know if I'm long bias or short bias. I'll give you a couple of seconds real quick. While I get ready to share my screen, I'll give chat a little bit of...
I didn't see this.
A little bit of time.
You got in on it not more than 10 minutes ago.
No more than 10 minutes ago.
So I don't think
no more than 10 minutes ago.
I don't think it's this reaction of the zone of yesterday. I did see that
reaction. I did see that reaction, and I did like it. I'll give you that.
Okay, I'm saying a sell on GU or EU, but I can see a potential for a buy if you got in on EU for argument's sake over here on the reaction of this, and you're trying to buy it up.
I will say
I can see that.
It's high. I've not taken it on my 100k live. I've taken
high risk. Then you're in a buy. If it's high risk, you're getting into a buy because this is quite bearish, in my opinion. I'm going to change my answer to a EU buy. You're buying into the Tokyo session low with your stop loss. Will your stop loss be that low? Maybe. Your stop loss is somewhere around here for a 1-to-1. Or it could be, you said high risk, so
It is high risk.
1-to-2. I'm going to say that. This is my final answer. I'm saying you're in a buy on EU, high risk.
Right. If you said long, chat, you are correct. If you said EU, chat and Rich, you are incorrect.
Oh, okay.
EU
so
is just too bearish for me right now. EU isn't at an area
it's gold
that I like all that well. It's GU and gold.
So it's gold then. And
yeah,
you would have gotten in on this section down here, I think, on maybe a rejection here. 2 candles there.
Yeah.
So you probably got in there.
And it looked nice. It looked ever so bittersweet.
Looking up at that, you'll probably be somewhere down here. Maybe you're aiming for Tokyo highs.
I always like to look at pre-session highs as a target, even if I don't use it as an overall, even if I don't actually target it and actually take the highs. I like it as a target.
Okay, so so risk, I would have said counter, but yeah, then it's gold. It's definitely gold then.
It's gold and GU.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, let me bring it up. So this is GU. GU, it's very high risk. I even went on to the 1 minute. So I'm just above break even on this. And what I did is I looked on the 15 minute, and then what I saw was some beautiful structure here. We sold off heavy into it and had a beautiful reaction from. We had this really nice reaction. We even sort of, came up and sort of chilled up around here somewhere, but we didn't reject it too much. We were still very bullish, still very heavy on the buys. So I thought, what would the 1 minute look like right now? I thought, I don't like trading the 1 minute, but what would it look like? And this isn't live 100K funded account worthy trading, but this is the sort of thing that I can put. You know what? Let me put it on my boob account. Let me put it on my test account. Now let's just have a little bit of a play with what's going to go on here. So we had this consolidation. Fair. We had this lovely reaction here. We did consolidate at this area of interest, so that worried me a little bit. But then we pulled back into this lovely zone here, and I thought, you know what? Let's give this a go. Let's give it a bash. Let's see what happens here.
I'm gonna hedge your trade.
I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. I did look on EU and I thought, if we close under, I'd hedge my GU with EU, but we need to close under this. So GU looks okay. I don't like EU, but I do like GU. And this is probably a C setup. This is a very high risk counter trend trade. Gold, however, isn't looking great now. The close wasn't great. What I was looking for, we had that beautiful reaction from that zone, and then in fact the exact same zone that you marked out as well, and that moved lovely. And then we got this consolidation here as well, and it started reacting beautifully off of it. And I thought, okay, let's see what happens now. And I thought, what do I need to see for this to be an invalid trade? For this to be an invalid trade, it needs to break and close under here. So if we break and close under here, my stop loss is at the daily low. Yeah, that is daily low. So my stop loss is at the Asia low, so the daily low. And if we break and close under this low, then I can consider stopping out and reversing. Just complete close and reverse the trade, because then my sort of overall sell setup is placed invalid. However, we came under this low and wicked it twice, failed, broke and closed with a very nice bullish, heavy downwards wick rejection candle. And I thought, you know what? That's worth a play about. And I thought, I'm going to play with this. I'm going to see what I can do here and see if I can make it do something for me. So we seem to be holding this. We got this drop here, which isn't great. Like I said, I'm risking 1% on this 5K account. I'm not trading this on my 100K. This isn't valid enough yet. But what I do want to do, I just want to test it. I want to see what happens. And I'm sick of saying, guys, I'm forward testing this. I'm forward testing this. So instead, I'm going to show you. Like that's the whole point in this 5K account. I am in the trade, and I want to see what happens. So I will bring my MetaTrader up in just a second. Like I said, though, if this breaks and closes under, I will consider stopping and reversing. Ooh, EU is... Oh, okay, nice. If we close, I'll look at... What are you giggling at? I'll look at selling here. What's he giggling at? Right, who's broken rich?
My wife.
Oh, fair. Okay, we'll let you off then.
She's we share an office and we have two portions. My side is blue and her side is her color side. Yeah. Anyway, I'm in this EU sell. Like I said, I'm countering Will.
Yeah. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that to sell yet. Like I said, if we close this now, then I'll be considering selling this, but we're not ready yet.
Yeah, like I said, to me, it just felt very bearish. Sorry,
it is very bearish. Like I did say, it is high risk, and it is counter trend trading. So
yeah,
be very careful if you were to be looking at buys, guys. I'm not saying they're super valid. But they're valid enough for me to consider them, but they're not valid enough for me to consider putting them on my courier account. Let's put it so. Yeah. Long, yes, mate. Azrael, GU long, mate. Yes, bang on. Tight stops long here, indeed, my friend. Yes. I'm long. Okay, I'm in GU long. Entry 135, 194, stop loss 10 pips, and T3 135, 194.
So you're... Wow, you were at the lows, dude.
Wow, yeah, nice.
Take profit?
Talk about timing. Take profit
TP1 is 10.
10 pips.
So TP1 was hit. And
TP2
then...
is 20 pips.
TP2. So let me do this.
And then stop loss is also 10 pips.
So this is your TP1. And then TP2 is 20. So this is TP2. Okay. And then what is stop loss?
Stop loss is 10 pips. Yeah, nice. So if you hit a break-even bounce now, I hit stop loss.
I mean, that doesn't look bad. However, once again, I'm still very much of the opinion that we are still quite bearish.
Well, that's why
I do, however, like the fact that we did try and sweep that recent high swings. You can't see it all that properly, but we did swing that one. This could end up producing a higher low in relation to this one down here.
Yeah, if we can hold this low, then I think this could be a really nice entry point for GU. If we don't hold this low, I think we're going to continue bearish. I just had a break-even bounce on gold as well, but it wicked. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I'm not hugely confident in GU, but I thought, it was a 1 minute confluence as well. And you guys know how much I hate the 1 minute. So I just thought, you know what? Let's have a look. Let's see what we can do here. On the 5 minute only, it's not valid enough for me yet. I still need... I'm super early on this trade. I still need a 5 minute failure to break low and a 5 minute continuation breaking like a higher high, then a pullback continuation. So I'm still 2 confluence moves away from this being a valid 5 minute setup. Gold is nice though. Gold's looking okay. I don't. I like gold. Gold's been treating me nicely at the moment. So I feel like me and gold we seem to be aligning a little bit better recently. Certainly more than the currencies. Currencies and we got a bit of a love-hate relationship since mid 25. So it's coming up to a 12-month rocky relationship. We're thinking of going into couples counseling. But we'll see. I am gonna leave. I potentially may leave the currencies for a shinier model, a shinier replacement, being gold.
You want a shinier one than gold? What do you want to trade in diamonds?
No, I said I'm gonna leave the rocky relationship of currencies and leave. You know how they say I'm gonna leave you for a younger model. Well, I'm leaving it for a shinier model. I'm gonna leave the relationship for gold. I may consider converting full time into gold.
Oh, okay, makes sense. Sorry, mate. I had a message that came through that I needed to quickly respond to. So I was half listening to you and half listening to the voice inside my head.
What have I told you about listening to voices inside your head, man?
I don't know. They give me contradicting advice to what you're giving me.
Then I'd probably listen to them. I'd listen to them. Yeah. I'd take their advice on board, mate.
We're getting tantalizingly close to TP1, which is 2.8 pips away. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit. Getting close to this one.
I feel like GU may hit stop loss on this, but gold, I think I've got the entry nice on gold.
17,062. Right there. 15.6.
Silver and copper.
You'll never catch me alive, copper. That is, and then 972 and 88.
Ah, so, dude, Henry is saying that we can now trade platinum on the 5ers.
We can. And for some or other odd reason, USD ZAR.
All right. Fair.
What? Why would you trade USD ZAR? You have a spread of like 2,000.
Yeah. Probably costs you more to get in the trade than what the currency's worth.
Yeah, like where's ZAR pairs? So USD ZAR. So for those who don't know, ZAR is the rand. It's the South African currency. USD dollar versus the rand is currently sitting at 16.50.
Well, do you reckon? Okay, so that's got US. So you're trading that with the USD, making it a major pair. But would you not want to call that an exotic?
It is an exotic. It's not a major pair. There's only 7 major pairs, but it is one of the exotics.
I thought that would have been a major.
Nah, dude, South Africa is way too small in terms of the grand scheme of things.
they got mines, they got economy.
Yes, but it's not owned by them.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Anyway,
what just happened? So,
bit of a pullback there.
We've got. we've got news. I'm closing out on this.
What are you talking about? We've got news. That was yellow folder.
That was not a normal reaction on gold, surely. Or am I looking at a 1 minute again?
You're looking at the 1 minute, mate. Like, let's see if there was anything on.
Let me go back up to the 5 minute. I just realized on MT5 I was just looking at the 1 minute. Because to be fair, actually on trade, now that I'm looking on TradingView on the 5 minute, it actually looks like normal price.
And you were buying, yeah?
I was buying, yeah. I just banked like 20 odd quid.
Why did you close?
Dude, because I got scared on the 1 minute. I thought it was like
on your boop account.
Yeah, no fair. Sometimes you still put in good practices, even when you're not meaning to.
Oh man, I can't help it but be too good as a trader.
No, sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes sometimes I can't help but be too good with risk management. I see high wickage to the upside, and I think, no, screw this. This may move back down.
Nah, dude. I think the whole idea of this play around account is to do things
like that. No, I know. I need to try and remind myself that I've had too long
It is a don't take serious account.
Yeah,
not taking
exactly.
this seriously.
Yeah, I think I've had too long in an account that I take seriously. Yeah, I shouldn't have closed my gold.
Maybe.
I may re-enter in on gold. I shouldn't. I closed my GU.
Wait for the pullback.
I was happy with that. Yeah, I'm gonna wait now for the pullback into the small consolidation zone. There's like a nice
something happened on GU. That's
that's what I mean. So I was looking at the 1 minute on GU, and then I just closed everything out. It's probably the prime minister, isn't it? It's probably the prime minister saying how awesome he is or something. He's like I'm not saying Donald Trump isn't a Muppet, but he's like a Muppet version of Donald Trump, and you imagine what that would look like.
I see a lot of stuff like flash employment change on euro, but not on pound. Pound is the next news event, scheduled news event is at 1:30 GMT and 2 o'clock GMT. Nothing crazy that is standing out. Financial juice. I don't know. Maybe it. I think it's a nothing burger. I think that this is just a
gold. I think it's a nothing burger. Gold. I reckon gold was just price. Gold was just price. I shouldn't have closed gold.
All right. It is a 12.6 pip sudden hop.
Yeah. So, GU. I reckon was. GU. I reckon was a little bit of news. I reckon something came out fundamentally. I shouldn't have closed gold. I was looking at the 1 minute on GU, and I thought, oh shit, what's going on here? So I closed the lot out. So I may, if we can get a nice pullback, if anything, actually, it's good that I closed, because what I was able to do then was take the move, create a valid break above a smaller consolidation or a lower consolidation. If I can wait for a pullback now, I'll probably get in on an even more valid move. Something that I'd almost be considering taking on my live 100K. Just seen as well, Marvin, yeah, Marvin Chetty saying, I'm going to re-enter. Noob. Dude, I've been in the markets 8 years. There's nothing newbie about me. I'm just a Muppet.
Hey, boys.
Well, hello, Dirk.
Morning. How is it?
Good, mate. Not too bad.
Not too bad. I'm seeing trading action here already.
Indeed you are.
Did you buy the Nasdaq or what?
I was buying gold. Rich is in the Nasdaq at the moment. He's just hit TP3, waiting on TP4.
Ooh,
and
the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. And then I took out gold, so I'm looking for a pullback to re-enter into, because now that we've got the 2 candle push up and we've got that valid, nice bullish break and close above the new consolidation made, it's just validated my gold long even further. So I may actually consider taking this on my proper account now as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the gold one.
What's the time horizon for that one?
It's like an infinity.
What's infinity?
Seeing as well, Tutor saying re-enter is forcing the trade setup. No, it's not. If I was to force enter now, then yes, yeah, it would be. If I was to wait for the pullback, if anything, that would actually be patiently waiting, and I'll show you why. Let me bring up my chart real quick. You can see here, guys, that we've got, I entered here, which was early. It was nothing but this 2 candle wick rejection that I was trading based off of. Now we've actually got consolidation here. So now we've got this little bit of consolidation, this little pause in price, as well as the rejection fail to the downside. If we can get a pullback down into this area, it's validating the higher setup. So actually, this is improving my chances and increasing the probabilities for the long.
Considering that there is, well, a
Okay, there we go.
Like you said, like a bit of an area of resistance or support, let's rather say. But I'm still struggling with the idea of looking for a long here, because on the lower time frame, we are making lower highs as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Yeah, I've entered back in on my boob account, back up into profit now, which is nice. So I'm just going to leave this. This is now going to be TP or stop loss. We'll see how it goes. Only risking $50. I just made 39 bucks. So even if I hit a stop on this, it's not going to be the end of the world. 39 bucks, just under $40 on this. If I hit stop, so be it, because I've already banked some profits today on this account. I won't be entering this on my 100k. It's still not quite there, not quite ready, but I'm sure, hopefully it will be. Give it an hour, give it a little bit of time to mature, and I'm sure we'll be looking at something nice.
Mature.
Look at the stock markets. It's crazy. It's like, who cares where inflation is? Every dip gets immediately bought up. We're going to end up with another all-time high today in the Nasdaq, I think.
So my idea yesterday was, because I took a sell yesterday that ended up being just before the CPI.
Oh, good one.
I hit TP1 and then it went to stop loss. Then eventually with the New York Open, tried going higher and then failed, and then started pushing lower again. And then I got in on a sell. Then I got a full 2.5% there.
Nice.
But today, the whole of today, even before rollover, we were already trying to push bullish again. We came into an area that I had marked up, which was around 28,665 and 28,441 on CFDs. And then we just reacted from there, pushing up higher. And the whole day this morning, during the Tokyo session, also just bullish. I agree. However, if we don't reach the all-time high now during London, it's definitely getting hit during New York session.
I think so.
We do, however, have some high-impact news, core PPI, which is Producers Price Index.
Which arguably is much more interesting than the CPI data we had yesterday. So
yes,
that plus the retail sales tomorrow, that's actually the data I'm waiting for this week.
It was the Eurozone GDP year-on-year flash estimate actual price that came out at 11. I think that made that move, Will.
Yeah, I was just looking at the...
Oh, no, that's now.
Just looking at the GU, glad that I took out of that. Like I said, when I was on the 1 minute on GU, and we had... Okay, price is a little different on my feed with Vantage. All of this, like most of this, is a wick on my MetaTrader. So when I closed out this, I was like, yeah, I'm glad that I've closed, especially just to find out that it just dropped, absolutely plummeted down. So pretty happy that there you go. No, maybe I was looking on the 5 minute. There we go. So yeah, no, thank you. Glad that I exited that. And then gold looks okay. I'm about $10. I was about $10 up. I'm now around break even ish.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure about the gold trade, honestly speaking. If you would put a pistol to my breast, I would rather look for the short trade at the moment.
Yeah, if we close under this local low now, in fact, let me just delete all this. If we close under this area, I'll look at removing the short. The long. I'll look at taking out around this level here. But for as long as we respect this zone, then I'm gonna hold the long. Again, back up to $10 up.
Yeah, I agree. I've closed that EU trade because we'll probably be hopping off now soon. There's really no point in holding that trade. And anyway, I see LJ is going to be a little bit late, and we're supposed to have a guest today, but I don't know where the guest is.
Nice.
Camera shy.
That's a great start.
He looked at our live streams, or at least the ones I was participating in, and said, "No, I don't want to be with this guy."
Instantly thought I'm
With
alright.
another European? No.
German? He's Dutch, right? You said?
Yes.
Ooh, yeah, probably he doesn't like me then.
No, he took
just
one. Yeah, took one look.
He
at
and
Dirk.
I will get along swimmingly. I think.
Turns out he loves Dirk, hates you.
That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool.
You know what I did this morning?
What did
you do this morning, Dirk?
I traded the Aussie, which I haven't done in such a long time. I did it actually on Monday, to be honest, also with LJ. No, that was last week. But this morning I took another long trade, and I think LJ is going to be very proud of me. So I cannot wait for him to come. Hurry up, LJ.
LJ, let me tell you about this thing that I did.
Let me share my excitement of trading your asset.
Exactly. But I gotta say, it's kind of, back then I never touched Aussie because like 10, 15 years ago there was no real reason. It was just copying, whatever euro dollar was doing, but it has its own life now, and it's nice. It's got a little bit of more volatility than euro dollar, and it feels like there is not so many quants and hedge funds concentrating on that one, because on euro dollar it's almost impossible, at least for scalping, day trading, to find something that really consistently works, in my opinion, if you want to do it like in an automated way, like taking discretion out of the picture. But the Aussie is still nicer when it comes to this. So I might, how you doing, man? So I might add that actually to my portfolio of pairs that I trade.
Yeah, nice.
I was looking at the Aussie a while ago because of the correlation that it has with the NASDAQ. Generally, when the Aussie is moving up, the NASDAQ's moving up.
Same with euro dollar.
But I have decided that I'm not going to trade correlated pairs anymore. I'm not going to expose myself because instead of one taking a loss, there's a potential for all three of them to take a loss if there's correlation. I'll leave that to the experts like Dirk, who is
no, absolutely right.
A monster in trading.
Not really, at least not in scalping and day trading. Still trying to find my edge there, but I think I'm getting close. And
it's like when I was trading gold and GU and EU together. It was great when it was great, but when it was bad, it was
I generally don't touch GU anymore because I can as well trade euro dollar. Why should I touch?
I'll be honest, I can see why you wouldn't.
Damn British.
Yeah, no, literally though, I can understand why someone wouldn't want to touch the pound at the moment. It makes complete sense. Just before I pop off, I'm just going to address this real quick. Marvin Chetty saying, Will is going through the emotions, lol. Dude, I'm like $2 up. There's no emotion on this account. Like, I'm risking $47. I risked more on my £100 account last night.
If anything, Will, it looks like you need to go to the toilet. That's like the emotions that I'm seeing. I need to pee. Guys, shut up. I need to pee.
I do need to pee. I have gone through and a bottle of water. Excuse me. I do need to use the loo. So maybe that's the emotions. Maybe it's a bit of rocking on my chair.
Probably.
But no, $40 or $47 risk on this. I'm not in on my live 100K account. So it's all gravy, baby. Don't worry, Martin. I'm not too stressed about losing less than $50. The day that happens is a little bit worrying. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna pop off. I'll see you in about 2 hours' time. For now, peace.
Take care, man. See you, Will.
And then there were two.
Then there were the two of us again.
Yes,
I'm trying to look at gold now. I don't see like why I would need to go long there.
Hello.
He's back.
Yeah, I just ripped him off of the screen.
Great.
No, go away.
I mean, for gold, if I just like by the looks of it, I haven't, honestly speaking, looked much at gold. Where's my where I can switch to my screen? It's gone. Oh, it's already activated. Sorry, I was looking for it. Like,
I was gonna say, what are you talking about? You're already
dazed and confused.
oh no.
So, I mean, the way I see it here at the moment is that there's not much to do. Maybe not even up there. So I really would either look up here. So 766 around this area where we had the highs yesterday, or which I also don't think is going to happen today, somewhere around here where we kind of made the lows yesterday. That was a good opportunity yesterday, actually, down there, but I didn't see that and probably also wouldn't have bought it because there was not too much outside of what you could expect after the news there. But apart from this, I don't know. I don't see it that gold is really something I should, at least for the moment, trade. I had a nice trade on euro dollar Monday night at precisely 12 a.m. I woke up and I saw that we tried to push over the highs from the Monday session again. So I thought, like, okay, third time is a charm. Let's short there. So I just basically put it in on my mobile phone. Thought, like, okay, maybe when I wake up, this one hits my take profit, and it did. So that was a nice trade.
And you slept like a baby afterwards?
Yeah, I slept like a baby. That was one of the things, I risked like 0.25%. Was like, okay, whatever, what happens. I know if I would have woken up at like 3 or 4 a.m. and then look at my mobile phone again, would have seen that we are trading somewhere around here, there would have been a high probability that I would have manually closed that trade. But I didn't. I'm trying to get better, and sticking to my take profits. I'm always sticking to my stop loss, but like getting out of trades too early is still an issue for me when it comes at least, to day trading and scalping. And then, earlier today at 10 my time, I took this Aussie trade a little long. Also, just based on the fact that it seemed like, during the Asian session that Aussie didn't want to go below this little cluster there. So I took a long and that worked out in half an hour. So yeah, I'm basically done for the day. Goodbye. It was nice with you. See you.
All right, guys, and that's the end of the stream. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, I like that because I had, when you said that you were trading Aussie, I'm going to bring my screen up just very quickly and I'll just show you. And it's literally just this. So yesterday's London highs, multiple rejections, breakthrough, multiple rejections during the Tokyo session. It makes sense that you were trying to get a nice push up from here. It makes sense.
I actually would have flipped that. If we would have gone through this, I would have shorted it, actually.
Yeah. No, I can see why you would want to do that. I mean, short term, below that, we have this area down here. Yeah. So if we did start breaking through, retesting and pushing lower, this was going to be my target point.
Exactly that.
In general for that. So, yes, I love that.
And I like because it seems like in Aussie dollar you find patterns like this more than on other pairs. And I don't know why that is, or it's just me, dreaming things up at the moment because I haven't like numbers and facts still collected for stuff like this. But somehow the patterns seem cleaner. So my educational guess is that there's not so much institution activity like you see on euro dollar, for example.
Yeah, I mean, euro dollar has this real tendency to absolutely destroy people if you think that you're going to go in on a specific pattern and then all of a sudden institutions is like, nope, we're not doing that.
The nice thing is if you find something on euro dollar, you can be pretty sure that it also works well on other pairs or even indices or gold or something like this, because there is the finding an edge on euro dollar is like insanely difficult because it's like so over traded with algos and quants, who all have like a better setup than we as individuals can have, because I don't have like 100 million of research budget every year.
Nope.
Sadly, I would like to have it, but I probably wouldn't be in trading anymore if I had 100 million on bankroll. So it's
I don't think I would either. I would buy an island.
Yeah. Build my Dr. Evil mansion and then sit there on my chair with my cat. the whole day.
I am going to irradiate all of the gold in Fort Knox.
Exactly that.
Making your gold worthless and having my gold be... Anyway, that was literally gold member. The premise of gold member.
True, yeah.
Or golden eye. No, it wasn't golden eye, it was gold member.
The stereotypical German evil.
Yes.
Gerhard
with the laser.
Yeah.
With the lasers. My trade right now still sitting around this point. We are having a bit of a reversal right now. Stop loss is still at break even. This was a initial 1% risk. I am currently sitting with a quarter of that on the table. Well, I'm currently sitting with 0 of that on the table because we have a break-even stop loss. But I have a 1% take profit basically at TP4. So there's another 1% waiting. I've already locked up 1.5%.
Nice one, man.
In this trade.
How come you moved your stop loss to break even suddenly? You were so against that last time we discussed about this.
So when I initially did my backtesting on this, I wanted to ensure that I lock up something.
Yeah.
Because there were trades where price would go to just between TP2 and TP3, and then it would start dipping, which would then turn this into a negative trade. Because even if TP1 was hit and TP2 was hit and I didn't take it to break even, that would have been 0.75 locked up, and then it would go to 0. And then it's a negative 0.25% trade.
Yeah.
I said, you know what? Let me do some backtesting to see what would be the best place to put my stop loss should one of the TP points be hit. And the idea was to have TPs locked up, and then should the market change, I would be safe. And then in the long run, I would see how close or how far to expectancy I could be with that. So I probably did 10 or 11 iterations of this. It took me about 3 months to do the backtesting on this. The idea I had for a while already, but the backtesting took a long time because it was, okay, let's iteration number 1. We go to TP1, we go to break even. We see. But then it wasn't even 4 TP points, it was 3. Let's try it on 4. Okay, TP goes to TP2, I move to break even. That's iteration number 2. Iteration number 3 was TP4 break even at TP number 2 slot. And then 4th one was at TP number 1 slot, and so on and so forth. And I kept doing that until I eventually ended up with this. And it wasn't that this was the best expectancy. It was the one that made me feel the best. It was the one when I looked at it, I was like, I'm actually happy with this.
Yeah.
Out of all of them, there was something about it that I was like, I don't like that. I don't know why. I don't like that. I don't know why. Until I got to this one, I was like, yeah. This
I think that's smart. Did you also collect data on what the likelihood of reaching TP1 through 4 is?
Yes. Yeah. I have percentile points for every one of them. Yeah. I have my expectancy curves on all of them. It's somewhere. I have a bunch of them. They're all because and it was all manual backtesting. It was all based on manual backtesting. It was 120 something trades.
Wow.
Overall.
Manually, that's quite some work to backtest.
That's why I said it took about 3 months because I can't automate this.
Well, you could give it to your good pal Dirk and automate it.
I could. I initially gave it to my brother.
Yeah, I don't want you to do that, of course, because this is your edge, obviously, and it should.
No, I mean, like edge shifts. It's. I think at this point in time, my edge comes in from not what I'm trading or how I'm trading it, but how I manage it right now. And the management, I feel like, is the thing that makes this more me.
That's the thing, people, especially when you go into automation, because everybody, especially in crypto, is always asking, hey, can you build me a bot? Can you build me a bot? And my answer is, yeah, of course I can build you a bot. Share your strategy with me, I'll build a bot around it, but it's probably not going to work because you can you don't have this human factor of what feels best for you. Very often with working strategies, you'll end up with something like, well, I'm only right about like 25% of the time with my trade, but my expectancy is still quite high because when I'm in a winning trade, it's usually a large winning trade, something like 1 to 3 or maybe 1 to 5, 1 to 8. But the downside of that is that very often you'll end up having like 12, 13, 15 trades in a row that are small losses. And this is something people, including myself, by the way, have a very hard time dealing with. Because I guarantee you, after like 5 or 6 losses in a row, you'll get into this zone of starting to doubt the system, starting to doubt yourself, feeling like, in this case, actually, this would have ended up in profit, so I need to tweak it a little bit here, tweak it a little bit there, and then it's all obsolete. You don't need to backtest and automate anything.
Yeah.
So for me, it's also like the sweet spot. I don't want to see trades that are already good in profit, that have already reached something like 1.5 or 2 R to still end up in losses. I don't like it. I think that is unnecessary, really. So I'm also an advocate of, at least for certain systems, to pull the stop loss to break even at a certain point. Not because it like from a mathematical or from a standpoint of statistics, it might not make a lot of sense to do that, but by the end of the day, it makes me feel more comfortable, and that's something I think we cannot underestimate. You still need to be able to bear to look at what you're doing trading wise, and not wake up every morning with a bad feeling in your tummy, like,
if you come and sit in front of the screen and you have a pit in your stomach and you're like, is this? That is not normal. Well, it's normal, but it's not healthy. So I think it's like Henry is saying over here, I could automate it. Absolutely. You could. I mean, I have an automated version of this. I have an EA that works on MetaTrader that does this. The problem is, and Dirk, you can probably attest to this as well, is discretion. Is you looking at the chart and saying, I'm not entirely happy with what it's doing right now. It's slowing down heavily. I don't think a buy is the right move.
Yeah.
So that's bias. How do you code that? Let's put it like that, so that it is consistently doing the same thing. Because the thing, and like you said, you know, it's difficult to say trade this specific way. Here's your parameters. And it will always do that. The EA will always follow that logic, because it's if this, then this, if this, then this, and so on and so forth. Whereas if I'm taking a trade, my discretion is what I'm using, saying I would have taken this trade for this reason, and I'm trying to keep that reason the same way. But it's very hard to code that. I haven't found a way. My brother hasn't found a way. I'm sure, Dirk, you haven't found a way yet. So I have an EA for this. It's just not where I would have taken that trade. And sometimes it takes multiple trades at the same time, where you can code it to say only one trade at a time, that kind of like thing. But then you have another follow-up trade, and then it wants to take that one as well. And I'm like, no, I don't want to take this one. You can say, okay, cool, have 2 trades maximum in a day. Cool. My first 2 trades that it takes is trades that I wouldn't have taken, but the EA is taking it because of a very specific rule set that it doesn't deviate from. So it might take a trade in the Tokyo session. So then you say, okay, you're only allowed to trade between this time frame and that time frame. So it's like how rigid you want to make those rules to make it fit your idea. And then you realize that you curb fitting that specific EA to that rule set drops the expectancy, because it's not how you would have traded. And the idea of an EA is to complementary trade how you would have traded.
Yeah.
So it's taking what your normal trading style is and just automating it. And I cannot replicate that. I cannot get an EA to replicate my exact time that I'm trading, how I want to trade, when I want to trade, all that stuff, because those rigid rules just doesn't fit exactly how I want to trade. and I've tried so many iterations. There is probably a way to do it at some point. I just don't think that right now it's really worth it to put my time and effort or someone else's time and effort into trying to automate this when, as of right now, I'm more than happy with the way that it's operating and when I get in.
Yeah, that's just how it should be, And it's like I think the situation we have this week on the market is a good example for that, for discretion or bias. We know, for example, we had worse than expected inflation data, for example, yesterday. We have a PMI today. We have housing starts. Then, especially on Thursday, we have Trump meeting up with Xi. So I know from my experience that probably the markets at one point, especially when Trump is meeting with Xi, are going to do stuff that cannot be really explained by price action or you reading support and resistance or indicators and so on and so forth. And this notion is, in my opinion, impossible to hard code into an EA. Now, probably some people would argue like, well, you can do like a sentiment analysis. Yeah, you can do that. That's also dead cat. Everybody's doing that. That's very easy. It doesn't have edge anymore, in my opinion. Parsing Twitter or parsing the news and then get like a scoring system from 0 to 100 to how the sentiment is. It's a dead cat. Everybody has been doing this. If you are planning on doing this, guys, watching over, don't do it. It's not worth your time anymore. And so by the end of the day, we probably would define what we are talking about here, this feeling that the markets are not probably acting like they normal would as experience by the end of the day. We know that because we have been through phases like this a million times if you do it over the years, especially if you've been doing this like for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. And this is something that's impossible to hard code, in my opinion. It is probably possible, but I don't know how. This is the edge like professional algo quant trading companies have over us. Interestingly, by the way, those companies usually don't do directional trades as well. They don't bet on euro dollars going up or down. They usually have some statistical arbitrage or something they do like that. You have this correlation between two stocks or two currencies. At a certain point, when this correlation deviates from each other, they buy one and sell the other and bet on that the correlation goes back to normal. That's usually the way they trade. They don't do the directional trading like we retail traders, we prop traders are doing. LJ, good to see you. Welcome.
Hello. How we doing? Mate, I've had a big day today. So frustrated. I got stuck in the elevator for like 2 hours. It's been raining here again. I was late to a call that I had, which just ran over. And then now I just got a call and I'm going to have to have someone is going to be coming here in a sec. The entire hallway is flooded because there's a burst pipe. And so I've stacked up towels and everything in front of my door because it was leaking through into the carpet in here.
Oh, man.
And then, some guy's coming soon to fix it. And then my apartment has the access panel. There's like two, one in the hallway and then one through here at my bathroom because it backs onto it. So he's going to have to come in here at some point in the next bit. So I might have to drop out for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, however.
No worries, man.
That's unfortunate.
As long as you stayed stuck in an elevator, it's like a nightmare too. I had this.
I had stuff to do as well. Like I had somewhere to be, and then that got cancelled because I'm like, I'm stuck in the elevator.
It happened to me a couple of years ago. I was in Tirana, in Albania, and I was visiting a friend there. And I got stuck in the elevator in his house. The problem was, first of all, it was 40 degrees outside, and there was no aircon in the elevator. And I didn't have any cell reception anymore. So I was like standing there, like it was getting hotter and hotter and hotter. I was sweating bullets, didn't have anything to drink, and was just praying, come on, please. When I press the alarm bell, please somebody come, which eventually they did after like half hour. But I thought like, my God, like if nobody comes, like in 2 days, they're going to find my mummified corpse in here.
Classic. Yeah, dude, so annoying. And we had the property manager as well today. Like she's taking a holiday through this week. So taking time off. So it's just, mess. I had several other things. I'm very ticked off today. So forgive me.
Well, LJ, I can make you feel better by telling you that I ended up yesterday after that
Did
loss.
you re-enter?
I re-entered and got a full 2.5% win going down while I was in a meeting. I was in a meeting with Ellis, and I was like, "Hey, dude, I'm entering this trade just as we're going." It's like, "Oh, what, really?" It's like, "Yeah." And then I got another 1.5% so far today. I've locked up
nice,
TP3.
solid. So you got the uptick as well just now. Okay, cool, awesome.
He's on.
I was hoping so because you got like stopped out initially, right? And then we literally just created the rest of the day on the NAS. So
to be fair, I went against my rules by entering where I did because there was red folder news and we were getting closer to New York Open. So that was just silly. That it was just a silly idea. And I did have another trade that I had taken a little bit earlier that went to TP1 and then to stop loss earlier in the day, somewhere around here. So it is what it is. It's one of those things. But so far, I'm hoping that this is the bounce. I'm hoping that's the bounce to try and push it up now again.
We want to see later your TP4 being hit.
Yes, I will keep everybody updated for this. Definitely.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. It's pretty crazy that we just full stormed back to the highs from yesterday.
Isn't it? Really? It was really.
Yeah. It was off the back of NVIDIA once we got the headlines that Jensen Huang got invited to China, right? So that is a stormer of a run.
Like a bit of a sell-off and then another kick-up.
Yeah.
Just good. It's very good. Very good. So far, this pullback that we've had now, maybe I can just hide this a little bit out of the way, then you can see. This is basically the high of Tokyo, but that there is a base. So new refound leg, so rally, base, rally, and we've come back into this base. So that's why I'm saying I'm hoping that this is going to be the reaction to try and push it up higher now. So gonna keep this one just running. We'll see TP4. If not, locked up 1.5%. Happy with that. We were supposed to have a guest. He is the community manager for the 5ers Netherlands, but he has not yet pitched up. So I don't know what is holding him at this moment. If he does pitch up, his name is Bart.
Okay.
Steenholzen.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to pronounce it.
Bart Steenhorst. Steenhorst. So if he does pitch up, do be kind to him, especially you, LJ.
Hey.
We are so kind to everybody.
Yes. But LJ's in a mood today. I can see it. He's here choosing violence.
LJ is going to calm down now when I show him that I traded Aussie dollar this morning.
Yes.
Oh, really? Yes. Did you?
I did, yeah.
Nice, all right. Nice. Gentlemen, I am going to love and leave you for an hour and a half or so. And then I will be jumping back in again just to talk a little bit later. All right, guys. Have funsies, and we'll talk soon. Cheers.
See you soon.
Beautiful.
Take care, Richard.
See you soon, Richard.
That was the one and only NASDAQ Pro Richard Butler, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't done so, leave us a like, subscribe to the channel. We are living off likes, and especially today, LJ needs this extra motivation, for him to get into good spirits again. And that's only possible if we, at minimum, have like 200 likes plus here today.
Yes,
right.
We need 200. That's the number.
That's the number, exactly. So, yeah, I traded this little long trade this morning at 10 my time, so about 1.5 hours ago, simply due to the fact that I thought this zone here was such a nice cluster. Yesterday's highs, today's lows during the Asian session, so I thought, like, whatever, jump into a trade, jump into a long trade where I reached my take profit within just 30 minutes, so that was a nice bonus as well. very quick one. And yeah, for once I thought like, we've been talking so long about Aussie dollar now, seeing you making all those beautiful trades. So it's about high time I jump into that one as well. Easy peasy.
Beautiful. Easy. Love it. Yeah, Aussie dollar's held up quite well today. Like Euro's getting smashed. I find it a little bit odd. Like it looks very technical. Looking at the charts, that's what you'd see. And I think there's like options positioning that is pushing that further.
I think so. I did actually a euro dollar trade also on Monday night still. I woke up at I went to bed actually at around midnight, saw that we wanted to take out the high again there. I thought, no, it's not going to happen. So I ended a short trade there, and that one was also in take profit with a 1 to 2.7 R when I woke up the next morning. So I'm basically done for this week now.
Oh, nice. That's good. That's solid then.
That's very solid.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd get another push higher on euro dollar overall. I was sort of teeing it up, but like the price action today was pretty poor, pretty lackluster. And after last night as well, that dip we had, the recovery wasn't great either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I figured I didn't want to enter short earlier in the day. But then, just waited for that break. What was that? 4:30 in the afternoon today. Jumped into that. That was whilst I was in the elevator. I had nothing else to do.
At least you had connection there still.
Yeah. So did get in on that, waited for that break because I also saw that we could easily just, pitch up higher, especially after with the UK, the whole Keir Starmer thing. For the meantime, he's safe for now. So I was a bit eerie with whether the pound might actually jump up, and we did see pound actually break slightly higher at that time from the highs from mid-Asia. So I was like, ooh, a little bit wary in case we get a run back up to about 135.80 to 70, that kind of area, but ended up coming right off again. So taking that one.
If you see what the Nasdaq is doing today, and yet we see euro dollar under pressure so much.
I was going to comment,
like breaking down.
Yeah, I was going to comment. I found markets really, really odd today. I understand, like, if you look at something in isolation, like euro dollar looked very technical. There's sort of options positioning, implied vol, realized vol, that kind of stuff. Anyway, this kind of drawdown was pretty natural, but then when I look at other bits and pieces, like Aussie dollar is holding up quite well. We did get, these are some of the trades from last night. I ended up taking that out through here because we didn't kick on. Similarly with euro dollar and everything coming off, we just didn't go too far on the Aussie. We did have budget night last night, and when we had the budget release, that was during stream as well. We saw the spread expand a bit, so there was some kind of activity around there. And then we did pitch a bit higher, then sort of came off. Couldn't break these lows, though. Obviously came up into New York. But yeah, we've held up quite nicely. It looks as though Aussie dollar wants to make another leg higher.
It seems so too,
yeah, I've been looking at this as far as euro dollar as well. Let's get rid of this thing. If we've now found the bottoms, we've had this big channel. So if we go out to, let's go to 30-minute, there's this big channel through here that we've had for a couple of days now, almost 2 weeks. So we've tipped outside of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if, we get a bit of a floor here, start to rip higher. I still don't like it, the fact that we have broken down here, and it's really struggling to actually get up. So I feel like on that basis, I prefer to take a Aussie dollar trade to actually take another run higher at about possibly even 73. There are a bunch of changes to taxes and that kind of thing. They don't fully come into effect for a year, so there is a bit of time, but there's definitely a general implication of a degree of repatriation of foreign assets back to Australia because of it, because you'll still get that tax advantage for now until next year. So, but yeah, no, exactly like you're saying, Dirk. Like I found this market very odd today. We're moving all about, kind of weird. Gold kind of up, kind of down, and moving out of sync with things when it is moving. Nasdaq absolutely ripping. This was what we were looking at yesterday, right? Temporary top, short through here. We cracked through this top area and ran down. But yeah, I'm a bit.
Because now I did a live stream yesterday with Jonathan, and we were during the CPI release. We were trading Bitcoin, and what was also really funny is that like Bitcoin held up more than the Nasdaq at first. We didn't see this dramatic plunge like we saw on the Nasdaq in Bitcoin, which is also something we haven't seen in a while from Bitcoin. And I was a little bit like, this is odd. It could be a good sign that we push higher maybe on Bitcoin. It's kind of finding momentum again, but like you said, when we look at gold, when we look at what euro dollar is doing, when we look at what Aussie dollar is doing in comparison to the high correlated assets, which Nasdaq and S&P 500 are to euro dollar, there's something going on. This is exactly, Rich and I were talking about, how to hard code bias, basically, if you want to have some quantitative directional trading strategy. And this is exactly like this kind of environment where I prefer to, if possible, stay out of a market. So I'm very, very picky with my trades this week because I can feel there's something going on. Things are a little bit weird, but I cannot pinpoint what is it and when is it going to normalize again. My educated guess really is that it's like a combination of what we saw yesterday with inflation data and the fact that tomorrow we will have a meeting of Trump and Xi. I can imagine there is some kind of hedging going on an institutional level right now.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could figure, and in particular, like you're saying with the whole China thing, is the Aussie dollar, right? So this little cluster range here is what we had, right, last night. Meanwhile, Nasdaq absolutely fell out of bed.
Yeah.
Now, normally that's going to be enough to pull the Aussie, right? We couldn't even pull to the prior lows, right? We just stuck around here.
And that's why, just from this narrative alone, I think, we could be poised for higher levels, like something like a 0.73 or 73.5 even, in my opinion. Just when I look at the candlesticks, and again, this is not like scientific, just by the looks at how the last days in terms of candlestick patterns looked, it also looks for me like it wants to push higher. Nothing I can put my finger on, it's just like this, maybe the subconscious discretionary feeling somewhere in the back of my mind that screams like, hey, I think Aussie dollar wants to break out to new highs.
Yeah, all I can put it down to is the whole Trump-China thing. Because, we did have CPI slightly hotter. And yes, there's slightly more pricing into rates either staying on hold or potentially higher in the US. But if you then put that comparatively to the Aussie's kind of already made a lot of that distance. Like we've had several rate hikes already. Yeah. So you would think on that barometer, the Aussie should then come off, dollar should strengthen. And then particularly with the backing of the NASDAQ coming off, hence I was looking for some kind of return down here to this kind of level, 71.80 or so on that short trade. And we just didn't get anywhere. And then because normally NASDAQ will rip it down, NASDAQ sort of stabilizes, then Aussie just comes right back and typically comes back to where it was. And it's sort of just getting pulled down by cross correlation, right? But we didn't see that. And then today we're right up, holding up nicely. Euro dollar is absolutely fallen out of bed. Pound dollar off as well, not quite as much, but still definitely down towards yesterday's lows. So, the whole spiel is a bit it's a bit interesting. So trying to figure it out, but we've also had silver running right the way up.
Yeah.
Commodities have done quite well. So that's the other portion of the Aussie dollar that may be a further factor. I think copper recently made like new all-time highs as well. So hence commodities punching it higher. Obviously good for the Aussie.
We have a 10-year Japanese bond yields sitting at 259, so that's like a multi-decade high almost again.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
one of the pairs I'm watching dollar yen always anyway, but I was surprised in dollar yen as well that we were trending higher for the past 3 days. I think actually, you know what, the area where we are right now could be a good short.
Yeah, this is where I got on the other day. I'm still holding this when we were talking about it. So I jumped in yesterday. But yeah, we're still riding higher. It's still got some room. I would say this, like, obviously pretty perfect level to lean on, right by the prior recovery highs. And if not, we're going up towards 158.
Yeah, exactly.
50, right? So I think it's quite a good defined risk kind of area. I got in earlier. I'm still holding that. I could possibly add to it here on that measure. So I'll think about that. I don't think we're not going to rip down anytime soon. So I think we've got time on that. But
so let me see that trade. So
morning, Raf. And yeah, Henry, euro dollar having a bit of trouble. Hey, getting up. Please give me Infinix GT50 Pro as a gift. What is that? I don't even know what that is.
Sounds like a car, no?
It does. It does sound like a car.
All right, I entered
it normally be
in dollar yen. I think. 157.88 stop loss, 157.88. Stop loss is 158.5. And my take profit would be somewhere in the area of 156.10 to 20.
Mm-hmm. On dollar yen, okay.
Just because I'm basically betting, so I'm
156.
The reasoning for this is I'm seeing, first of all, from a technical perspective, this is exactly the area where we're trading, where last time a couple of days ago, we went to the downside again. Plus the mere fact that we are seeing today U.S. Treasury yields 10 years coming down a little bit, whereas we see Japanese Treasury yields making new, not all-time highs, but new recent highs. So that naturally should actually put a little bit of pressure on dollar yen. You know, naturally saying like this is how things normally work. Now we are this week, as it seems, in an environment where things do not work how they usually work, as we just saw. Thus, you know, I have this short stop loss there. Of course, risking 0.25% on this trade. Would be nice if this one succeeds as well, because that would make it 3 in a row for dollar yen with wins. And the mere fact that I was so beaten up last year by dollar yen is me like wanting to revenge trade it a little bit and get my money back.
Yeah. Yes. I very much understand you. Sorry, give me a second. I'm just putting some stuff in.
So guys, what are you trading today? Anything you are in currently you want us to look at? Or are you like us, you know, a little bit more hesitant than usually to enter trades because of this weird market reaction? Especially, I'm a little bit worried about euro dollar, to be honest, that we are seeing there. That's really a weird move.
Yeah, it really has me kind of scratching my head. Like,
what is the Dixie in general doing?
Dixie's come up to price sort of swing highs from Tuesday last week.
Oil also higher again. Maybe this whole Iran thing is a little bit, you know, in the background this week as well because of Trump and Xi meeting.
Yeah, the general expectation is they won't talk too much about it. Like, it'll come as like a tangential thing, but definitely not the focus. You know, the US is probably not going to be like, oh, hey, can you help us, right? They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Give up that pride, you know. Yeah.
When it comes to gold, guys, it's like I said it earlier already when Richard was still here. We were looking at gold a little bit. Gold is for me at these levels for longs or shorts like totally uninteresting. I want to see prices higher than 4,770 or lower than 4,655, 4,650 in order to take action. This is like the natural continuation of the compression that we are seeing. We are still, seeing like volatility compressing, and eventually we will, I'm very sure of that, see the breakout either to the upside or downside. This is probably what's going to happen, but it's not happening yet. I think it's still going to take some time. This is one of the longest compressions we've seen in gold for a while.
I agree. I'm very, very much the same, like 50-50 coin flip for gold right now.
And I see we have a guest in the background. You mind if we add you to the stream, Bart? Here we go. Welcome, Bart.
Yes, thank you, man.
Pleasure to meet you. So, for those of you who do not know who went on earlier, Bart is our new community manager here at The5ers for the Netherlands. Welcome on board. You've joined the best prop trading company in the world. And nice to see you here. You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, that's okay. So, I am Bart, and I come from the Netherlands. I am now here by the The5ers for 2 months, and before that I started trading like 4 years ago. So I think it's a long time because I'm also young. I'm 21 years old now.
Wow.
And so it's before my 18th birthday, so that's a long time. And I'm now a funded trader like 2 years, so that's also a time, and most of the time like 80% I trade automatic, so with EA. So it's a bit different, I think, than most people, but that works for me because sometimes I'm very busy, so I don't have time, or my emotions got caught, and then I have a problem. So that's what I solved the solution with automatic trading.
I think you will have a lot of fans with this here, because this is what a lot of people are looking for, like an automated version. If we talk about MT5, that would be an EA or some kind of trading bot that runs somewhere on a Linux server, and executes the trade while we sit on the beach sipping Mai Tais and margaritas. And I think it's very interesting because it's like part of my personal work also, exactly due to the reasons that you say, because I know, especially when it comes to scalping, day trading, very often my emotions are going to get involved very fast. So I'm also looking at least always for like semi-automated solutions when it comes to day trading and scalping that, can take my own shortcomings kind of out of the equation. What do you trade mainly?
Yeah, I trade 4 markets. So that is like the big market. So it's gold, the US 100 and the US 500, and also Bitcoin. But not too much.
That's good.
Yeah. So what do you trade most on? Also, I see the gold chart open, or
gold.
Markets?
Gold is because it's our most requested asset here. So most of the prop traders and the people going through evaluation at the The5ers, they like to trade gold. I wasn't trading any gold until like I think 1.5 years ago, where we asked the audience, "Hey, what should I pick up trading?" And they said like, "Oh, we know Dirk is a bad gold trader, so obviously he has to be gold." I still haven't forgiven you for that, audience.
Hey, it gave you your best trade of the year, right, so far?
It did really. So I gotta be thankful, actually. The right way to put it. Other than that, for me, mainly like 95% of what I'm doing is long term, or based on Forex options with expiry date usually is like 3 months into the future, because this is where the delta, not the delta, the gamma drops off then for you, because I'm the one writing the options, selling the options. And other than that, heavily, as probably the little subtitle under my name suggests, into cryptocurrencies, specifically Bitcoin. So this is where I actually do most of my day trading, most of my scalping in cryptocurrencies. I love that markets. And yeah, that about me. Then LJ is different.
Yeah, a little bit different. So for me, it's probably Aussie, Euro dollar, NASDAQ, gold, I would say, and then dollar yen. Those would be the primary five. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
I always
Also,
jump
like
into
the
other
dollar
bits and
yen.
pieces, but yeah.
Yeah,
What was
I
that, sorry?
understand. Yeah, I also like the Bitcoin a bit much. Before I also traded like a lot of crypto, but yeah, eventually I switched more to like bigger assets because Bitcoin can do weird things.
Yeah.
Also with Trump. So sometimes annoying, sometimes it helps you with trading.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but that's what it makes it exciting. One thing I do not like about crypto is always like the trading fees. You know, you always end up, if you don't have like an insane volume as an exchange, you always end up, if you want to use market orders, that is somewhere between 0.04 and 0.06% half turn. So you are almost every time like down, if you don't use limit orders, like 0.1% already on your trade without it running anywhere. And that's, especially when it comes to automation, I think a huge obstacle to overcome. That plus the fact that there are a lot of scammy crypto exchanges out there that simulate like that they have proper order books, but in reality they run a B book on you, meaning they take the opposite position of you. Huge conflict of interest, obviously, because then they win if you lose money. I have had this several times. I'm not going to name the exchanges now, obviously. That
Name and shame. Come on.
no. After a while, exchanges banned me. You know, say no, we don't want you as a trader anymore. It's like, why? You know, I'm doing good volume here. You should earn a lot of commission on trading fees. No. For whatever reasons, we don't serve traders in Germany anymore or stuff like this. And in reality, it's because you are winning. They don't want you. They want people losing, redepositing money and losing again. So it's a bit more like sports betting, in my opinion. But it's not true for every exchange. But if you don't mind me asking, like, would you like to share a little bit with us, like what your job at the 5ers is?
My job at the 5ers?
Yeah, your role.
Yeah. So I want to grow the 5ers Netherlands. So I do a few things for it. The most, the viewers are gonna see is like I'm doing some live streams, but I'm also posting like Instagram and YouTube videos. So if there are Dutch people watching, I already saw somebody in the chat saying that you can follow on the Instagram and the YouTube the 5ers Netherlands. So, and for the rest, I do a lot of talking to influencers and sponsorships and a lot more, but that's not what the people gonna see. So a lot of videos, I'm trying to do it like every day, and eventually also growing the 5ers because I think it's a really good prop firm. I also used the 5ers before I was working with it, so that says for me a lot. And I also want to work with like a good company who has helped me in the past, and I also want to help other people to find a good prop firm for in the future.
So the content that you are making, is that in Dutch actually, or is it in English?
Yes, it's in Dutch.
Oh,
so
nice.
I think it's most important for the Dutch people because then you can understand it.
So guys, if you are watching this and you are from the Netherlands, this guy here, this is your man. You want to take note of this. And how can people, like, if I'm a Dutch trader, for example, how could I get in touch with you?
Yeah, for in touch, you can go to. I have also my own Instagram, but I don't do too much on it, so you can also look me up. And I think if you go just to the Dutch, the 5ers Netherlands, you can just send a text there and I can help you with everything. So I'm starting now, so we don't have a lot of followers, so I have a lot of time to help everybody in the DM.
Nice. Are you active on the Discord as well?
I have Discord and I am in the big 5ers Discord, but not for Dutch traders yet. I want to start with this and also help with a bit different things, but yeah, for now that's it.
Nice. Happy to see that, especially in a local version. You know, I think for a lot of traders out there, it's also important that they have a contact person that speaks their native language. Not everybody, obviously, is talking English at a proficient enough level, you know, that they can share their problems and formulate their problems. I mean, you can see me, I'm talking more English than German normally throughout the day, but I'm still struggling to find words sometimes, which is normal, you know, if it's your second language. So make use of that. Again, yeah, Bart, very much welcome to the 5ers. I hope we're going to see you more on the live streams then as well, especially since you're a trader, you know. You're not just a community manager, you are a trader as well, which is actually something we see a lot, or I noticed with the 5ers. That's something that the 5ers, in my opinion, make different or do differently from other prop trading companies out there, that they always have an eye on, you know, the people that are hired, that they, to a certain extent, are either also traders or are like very interested in traders, which I think is good, you know, that you're going to take more care of the product, you know, if you are passionate about it, than if it's just a job, let's say, for you. And you are 21, you said?
Yes, I'm 21 years old.
When you were born, I was already in my first job. So I'm 48 years. I'm turning 49 this year. But nice. I love to see that. And I love it about trading. You know, it doesn't really matter what your age is. Everybody on the market is always the same, whether you're 100 years old or whether you're 15 years old. Nice.
Yeah. Yes, that is true about it. And yeah, with long-term investing, that's the only thing. It's not too good for me because I don't have a lot of years yet. But I think it's still possible for people to long-term invest. But I think trading is better for it.
Okay, yeah. My bread and butter is actually long-term investing. So I'm more of a fundamental analysis, and this scalping, and especially day trading and scalping, for me, it's something new still as well. So I'm also in the process of kind of finding my edge there, because 95% of the stuff I'm doing is like really long term, where I look at, okay, where could we head as an economy, or certain stocks or certain assets like Bitcoin, for example, over the next 3 to 5 years. But arguably, this is probably for a lot of people a little bit boring. I can especially relate to this if you're a little bit younger. You want a little bit more action, usually, and not like, you know, I'm going to buy this and then I'm going to fall asleep for the next 5 years. So yeah, a lot of young energy coming here for the Netherlands, for the 5ers. Welcome again on board, Bart. Good to see you. I don't want to keep you from attending your job. So if you want to jump off, you can do that at any time. Don't worry. And yeah, guys, warm welcome. I think really, you know, if this is not an opportunity now and a reason to like and subscribe to the channel and leave a little comment, I don't know what else is, guys. So subscribe to us, leave a little comment, leave us a like. We want to see 200 likes, so LJ gets in a good mood today when he comes back from the meeting. He's meeting with the real estate agents at the moment. Like he said earlier, they have a little bit of a water issue, a burst pipe, which needs repairing. So he's going to be back again soon too. Balaji asking, any giveaways? Today, no giveaway, but you know, if you are a regular viewer of this channel, of our streams, you know that we have frequent giveaways. So, you know, come back every now and then to check out what is there. And I bet if we have a lot of views, if we have a lot of likes today, that we I'm going to do my best then to convince Richard to do some kind of little giveaway that maybe a couple of you can win some nice accounts. Here you have your first fan already, Bart.
Yeah, I see it in the chat. I see a lot of people saying I'm Dutch or I can speak Dutch. I'm still room for me. So yeah, you can also just subscribe on the Dutch channel. You can just look at it, and there's of course room for you, and also for the Belgian people, because they're also speaking Dutch. So it's also for the Belgian people. So don't worry about that. And it's nice to see also the chat that interacting. So thank you for that.
I think that's what this comment probably is about, no?
Yeah. I think.
I don't speak Dutch. Sorry, that's always the thing, as a German. There's this. The Dutch people usually understand German quite well, but not the other way around. So I cannot understand anything if somebody's talking Dutch as a native German speaker. Is that actually true? Can you understand German? Or?
Yeah, I can understand German. So if you're gonna talk German now, I can understand. I think talking German is more difficult. So I can listen to everything, but yeah, if you go on vacation in to Germany or to another country who speaks German, then you're gonna learn it eventually a little bit. So that's nice. Also for English, I'm glad I can just speak normal English, the same as you did. So
your English is very good.
You don't know the words, but you will come there.
Your English is really very, very good in my opinion, which is something we don't necessarily see with all young people. I have some younger friends as well, and their English is by far not as good as yours.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Anything else you want to ask Bart, or anything else you want us to analyze here? Maybe we can ask. You have an opinion on gold at the moment? Because we were discussing about this earlier. In my opinion, we are a bit in a compression. I'm looking at the daily chart here now, and I think this is going to stay. So sooner or later, we're going to see a breakout either to the north or to the south. Gold likes to do that every now and then. Yeah, we had same structure here, same structure there. I would describe it always as calming down after we saw a large leg up to the upside, calming down again to kind of catch a breath to maybe see the next leg to the upside. And by the way, LJ is texting me right now. I have to ask you if you are a Max Verstappen fan. Because LJ and we are very much into Formula One.
Yeah, so I watch Max Verstappen, so I'm a fan. I'm not that big of a fan. I don't go to every game he plays, so that's a bit too much. But I watch him, and in my other room, I have a really big picture of him and with a signed. So that's nice. That was a gift from where I worked before this, and they So
where did you work really before that? There was as a correlation to Formula One.
Yeah, there were a sponsor from Formula One. It was Bybit. I don't know if you know it. Yeah. It's that big crypto exchange. And for 2 years, they were partnering, and they get a lot of stuff from for Red Bull Racing. So they get the jacket Max wear. So that was also very nice, but not for me. I was just a normal employee. So so I get this, but I'm still happy with it.
Nice. I mean, a signpost of Max Verstappen, probably some of our viewers here would kill for that. And sorry, Uncle Jerome Powell, nobody's a fan of Lance Stroll. Even if you're Canadian, you're not a fan of Lance Stroll.
I'm also not a fan
of Formula One. But you're not a regular Formula One viewer, I can hear from that.
Yeah, I don't watch it too much. So yeah, most just the beginning and the end. That's like the most fun part to watch.
Yeah, true.
And yeah, and I also don't have a lot of time to watch every race. It's a few hours, so yeah, that's also the problem with it.
Yeah, it's true. Like the start, the end of a race, and especially the qualifying. Those are like the most exciting parts. Although I have to say, love or hate the new rule set with the electric power units this year, it has led to more overtaking. So that's kind of nice. It's not like they're starting now and then everything stays the same. Or maybe there's a mix-up, when somebody crashes or something. But back to gold. What's your opinion about on gold at the moment?
Yeah, I already saw what you draw with it, and I see it can go both ways. But I prefer, I think, more that we go to the upside. But that's just my opinion. Everybody thinks something else. But yeah, I already said I trade EA, so automatic. So when I want to trade this, I first want to see the breakout. So a thing what I like to see is when I want to enter is when we break the last high. So then, yeah, we need the high to break in like April, I think like mid-April.
This one here?
Yeah, so that's that high. So if you want to look for a buyer opinion, for me, I only want to buy if we break that. So then I know we have break the yellow line, and we have break the other high. So we make a break of structure and change of character. So that's what I'm really looking at. I have not a lot of short strategies for gold. So if it's go down, it go down and I don't trade it. And if it's go up and it will break its own, I will just make like a swing position. So I will do like a big position with a big stop loss. And then, I will look what it will do. I hope it will go more up if I go in a position, but yeah, you never know what will happen.
So you are having a long only strategy for gold, I understand.
Yeah, I've like 9 strategies now because some strategies are good in a long market or and some in bearish. And for gold I have now 1, and that is only for for longs because gold is doing very well the last years with going high. So that's why I choose for that. And you can see in the last years it's just running insane high.
Insane deal, really.
Yeah, it's given me a lot of money, so I'm very happy about it. But eventually it will stop. But when that point is,
eventually it will. But I think there's like some really interesting stuff in what you just said that we hear in our streams that I hear from actually every other successful trader as well, that you have to adapt your strategy a bit to what the market structure is at the moment. It's like not possible to have a trend following strategy based on moving averages or whatever when the market is ranging at the moment, which is what we see right now in gold. If I would just show you the back of a chart, you probably would say, oh well, that's a ranging market at the moment with quite well defined support and resistance zones. So I could use a mean reversion strategy. So something classic like like an RSI or something probably is going to work quite well in a setting like this. Whereas when we are entering the zones like this here, so when we finally see the breakout to hopefully the upside for gold, you cannot use mean reversion strategies anymore because the market is starting to trend. You need to do trend following strategy. Now the thing is, of course, always the timing. When do I know that we shift from a ranging market into a trending market again? And I think what you just said, to see like, hey, I want to see the market breaking out. I want to see the market taking out this high here, because if the market does that, it's a break of structure. We go from making lower highs and maybe lower lows to breaking out, and there's a good chance then that we are going to continue to the north and attack the all-time highs at around about $5,600 in gold again. So is this like in a nutshell something you would trade like this? I know you're doing this like all EA based, but like look for breakouts, for change of structure, and then go with basically what the structure is telling you then.
Yes, that's right. And where you said about what the market does. So if it's like a long period of time that it goes up or down, but I think it's not. I need to have the good words about it, but how do you know if you are in trending markets or not? And I think an important thing to look at is like the moving averages. So I also see you are using the moving average.
Yeah.
I think like the 200, or maybe you can look for something less. I think that's a good sign to see if we are in a bear market or in a good long market. So I think that's really good to look at for the people. And what moving average is now on the chart, like the blue line, or
this one? The blue line is, so that's a daily chart, but the blue line is an 8 weeks moving average. Simply due to the fact that on longer term charts that are strongly trending, like gold, for example, this 8 weeks moving average very often acts as a pretty good area of support. So if you zoom out, you can see often, we reverse at the 8 weeks moving average here. If we close below it, you'll very often have the situation that the market then goes all the way down to what I like to call the bull market support band. It is called like this, also an indicator you can find on TradingView for free. And this area around the bull market support bands often is then where price likes to reverse to the upside again. So we see that quite often. For example, last time before this, we reversed exactly at that. So for me, these are kind of like long-term entry triggers when I want to build up either gold swing trades again, or maybe even add gold to my portfolio for a year, 2 or 3 years. This is something that it's probably not going to work on a prop trading account, because if you plan to stay in a position for like 3, 4, 5 weeks, the overnight financing is going to eat you alive eventually. And I think if you try to trade gold, for example, not you personally, Bart, but the audience out there, you should concentrate more on like day trading strategies, and you don't want to stay in the market for too long, especially true on Fridays, where you pay then eventually 3 times the swap price, the overfinancing price. And that can get quite expensive, especially if you have a leverage strategy. We have, if you are asking, what strategy does Bart use? You want to share some of your insights. Of course, we don't expect you to give away your edge too much, but maybe on a higher level, describe like, hey, this is usually what I'm doing. I heard already earlier that you said you have like many strategies in parallel running.
Yes, that's right. I'm looking now at my strategies. I can share my screen, and
sure, that would be beautiful. Yeah.
And I can do for like the gold strategy and maybe something else.
Yeah, I think people would love to see that.
I will see Google. Yeah, and they're also saying like the price action on the lower time frames. Do you also usually do that, or?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a longer term guy, of course, like I said before, but we do that a lot as well. So earlier I was sharing some of the trades I took this week specifically. For example, wait, hold on, I need to turn this off, otherwise the display on Aussie dollar, for example. I had a trade earlier, a long trade that I took based on what I saw on the 50-minute chart. So yeah. Are you able to share your screen? Or?
Yeah, there says I need to restart because I need to give permission because this is the first time for this site. So if it's possible, I leave and then like in 1 minute I'm back and then I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good, guys. So let me switch back to the website. I hope that I saw the question here from Rolly Sounds. Also subscribe and like. First of all, thank you. Much appreciated. You're only looking at daily time frame. What about price action at 50 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute? We look at that too. I specifically don't look at 1 minute, to be honest. But with the markets being so weird today, like LJ and I were sketching out earlier, it's really weird what we see today in terms of market moves. We are seeing, for example, gold a little bit under pressure. At the same time, we are seeing the Nasdaq massively going higher, right? And let me also go here to the 15 minutes maybe. And at the same time, we see euro-dollar under pressure, which is not normal. You would normally think like when the Nasdaq is going up, when the S&P 500 is going up, that you should also see the correlation still working for euro-dollar, meaning euro-dollar also going up, which is the classic risk-on move. But that's breaking apart. So we are then normally switching a little bit to longer time frame charts because, like I said earlier, this is like the typical environment for me personally, at least, where I'm very, very picky about day trading or swing trading because the market is not functioning like it usually would. Let me quickly go through here. Lens for Championship 2026. With the car he's driving, I mean, he should be happy to at least finish a race and not be too many laps behind the likes of Max Verstappen. I'm going through here. Dirk, happy to work with you to automate your trading strategy from concept to working EA on MT5. Thank you very much. But for the offer, really appreciate that. But don't worry, I'm capable of doing the coding part myself. Slowly getting better in MQL5, but most of the stuff anyway I do is Python based because it's just faster than coding MQL5. So what else do we have here? I'm going through. Cables volatile? Not really. Not out of the ordinary. I mean, if you look at the 1 minute chart, maybe, of course, can be considered volatile, but yeah, that's a question we can ask Bart when he comes back. But let's see if he is able to reconnect and see then. Oh, that's interesting. See, LJ and I said earlier, looks like Aussie wants to go higher. So maybe, and I want to ask LJ about his opinion on this. If we see a breakout there to the north, actually that would have been not a bad short trade up there, right? But anyway, bias is to the upside, in my opinion, in Aussie dollar at the moment. So yeah, let's see. And if we get a breakout from here. So I would like to see actually maybe on the next candle something like this. And then I would be sitting here with a limit order trying to buy Aussie dollar at around 72.50. But if that doesn't happen, the more probable path is that we are going down again to test the lows. We should ask LJ once he's back on this as well. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, he's soon going to be with us again. Good. Anything else, guys, you want to look at? Yeah, there was some UK news. Exactly. My strategy, time frame 50 minutes, fair value gaps, liquidity, and BOS. I tested in demo count. What should I need to learn furthermore? So I assume, Bebek, that you are trading ICT concepts, right? Fair value gap, liquidity sweeps, bearish order books, and so on and so forth are from the teachings of ICT usually. Saw your message, Joel. They're curious to hear your thoughts on Ethereum. Bitcoin gets most of attention. If we have some time later, we'll for sure get back to this. I see Bart is back. Welcome back, mate. So,
Yes.
does it
Thank
work
you.
with your screen?
Yeah, I think it will work now. Now I can see I have my screen ready. And now I can share screen and then the chart. So
now I
can you
just need
see
to
my...
find out how to add your screen. Remy is in the background
Yes.
doing the work. Great. All right.
Perfect. It's now a little bit zoomed out. So I want to go to two strategies of mine. And the first we had about gold. I said it a little bit. And what the strategy is when you're breaking like the last big high from like 30, 40 days ago. I'm not saying exactly what I do because you need to make your own strategy and not just copying a random one from internet. So what you see here is this green line, and when this breaks, I want to go in a trade. So now you see we are now like 4,700, and I will get into a trade when we are at like 4,833, because that is the high from like 30, 40 days ago. So if I go back to the past, I can just look up for some trades. So here's like around 2026 January. And here you can see like the big trend it's getting with. So here is like the green line. First I got in and yeah, it goes right back. So I had a little loss, but later it gets back into the trade and it's getting this all the way up. And eventually when it's going this orange line, I will get out. So that's like 3% trade, and that's very nice. And what I use to get out of a trade, I don't use like a TP or an SL, but I do it with like moving averages. So that's a bit different. It's more complicated, but for me, it works better. So yeah, you can just make it yourself, like the 8 moving average of the 6. So it's not too big, but you can just play with it and you can look what works the best for you. So yeah, you can see I go out straight, and if I go like back here, you can also see here with this blue I entered because it breaks the last high, and then I go out here. So it's also like a little bit of money for me. And the win rate of this is like 70%. So you're not gonna win everything. I think 70% is still very high. You can't win everything. And yeah, for a long period of time, it gets me like the most money because gold was just, yeah, you can see it all the way up and a lot of trades. And in the periods of time when we're going down, you can see no trades here, also no here. I just got 2 here. Also like, yeah, break even, a little bit of loose because, yeah, we didn't get very long. And you can see here, we are back at where we are now. And yeah, we will see. I'm not going to enter in trade now and just wait. That's the thing. Do you have questions about strategy?
One question from my side would be, when you initially enter a trade, do you have like a stop loss immediately, or is that like naked entered, so to say, without a take profit and stop loss?
Yeah, so yes, I also have an SL and take profit, because I think it's better to always have it. So I have like and the moving averages to get out, and like the SL. So the SL, the stop loss, I will do it like far behind, because I don't want to get it taken. So I would say I don't trade a lot of risk, but I do the stop loss like at 1-2% loss.
Okay.
So that's a lot, but most of the time it doesn't get hit. And also the take profit, I do it like very high, because it's only when it goes so fast up or so fast down that I got out. But most of the time I only got out with like the moving average. And yeah, you see the orange line, it's not far away from the price. So that's why it's most of the time it's just do that. And I trade on a 4 hour, so you can also do 1 hour, 1 day, what you want.
But the thing is about using moving averages, what I like about this, it gives you a little bit of leeway, meaning like when you catch the breakout, when it continues to run, you let your profits run more. You're not fixated on, this is my take profit. And I think this is something a lot of traders actually struggle with, that they that they let, for example, their losses run too deep, but they cut off their profits too early. There's the saying, I don't know if it really can be translated to English, like let your winners run. When the money is there on the table, don't take it immediately off, wait until it piles up a little bit. And I think this is kind of what you are trying to do here, with like using something like a moving average to help you to define like when should I get out of a trade.
Yes, I really like the moving averages, and it's really great to work with. There's only one problem with the moving averages, and that is I can never sell at the top, because I'm only leaving when I move the moving average. So sometimes that's annoying. If you have like a 100K account and you have made like 3,000 profit, and you see that on your phone, like, wow, 3,000. And then it goes a bit down, and I leave the trade when it goes below the moving averages, and then it's like 1,500 or 1,700. So you never sell the top. But that is something, in your mind you have to accept, because eventually it's way better for me to trade this.
I'll share a secret with you. Nobody can time the top and bottom. It's impossible. If you as a trader are able to capture a part of a move, you should be happy already. I know I can relate to this, but sometimes it's frustrating, because you see like, if I would have been a little bit more patient, eventually this would have been even more profit in this trade. But this can very quickly go the other way around as well. I think the important thing is really you found something that works for you. You can actually automate this whole thing, which is insane in my opinion. That's really, really cool. And it works for you. And, stay humble, accept that you're never going to get in the bottom, at the bottom. I mean, your EA is not aiming to do that anyway, because you're trading the breakouts, but you're also never going to get out at the top. This is how things are, sadly. And this is also, I hope you guys cannot hear like there's somebody using like a drill in the background here right now. Super annoying. There's like some work done here in the office right now. And what was I about to say? Sorry, I lost my chain of thought here a little bit.
About the drill, you heard a little bit, but it's not too big of a problem.
Now I know again what I meant. It's I think something that especially beginner traders focus a lot on, that you have a perfect entry, that you have a perfect exit. But trading is not about, about finding the perfect exit or entry into a trade. Trading is about, finding that there is something going on in the market that you can measure, and where if this is going on, there's a high likelihood that I can make a profit from it. Whether that profit is going to be 0.5% or 2% or 5%, you know, this is up to the market then by the end of the day. But you need to have, you know, your edge defined somehow. What I also like, and what I don't see a lot in traders that are still young as you are, so pardon me that I called you young, for somebody being 49, 21 is obviously still a young age, is that you seem to also pay a lot of attention to risk management. When I hear, is that like, when you designed the strategy, was that a part already of that, or did you struggle with this in the beginning as well, with risk management?
Yeah, yeah, I struggled a lot because first I did like high risk, so like every trade like 1% risk. So if you lose like a few times in a row, it's already over. So yeah, that's also why I switched. So the thing is, you can't earn like 8,000 in 1 week. That's not possible then. So I really trying to do as long as possible with an account. So if I win, my wins are small. I get small payouts then, but also my losses are small.
Yeah.
And because yeah, I have a lot of strategies and I want not to lose my account. I think nobody wants to lose the account. So that's why, yeah, I looked at the past and I see what is like the biggest drawdown the account of the strategy got in the past. So then I will see, okay, if I use less risk, the max drawdown also goes lower. So that's how I look up, and it's just I think months of just testing and getting better. And so it's very long. It's not like easy, you do it like in a day and you're done. It's like very much back testing, and yeah, just look what it's the best for the strategy. And also what you see here is that it's normal to take yeah, no trades or only losing trades for like, you see here like February. With this strategy, I didn't, yeah, got money from it. So also for the people who are thinking, I need to make every day, I need to make money, and yeah, I want to grow, but sometimes it's just okay to, yeah, just to lose up, just chill about it. And the thing is, I use other strategies too. So I'm not sitting still here, but yeah, it's just to get a look in someone who also is funded and trades a lot of years, yeah, to learn from.
Very mature words from a person that young. Really, I like that a lot, what I have been hearing from you here. Super nice. Happy to have you on board again. So guys, if you are from the Netherlands and you are a trading addict like we are, the first thing you need to do is like and subscribe us, as always. And if you want to get in touch with Bart, you know, check out the Discord, check out the Netherlands page. Bart said he has an Instagram present as well. We should link that underneath the next video on Discord or something, I think. So people can follow you a little bit, and there you see it. Doesn't matter how old or how young you are. You know, when you find your edge, you find your edge, and then you get a funded trader and get some nice payouts, like Bart did here. Guys, I need to quickly jump off for 5 minutes. Is it okay, LJ? Or
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be back in 5.
That's all good. No worries, though. How are we doing?
Yeah.
How are we doing? Sorry, I've been
Yeah, good.
getting swept away with other stuff going on in the background, so I got a water leak.
Yeah, I understand. Sometimes I'm also busy, so yeah, I will take this for like 15 minutes, and when he comes back, I also need to do some other stuff. But yeah, from now on, I also really like it. So maybe in the future, or like every Wednesday, I will be here. So
definitely, that'd be awesome. I'd love that. Absolutely,
yeah.
Because I was still listening in the background to you and Dirk chatting. I really like your approach and your style. Really good, really good. So I'm keen
That's
to
nice,
hear more over time if you jump in a bit more regularly.
Yeah, I have a lot what I do and a lot of strategies, so I can just slowly get it into. So I'm not gonna say everything, but just how I trade, and from my perspective. And everybody has his own, but I hope that I can inspire some people to do something else or just to have good risk management. But I think all the people who are here are trying to learn that more. So that's also a bit about it. And I saw a few questions in the chat. Also, what MA you use to see the trend on which time frame. So for it depends on the market, but most of the time, let me see, I have a few I use. One of is like the 40 moving average. So that's a little bit low, but for like the aggressive markets, you see it stays above the line for a very long time. And you can see here is the first time we really break it. So now we break it, but we don't close it. So this is the first time we close with the 40 moving average. And you see here just a little bit, but from like 25 August until like March 26, it's a lot period of time where I know, okay, we are like in a big uptrend market. So now I want to be a little aggressive with taking longs in the gold market.
Mm-hmm.
And
I like it.
You can.
I was just going to say this is really good because Dirk and I both use moving averages quite a lot as well. So you fit right in. Right here. But sorry, continue.
Yeah, that's perfect. I really also like them, and you can also use them on other charts. If I'm looking at like Bitcoin, you can also use it, and you can just look up what works for the best. I also tested like other moving averages, or like the 200 or like 60, 80, and I just look at the past and I see, okay, what works the best for me. And here you also see that with Bitcoin, it was going down for a very long time. And here I know I don't want to take a long trade. So with like going into trades, first time I entered was like here, and I go out here. So that's a bit annoying because it went up really well and then eventually it does nothing. So that's disappointing, but a lot of the downward move I missed. Here again, in, out, that gives me a little bit of losing money. So that's not nice, but from this point, from like 7 April, I got into Bitcoin, and I'm now still holding because we're above that line. So now you can see that the strategy worked really well for me with the 40 to get like this long range. So that's it about it.
Am I hearing Bitcoin?
Yes, we're here in Bitcoin. You come back.
You summoned me back by talking about Bitcoin, exactly.
Yeah, speak of the devil, right?
Speak of a devil, Dirk.
So I was a question about what moving average I use. So I was about gold, and you can also I was telling about it also worked on other markets, so you don't have to do it on one market. I think that's most important. It has to work on more than one market, otherwise your strategy or MA is not right, I think.
Then it's very likely that you optimized it on, like little glitches and oddities in your data rather than generalizing. I agree with it. Is it 200 moving average EMA or
40?
No, yes, SMA 40. So it's a lot shorter. So 200, you have more room.
I think LJ, you like to use the 50 SMAs, no?
I like to use the 50. So I was just saying that just before, Dirk. Like I guess all three of us like to use EMAs or SMAs or a combination of the two quite regularly. So I was just saying to Bart, like, oh, you'll fit right in.
Right into our pocket, man.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. So I use a combination of 10, 50, 100, 200 generally. And Dirk, what were yours? 8?
Well, on the daily is 8 weeks, and then this bull market support band, which also is just don't let me lie now. Let me look it quickly up. Which
200, right? Isn't
it? 20 SMA and 21 EMA weekly. That is for bull market support bands. But that on a daily, on the lower time frame, I like to use the 50 SMA and 21 EMA actually. But I don't get that much into scalping anymore. You know, it's like a timing issue. Yeah. So that's typically what you would see here, for example. So 21 SMA and one, I think this one is a 50 SMA to kind of, and I want to sketch those out with what I see in terms of standard deviation then, for example. So to add like confluence and to kind of get an idea, you know, where could the market reverse again. So on the Renko chart here for euro dollar, for example, typically I would look for something like this price moving up. The 200 EMA, that's an EMA, not an SMA, the blue line here, aligning with somewhere close to Sigma level. So in this case, that would be the +2 Sigma level. That's probably something where I would be tempted to take a short then, for example. And regarding Bitcoin, I actually sold a little bit of my swing trading position in Bitcoin recently again, because I think we are, first of all, still in a bear market. I expect the lowest point to be somewhere around October or November this year within this 4-year cycle. And I mean, I would love to see it go back to 100K or 130K, obviously, but I have my doubts that this is happening. That being said, still good levels if you are long-term into Bitcoin to DCA your way into Bitcoin. Question for you, LJ, because I am on the Aussie chart here right now. I was tempted earlier to take a little bit of a short up here, but I said like to the audience, you know what, I'm going to wait for LJ to come back.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty...
Either short or wait for the breakout and then take the long on the pullback. Like I sketched out here with a arrow. I think LJ got frozen. Yeah. That's very funny. It's like, I don't want to answer this question.
And he leaves, yeah. I think he will come back soon.
Are you? I didn't ask you before, Bart. Are you trade? Oh, sorry, man. The drilling, horrible. Sorry, guys. There's a little bit of renovations going on here in the office. I actually told them to delay that until 1 p.m. when my part of the stream is finished, but it seems like they were very eager to begin. One question I saw earlier that Roman, Mr. Dirk, help me, please. What can I help you with, mate? You sound so desperate. Going to mute myself a little bit here. Oh, no, the drilling is... you're back.
Okay,
we thought already you wanted to chicken out on my question on Aussie dollar.
Yeah, literally as I started talking, even when I sent the phone, it just reconnected. Yeah, so I would have otherwise been tempted to short from here in general. But given today we've held up quite nicely. Hang on, sorry, I got the other stream playing in the background. Okay, there we go, I muted it. Yeah, I would say we probably actually go... Where have I gone? I've disappeared again. Okay, I would say we do go higher. The main portion is this euro dollar now obviously starting to pick up. We came outside the channel. We do seem to have good momentum to the upside there. So hence, in that fashion, if we start to get that cross correlation, dollar coming back off, pops the Aussie higher, I think we've got a pretty clean run towards 72.58 or so just by these prior tops. Let me hide that. And potentially, I don't think it'd be today, but potentially into back end of the week, especially with the Trump-Xi meeting, if we get positive, not necessarily some kind of new announcements or anything, but just a happy, jolly kind of talk whilst we're over there. I think there is potential scope up towards 72.90, towards 73, that kind of round number up here.
Trump and happy and jolly talk, really?
Yeah, I mean, I think he needs to get a couple of those wins in the bag right now. So, yeah, we'll see how we go. But we've also seen dollar yen starting to pull back after scraping through these highs. It's not really kicked on. I think this was indeed more of the portion of the move with, again, cross correlation since euro dollar was breaking down below lows from yesterday and just digging and digging and digging deeper. So each commensurate pop on the dollar yen, it was only aligned with euro dollar coming off, and then we'd pause for a bit, euro dollar kind of stalling, dollar yen kept trying to sell off, and then only pop up once euro dollar made another leg. So yeah, I'd prefer to short dollar overall from here. Euro dollar back up to 117.28.30. Basically the undercut of today's Asia range.
I just got out of my dollar yen trade, by the way. The one I opened earlier.
The short?
The short one, yeah.
Really? Why?
Mm-hmm. Because I have an appointment after this.
Aren't you swing trading it though?
I wanted to, but I do what I always do when I day trade in scalp. I take out my profits too early, so I can leave my office in a good mood.
That's fair. That's fair. I can relate. I mean, I can't.
But it looks like in Austria we are going to get the breakout to the north now. So that's definitely a trade I'm looking at still.
Yeah, it does. So I had this was the Aussie trade I had in before. I did take that out there because I was literally thinking the exact same as you, Dirk. So if this does through the next couple candles actually show some kind of commitment to that upside position, we do actually follow through. This isn't just like a temporary sort of falsehood, false break. Then I'll jump in, even if it's like a couple points higher.
Man, we stream too much together. We are too in sync, really.
Yeah.
It's scary sometimes. Guys, we don't talk about things like this before, LJ and I, we rarely talk outside of streams. So this is not prepared, like pre-prepared to kind of give you an illusion of that we get to the same results, but we do.
Yeah, we understand each other now. Streaming for so long, trading. You get a handle on people's style and approach, that kind of thing. So, I'd be looking at something like that, right? So just below these candles on the 15-minute, the most recent candle, the wick low just there, something like that.
Yeah.
It'll be very much just a short-term kind of scalp, just ride the rest of the momentum if we get it. Yeah.
But are you waiting for confirmation then? So would you like to see the pullback first before entering?
I want to. So, yeah, I want to see that basically how euro dollar reacts here, because like if we get some kind of dip to here first before running up, then Aussie dollar likely to pull back a touch, which would give me an entry a touch lower, which would be preferable, and then go from there. Right now, it looks as though we're kind of holding up. Aussie dollar's been holding up pretty nicely all day.
So the entry trigger would be the correlated asset, in this case, euro dollar then?
In this case, yes. To see it propel. Same with the pound. Want to see that we're actually getting some kind of push back up towards, again, similar, I don't know, what do I call it? Like the base of the trading range through Asia, I guess. So this kind of section before we fell through. And then hence you got the 200 moving average up here on the 5-minute, and then that coincides with the wick high before we collapsed after sort of breaking this
Are you trading the Aussie dollar, Bart?
Kind of a channel like that.
If I trade this chart, or
No, if you trade the Aussie dollar versus the US dollar also.
no, I don't trade that. No,
Cannot be part of
Yeah.
our club.
Damn.
but the thing is, it's not that I'm not looking at it. So the whole Forex thing, yeah, I start like I think a year ago and just making strategies with it. So I'm just taking it on low, and I think in like 1 month I'm ready to get all my strategies for Forex on.
Here we go.
So I'm really busy with it, but it's not perfect yet. So if I got that, yeah, I'm going to do it a lot more because it's a lot more markets to trade with, and it's a different market because it's go up and down, and most of the other markets only go up eventually.
Yeah, it's true, no, and it's kind of the hardest thing to master, in my opinion. By the way, Forex, and just a little piece of advice, also, just because there are many trading pairs out there when it comes to currencies. When it comes to Forex, doesn't mean you need to trade them all. They are very highly correlated. Best example, I think, is like euro dollar and pound sterling dollar. They are basically doing the same. So you'll often, if you try to trade a large universe of Forex, you have to be very careful that you don't engage in the same trades in like 5 different currencies that are highly correlated. If you enter long in euro dollar, you don't need the long in pound sterling dollar and Aussie dollar. Well, Aussie is a little bit of an exception maybe from this. You do need to at the same time the short in dollar yen, for example. So be a bit careful with this. I see that very often that beginner traders is like, when you have a drawdown, then because your trades are not working, then the drawdown is very heavy because you have made a very one-sided bet, but under the illusion that you're trading like 6 different currencies or 10 different currencies, but in reality you're betting into the same direction. So if they lose, they all lose.
And that's why they all look good as well, right? Because
exactly.
they are cross-correlated. So you're like, oh, that looks good. You've seen the first trade, and you're like, oh, so is that and that and that, but it's basically the same trade. So sometimes you can split them up, but like split up your original risk across the broad spectrum, because there is some differential within that. Just like you said, Aussie dollar, Dirk, much higher beta, risk sensitive, that kind of thing. So you can get flips whilst euro dollar or pound dollar keeps going, Aussie dollar gets whacked. So you can split them in that way. But yeah, you got to make sure you don't stack. That's not good.
So I think like 3 markets or something, or do you say it's better to do one, or what is the best to do then?
I'd say 2 or 3.
Yeah,
typically, I would say it's pretty good. You should be able to do everything you need to do with 2 to 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think going more than that, maybe you've got some more complex strategies, complex approaches, maybe multiple strategies or styles going on at once. If you have too few, then you get anchored to a certain asset, and sometimes there's just like lull periods, and you might even be trying to jump into a trade and like force it, right? And then you're just racking up commissions, doesn't really go anywhere, jumping in, jumping out, that kind of thing. So I think 2 to 3 for most people, sort of day trading per se, is probably like a sweet spot.
Yeah, I will look into that, and I think Euro USD, I think it's the best market.
And the most difficult. It's the most effective market in the whole world. The largest and most effective. So anybody on a professional level who does quant trading, algo trading, is in euro dollar. So you're really swimming with the sharks there.
It's
if
difficult,
70%,
but I think it's fun. Also fun.
Oh, Richard is here. Welcome back, Richard.
Hello. So if 90%, sorry, not 70%, but if 90% of traders are failing and 70% of traders are trading EU, correlation. Those that fail at trading are EU trading. I'm joking.
Correlation doesn't equal causation. No?
Exactly.
Yeah, and a volume versus number of traders. Most,
Exactly.
Yeah, that was kind of like the argument that I wanted to get to was correlation doesn't mean causation.
My favorite example for this always is in the summer, ice cream sales goes up and people tend to drown more when swimming. Obviously, there's a correlation, but not a causation.
Yeah, so there's a correlation between ice cream sales and deaths from drowning. Okay, Will. Say that to our face on stream.
Come on, Will. Try it again.
Maybe.
Come on, say it to my face. Say it to my face. Yeah, say it to my face.
What is good, guys?
Man, we are on fire today. 5 people at the same time.
Full house. Look at it go.
Look at us.
But Bart, I know you were saying you might need to go. So if you do, no problem.
Yeah.
Just say,
Yeah, it's okay. I will leave it. No, it's no problem. I will leave it for now, and maybe to the next one then.
Yeah. But on behalf of us all, and I think also the audience out there, it was a pleasure having you here. Welcome on board again, and hope to see more of you, because I think what you're doing there, especially in terms of automation, is like very, very interesting and of particular interest also for a lot of our audience out there who are striving, to do the same that you are doing, automating strategies, and live the good life of a trader by the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you'd fit right at home with myself and Dirk here. We got a lot of alignment there. So definitely hope to see you again.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I also hope that. And we can help each other with the moving averages. And we do a bit of the same trading. And I can give, like the extra for like expert advice, like automatic trading. So I think it also
brilliant.
helps. So thank you, and I will see you the next time.
Take care, man.
Awesome, Bart.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Bart.
Excellent. See you later, Bart. Awesome to meet you.
See you again, mate.
And then there were 4. The 4 horsemen of the trading apocalypse.
Trading apocalypse.
We have to be apocalypse of something.
Yeah.
Look at Aussie here. It's amazing with 50.
Question is, will it continue?
It kind of seems like we just keep going higher. I don't know if we'll even get the pullback. Like, it's the same thing through here. Like, this is where we weren't even getting any kind of, it was high the whole time, whilst Eurodollar getting smashed, pound dollar getting smashed. I think we're held up pretty nice.
I am going long now. I'm going long, and if it fails, it's LJ's fault.
I mean, yes. 100%.
Do you want me to go along with you, Dirk?
Yeah, go along with me.
Go along with me with a long.
Man,
that's what the L in really LJ's name stands for, guys. If anybody was wondering. It's
I'm going to have a very tight stop loss on this one, though. Maybe a bit.
How tight are we talking?
We're talking 5 pips or something.
Or like a duck's backside.
Okay, here we go. There goes nothing.
Or there goes something.
Or there goes something.
There goes everything. It depends how much margin you're putting on. There
goes nothing, there goes something, there goes everything.
Well, just, the usual position size of risking like 25% per trade, of course, keeping things conservative.
Yeah, 25%.
Yeah, risking 0.25%, of course. Did I? Wait, hold on a second.
Did I risk 0.25% or did I risk 2.5%?
No, I risked 0.25%. So got in at 72.48.6. I have my stop loss at 72.44 because I think if we are going rejected, we might see price actually going.
That's where I had mine, but I think 42.
Yeah, so you're a bit more conservative than me.
Yeah, just because, like, as far as the pullback, if we do get that, like we're looking for, that would be basically where I'd see us pull back to, and then bounce from.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Things are too good today. So I still have plenty of day left to mess things up.
I was about to say, I can see, said the blind man to his deaf daughter at the corner of a round table. I see.
Nice one. So yeah, let's see. Let's see. How was the gold trade, William, by the way?
What do you think?
massive success. It's the only thing that Will knows how to do is be successful.
Massive success. But
DJ Khaled over here.
Just a little minus before the success. That's like the thing.
It was a break-even trade in the end.
We told you, we told you not to go long.
Yeah,
you never listened to us.
True. Maybe I'll
and if there's one true thing about trading, you always should listen to opinions of other people.
Yes. Yes. 100% yes.
110%. You should definitely always listen to what other people have to say.
Remember, guys, stats lie.
Yeah. Opinions are facts.
Opinions is everything.
Yeah, literally.
Just in case anybody in the chat thinks that we are being serious, we are not. This is called
it's
sarcastic.
Being sarcastic, and it's especially good that you say this when there's a German host on the stream, because people always take me by the word. They don't believe it. I actually can be ironic, sarcastic, or remotely funny.
Yeah. In all fairness, look, we know Dirk is German, and it's not his fault, but he does have a sense of humor, and he's a very funny guy.
Well, thank you,
Blaze German Gamer. I feel like you have just outed yourself as a spammer. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just go ahead and give you a bit of a timeout because you're spamming first and foremost, and then we caught you with a V, which I'm assuming you forgot to add the control or command V beforehand. So
I'm trying to go control C, hit control V.
Control V, V. We don't like spamming over here.
Turn around, don't look at the audience for the next 15 minutes.
very, very German.
I don't know what you're talking about. We are really a funny bunch here in Germany.
Dude, in all fairness, my
German and Dutch,
Yeah, my scuba diving instructor was a German guy, and he was absolutely hilarious.
See?
When I realized he was joking.
When you
realized that he was joking.
It's like the whole time he's having a conversation, he's like, is this guy joking? Is he being freaking serious?
I remember we'd be going diving, and he'd be like, right, we'll go diving down here now, and there's lots of sharks, and also it's brilliant, and only the odd one or two great whites and all. And I was like, wait, is are you joking? Are you serious? Because they were sharks, and they were big sharks as well, but they obviously there wasn't great whites, but it wasn't obvious to me because I was just brand new into scuba diving, and this guy didn't smile. He goes, there are great white sharks down here, but only one or two. We shouldn't dive.
Sharks.
Anyway, let's go dive in.
Many.
And it was just this guy's got to be joking, surely. And then eventually, just before he dives in, he just gives me this little grin, and I thought, is that a joke, or are you just really happy to have the possibility of diving with a great white right now?
You're
it was like that
trap.
evil grin, and there's something magical about the German sense of humor, man.
Magical. That's something I've never heard when talking about German humor, really.
Dirk, did you ever watch a series called Suits?
Yeah, but I don't like it.
Good old Suits.
At all.
I mean, fair enough.
Really?
I don't
but
Jay's like,
But I want to mention.
I like humor in Little Britain, for example. So
Dirk, me and you get along well, my friend.
So
the good old offensive British humor.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so I asked that just purely so that I know if you know the characters, because there was a behind the scenes, let's call it skit, that happened between the main actor who played Harvey Specter and the guy who played Lewis, the other lawyer. And it was basically a German Nazi joke, and it was a Nazi knock-knock joke. And just to give you an idea of how dry German humor can be, I think LJ is searching for it now. It's a video where
I think I know which one you're talking about.
I'll mute myself.
Yeah, where Harvey is asking Louis or Lois, have you heard my Nazi knock-knock joke? And Lois said, no. And then he slaps him. Gwah! And then he says, we will ask the questions.
That one I've seen before, yeah.
Yes.
It's very, very funny, actually. Yeah.
Yes.
We
I
will
love
ask
that
the
joke.
questions.
Yes. Because it's a very serious thing that happened, but it's also, like, comedically, I did not expect it at all.
Yeah,
it's a Nazi knock-knock joke? Like, how does this go? Caught me so off guard that I snorted coffee. Like, it just ejected.
Caught him so off guard that he snorted cocaine.
Jeez, my God. Don't out me like that, mate. Wow.
I was going to say, did you know the guy that plays Lewis in
Suits?
In Suits, who's also in like a trading TV series from like the 2000s?
Is it trading?
This one that you were talking about the other day.
Traders.
Yeah,
Traders.
yes.
Yeah.
They should make a series about us. I mean,
They should. Do you know what? We should have our own episode. We should have our
nobody
own
would watch it, but still, we could put on our
Rick
CV, trader,
Yeah, Rick Hoffman. Yeah.
TV star, Netflix celebrity, German.
And it had who else was it? In that there was someone else.
Billions. It was Billions.
No, but there's
With-
who else was it in?
Damian Lewis. That's the guy who played in Billions.
I can't find the series.
Billions,
Traitors.
right.
Find
Billions.
I can find The Traitors, which is a series, apparently.
The what? The traitors?
No, not that one.
That's different, William. That's what really hasn't got anything to do with trading, I think.
Okay, guys, give me a second. I just need to hop off for
Yeah, no
5.
problem, man. No worries.
It had what's her name? Was it Michelle Connolly? No, is that her name?
Michelle, the one. Is that the blonde woman?
Something Connolly. Dude, this is so annoying. I've just like mind
Zen
blanked
O'Connolly.
as I was gonna. Forget it. Whatever. I can't remember. But yeah, Billions is great though. Love Billions. Great show. Great show.
I'm trying to find.
I like that what they did with the seasons as well. They actually went through some of the sort of real life stuff. Have you watched it, Dirk?
I have. I think I've seen some episodes of it, but in general, my problem always is I rarely find time really to binge watch something like this. I'm happy now if I can keep up with current series that I like to watch, like The Boys, for example. And there's a new season out of what is it called? From, I think. Which is a great horror series, really, really good. But I want to wait to binge watch it until all the episodes are released. Other than that, not so much. Same with gaming. I don't have time anymore. I know
what you mean.
Until 10 or 12 or 2 a.m. in the morning, and then I of course want to spend my 3 days a little bit with my family. It's not an excuse, that I cannot watch series, but it's just the fact.
I often sit there with my partner, like when we've got some downtime, we just want to chill. She's been working, I've been working, I've been staring at computer and charts and all this, doing all this stuff and economics, rubbish. Cook a good meal, sit down, just watch a show, and I literally just chill. It's good. So.
I rate that a lot.
The thing is, on weekends we are usually out as well because my wife, she's
same.
Pretty on Instagram in the food influencer sphere, so she gets a lot of invitations to restaurants, and so
Dirk's loving life.
we spend our weekends, getting free meals at the restaurant, so she can review them, and
Maybe I need to get my partner into.
Oh, that reminds me of something. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah,
thank you for that, Dirk. That actually
reminds you that you need to eat something.
No. Something
that reminds me. I'm hungry.
I've got an event I'm going to, which I was meant to tell Rich because I won't be on stream that day.
Yeah.
So
you're welcome.
about it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Almost got stopped out of the Aussie long here, but now it seems like it wants to tech 50 again. I actually, in hindsight, the one thing do better, I should have waited to break 50.
Yeah. That'll sit on the 50. So that's why I was saying. I jump over to mine. So this is on the 1 minute. So this is where I'd see. Hence, you got 45, and then I never like that, like sort of 44, that slight like kick over. There's just a little bit of extra pop because euro or pound or something moves, and then we just snap back up.
Yeah.
So originally, when I laid it out, I had it about here. But that's like, okay, if I saw this actually push a touch further, that's where I'd say we actually come to and then go up, right?
But let's see. I mean, sometimes
I've drawn this down here.
Rich, I think
snorting
Rich,
into.
I think you may need to turn your mic down, mate.
Really?
Yeah, what was that?
What was it? Was the gain really high?
It's still very high.
Still very high.
We can hear you breathing.
Yeah.
At least do Darth Vader if you're going to do it, right?
Please.
We go from 100 live viewers to
That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, that was
Funny
actually
enough. But yeah,
Okay.
we will smash
How
back
is it
in the
now?
charts. Don't worry, we're basically
Still
just
very
waiting.
loud.
Everything's sitting, so we're just having a bit of a chat now.
still a bit
So
high.
I saw some of you guys' comments. So.
Like, we can no longer hear you breathing, Rich, so you're fine.
The bar is so low here sometimes.
How is it now?
That's better.
That's
That's a lot
perfect.
better. Yeah.
Okay, I think my cable got pinched.
Fair.
You can't see it, but you should hear the tapping.
Only the cable that got pinched.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the cable that got pinched.
Very nice.
I had this with my headset the other week, and I didn't notice it, but every time I touched the cord, I got like an electric shock from it. Like,
What is insulation? Question to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
totally overrated.
Highly overrated.
Oh, man.
Dude, I'm waiting on the euro now. I can't tell if the euro wants to pull back, continue higher without a pullback. Oh, in fact, Stash, I was literally.
Yeah, well, we had Stash.
EU long, or am I alone? Dude, I'm considering one.
I want EU to continue higher for my Aussie trade sake.
I got long through here.
Oh, beauty.
Down the bottom before.
Wait, what? You're long already in that one? You
Yeah,
didn't tell me.
dude, I've been eyeing this all day after this drop and looking at how far we came down with this. Because I basically got out down here just by the R1 from today. And then we overkicked the channel, right? So I had the TP down at the bottom of the channel. If we go outside the 1 minute, you'll be able to see it better, right?
Yeah.
Come through there, kicked outside of it, and we just had no let up the whole day. It was just, or not the whole day, but say the back end of Asia and into early London. Just selling, basically no retrace whatsoever. So once we got down here, obviously you got that round number, 116.95 in the past has also been a level, like the head level between 117 on both support and resistance. So it was a matter of time when we finally got that pause and then start to run up. So 10 moving average right here, and I just went, look, this is far enough. I'll just jump in. We could come down to, there's a lower base at 116.85 to 90 as well, but I was happy to take that. So,
you know what I like about this trade? Not only like the spot, the stop loss makes a lot of sense where it is, in case that it would have continued, but also the fact that this is like one of the rare occasions where we really see like significant price moves and volatility coming out the Asian session, which normally tends to be a little bit more quiet, no? And so you don't see like, let's say, a lot of dedication towards one regime coming out of Asia. Normally that's what, in my opinion, at least happens in during the London session, especially later when New York comes in. So, well executed trade, LJ, really.
Yeah,
so like technically this is like the end of Asia, and then Japan kind of finishes roughly over here. But yeah, so the Asia range, just like you were saying, Dirk, it's pretty dead, especially for EU and GU. Like Aussie dollar often has a bit more moves. The actual Asian related pairs get more movement. Euro is always particularly sluggish. Then you get those random days where it actually kicks. It's irregular. So
yeah, I'm waiting to go long on Euro. It's in between a zone for me at the moment. I like I said, I either want to see it break and close above the 17,155, or if we can pull back all the way down to 17,075, then I'd be long.
I have a good trade for you, Will. Long gold.
Oh, I know. Yeah, yeah, fair.
Sorry, man.
Sorry, I thought you had your screen.
I do now. There we go.
Yeah, Dirk. Yeah, just long gold.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I got absolutely bummed by gold earlier.
Just trying to agitate you, which I'm not successful with, obviously.
It's quite funny. One of the guys in chat earlier was like, "Will's feeling the emotions right now." I was like, "Bro, I'm risking like less than $50 on there." I was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty chill."
Just another knock on the door.
$50.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, no, $50.
Oh my god, $50.
Already 120. I gotta make the move. I'm hungry. I need to get some lunch into my tummy. Yeah, good to see you again on what is today? Wednesday, right? Yeah.
Wednesday.
Good to see you again next Monday. Take care, everybody, and thanks for sticking with us for the past 2 hours. And I'm going to leave you now in the more than capable hands of Richard Butler and William Davis. Peace out.
Thank you very much, Dirk. For you who hasn't already, go ahead and have a little gander at Dirk's YouTube channel as well. He has a bunch of really cool videos that he's putting up there. So go and support Dirk as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, what an awesome guy as well. What a highly intellectual being, should we say.
He has very quickly become my favorite German.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't oppose that opinion. Never mind, I hate Dirk. Dirk's the worst German I've ever met. We all hate him.
Where's that guy in chat that is now gonna, I don't know, stick up for Dirk all of a sudden?
Yeah, where's the guy in chat who's just gonna come out and just absolutely rinse me and you and just go to town on us now just because
call us clowns.
Yeah, call us clowns and all. God, we can't have Dirk thinking we can't have him knowing that we compliment him behind his back.
No, that's why I did it to his face.
No, that's just boring.
No, like just straight up. Be a good human being, Will. Be a good human being.
Boring. All jokes aside, guys, this was jokes. Don't worry. We were slagging Dirk off when he came back on stream. He knows that this is a joke. We both love Dirk. Great guy. Joke.
Dude, that sounds very sarcastic when you say it like that. We both love Dirk. Dirk is a great guy.
Well, I'm petrified now that we're going to get absolutely torn apart by some random geezer in chat who just pops in. Here's a slagging off Dirk. They're like, oh my god, yesterday it was Victor, now it's Dirk. You're clowns.
You see, that's a lovely thing. Is like I've stopped caring about people's opinions of me.
Not true. You've got to have such thick skin when putting yourself out in front of people, in front of the media, especially when people hide behind these wonderful things. When they hide behind their keyboard and start becoming a keyboard warrior and decide that, we're not going to be nice people today. We're just going to come out and just try and ruin people's day. There's always people out there. And when you do what me and Rich do, or what we do here at the 5ers on stream, and we put not only our accounts, not only our face and not only our personalities, but we also put our knowledge out there. When you're exposing that much of yourself to people, you're going to get people who, you're going to get, trolls, for example. You're going to get people who don't like it. You're going to get people who potentially disagree with you or just straight up don't like you as a person. You know, I'm a very active guy. I'm a very hyper guy. I'm a very energetic. I bring a sense of energy to pretty much wherever I go. And I'm also a very serious guy. You know, in person, like I am a very serious guy, but I don't like that side of me. You know, I don't like to be the most serious guy in the room, but I can bring it, and I don't want to bring it. So, however, when I bring that fun, super active, bubbly side of myself, some people just aren't going to resonate with that. Some people are going to really hate that. So you learn to have that thick skin. Otherwise, it's just going to ruin your entire day.
Trolls, but not because of us being sarcastic. It's because we're just ugly and we live under bridges. That's why we're trolls.
Yeah, we do.
Look, my bridge is great. It's got a water leak right now, but my bridge is very fine. Thank you very much.
There was a question here that I quickly wanted to get to because I see that Saeed is freaking out. Okay, so Saeed, I was trading 5ers account, but I didn't remember that I had an unclosed buy trade in another account, and I took a sell trade in a second account, which is hedging. That's 100% hedging. Will this terminate both accounts? No, I don't think it is. That would be. Does the account get terminated immediately? Also not. Should I keep trading them both or forget and move on? If anyone has experienced this issue, kindly answer. Does the account get terminated immediately? Should I keep trading both? So you just doubled up. It's not a problem. It is a prohibited practice, hedging across multiple accounts. You're allowed to hedge within the same account. That's not a problem. But the 5ers understands that mistakes happen. All right? So don't fret about it. When it comes to you, because I see you mentioned that the one is in phase 2 and the other one is in phase 1. Don't worry about it, mate. It happens from time to time.
Yeah.
The problem comes in when people do it consistently. They do it every trade. So they can see that LJ is constantly hedging all of his trades that he takes, which is kind of gamifying the system in a way. So one of your accounts is going to do well and the other one's going to do poorly, that kind of like thing. And it's So not a problem. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so
LJ, sorry, you wanted to say.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, you don't have to worry because I'll often have similar deal where I'm long short on different trades in different accounts, often as well because I'm running different approaches on each account. So one might have a different time frame. One might be, long, the other one's short, same asset, that kind of thing, but different time frame, looking at like a, play by play kind of setup, that kind of thing. So if it is correlated like that, not a problem. It's when it becomes a pattern of behavior, like a habitual thing that you're doing it again and again and again. If you've done it 1 or 2 times, or it's irregular, like every other, couple days or here or there or something, or a couple, every couple trades or something, that's not a problem. It's when you're doing consistently and there's clearly a distinct pattern of behavior that you're trying to do that intentionally. Right, that's very different. So often, if you are doing that, invest in 2 different accounts, you might have different targets, different stops, different everything. So that will be, you'll clearly see that that's not the case of what you're doing. So don't freak out or anything.
Yeah. I think ultimately, from what I can see is that you're taking your trading seriously. And you recognized something and you were unsure. So don't fret about it, Saeed. It is not going to be a problem unless LJ explained, unless it becomes a habitual thing. Then it's going to become a problem. And it's fine, guys. Another thing I wanted to just mention this. It's fine to make mistakes.
Yes, that's what I was going to say as well. Like, I think with all the questions that people have, typically, like if you know that your intent is good and you're actually trading properly, don't worry about it. Don't freak out. It's not some hard rule. The 5ers always ask questions. Often there's a whole process. They'll email you. You can reply. Then if it's not clear, then they'll say, like, set you up with an interview. They'll actually talk to you in person. Like, there's a full process before. It's not just like, bang, you're done, see you later. You have so many portions to explain yourself, describe what you're doing, and literally, if it is just like an accident, literally just say that, and you'll be like, okay, right? Now, if it becomes an accident again and again and again, then clearly it's not, and then that's going to be a problem. But yeah, if you're just trading honestly, like, you don't have to worry, don't freak out. It's not some one strike and you're done type thing.
Yeah.
There's leeway and understanding. Everyone's human, like Rich said.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think that's the biggest thing to remember, is that everyone's human. And, we talk about it on stream. Like we say, guys, we are human as well. We're normal people. We just, we get nervous about things. We make mistakes. We are traders as well. No different to how the guys are in the company, as the 5ers itself, that humans run the 5ers. We're all humans. And we all understand, and especially the guys in the back end when it comes to like risk, when it comes to, account management, like blowing accounts and stuff like that, when it comes to assessing rule breaks and stuff like that, just communicate with people, and the people, they do understand this, like, okay, look, but also they can see through bullshit. I'm just going to put that out there as well. We can say, like, we're all humans, but again, we're humans, not idiots. We've not just landed on Earth.
Yeah, very good point.
We can see, and like even us as traders can see through bullshit. You imagine what these guys in the risk team are doing. They see it on the daily, and it is their career to actually analyze, the activity of these accounts. So don't go obviously blowing stuff, obviously, breaking rules, and then go, oh, it was a mistake. And they're like, well, that's the 18th mistake you've made in like 72 hours. Come on.
Yeah.
So just take that into consideration as well.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that you should take it all that seriously in the beginning. You should take it seriously because a once-off can very quickly become a habit if you allow it. So just nip it in the bud as quickly as you can and then carry on. But don't hold it over your own head if you've made a mistake. Like, be kind to yourself. If you've made a mistake, acknowledge a mistake was made. The intention behind it wasn't to be a hedging trader in this case. Forgive yourself, carry on.
Exactly.
Oh, yes, I wanted to mention this while LJ is here. Speaking of eggs, tomorrow we're going to have trivia day.
What?
Yeah, bet you didn't see that.
What does that have to do with eggs?
Nothing.
Why are we talking about eggs now? What is eggs and
Nothing.
trivia?
It's got nothing to do with it, but I just decided we're
going
to do a segue.
Is that it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Century eggs. You're cooked.
You're actually going to be wearing eggs.
Fair. Will's going to be in trouble. But yeah, so for everybody in chat, in chat, tomorrow we're going to do trivia day, and we're going to give away 3 bootcamp accounts, 20k bootcamp accounts tomorrow. How it's going to work is like this. We're going to have the trivia questions pop up on screen, and all you have to do as participants is just give the answer in chat. So in order to win one of the 3 bootcamp accounts is, the criteria basically is whomever gets the most questions correct and then whomever was the fastest. So we have a widget app that we use on our streaming software that literally counts how quickly you can take how quickly you can answer and stuff like that. So no way to BS it. It is pretty simple to just getting a breakout.
Oh, beauty!
Oh, what a beauty!
What a beauty!
So
yeah, sorry. Continue, Rich. Don't be distracted. It's fine.
No, I'm also seeing it because
I'm taking my revenge from yesterday when he kept distracting me.
I'm in my NASDAQ trade and I just quickly went to have a look at it and was like, ooh. Anyway, so then everybody in chat, you have an opportunity to win an account. It's going to be a handful of questions. It's going to be ranging from historic trading events to technicals to fundamentals to prop related, maybe even 5ers related questions. Will the trivia questions be general trading questions or what? Well, it's like I said now, it's going to be a range of things. The idea is for the trivia to be educational and fun at the same time. So it's myself and LJ, and I'm pretty sure that everybody enjoyed LJ's trivia questions last time. So, yeah, we'll do
Depends
that.
how mean I want to be to you guys. Give you guys some really, really tough stuff.
So yeah, if you guys enjoy the trivia, it's going to definitely be more often. It won't always be bootcamp accounts. Sometimes we will give you guys some hub credits as well. But we're planning on doing it twice a month or so, just to break the monotony sometimes of talking about trading and talking about, whatever. So yeah, that'll be tomorrow for everybody to enjoy. We'll do it early. We'll do it early on, I think.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. And yeah, it will be general. So like there'll be a mix of stuff. So don't worry, it's not going to be too crazy. I might throw in a few little spanners in there for some of you guys if you get some bits and pieces. I have to come up with them. So if my brain isn't functioning, I'm like, what's a hard question? And there isn't anything.
What is a pipette?
Easy stuff. So it'll be a mix of things from...
Depends how well LJ speaks will depend on how difficult the questions are.
Well, I'm going to be nice as well, as always, right? Of course.
Yeah.
But there might be some 5ers questions around how things go on here, or stuff with the accounts, how things work, drawdowns, this kind of stuff. I know, whatever's been happening the past week or past 2 weeks lately, some like past history stuff, some other general bit. It's a good mix of things. So it should be stuff that is answerable for you guys. If you're in markets, you'll know what's going on. So
And even if you don't, if you're not one of the top 3 winning an account or something, there's always the next time. And I would say that use it as a way for you to learn something that maybe you didn't know. Because there's going to be questions that a lot of people are going to be like, I'm not entirely sure. Now you know it. The next time maybe that question pops up again in a conversation and you can be like, well, actually,
you can just become that guy. Why is it done that? No, it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And even there might be some questions that pop up multiple times throughout each time we do this, right?
Yeah,
just as
iterations.
Thing. One, to give you that, it might be worded differently, but kind of the same.
It's like that multiple choice question you used to get in school, but they ask the same question, but just slightly different.
Yeah, which is also a nod to, if you turn up, you'll know exactly what it is. I might make it more cryptic, and then you'll be like, I see what that is. That's the answer from last time, right? Something like that. So there'll be little Easter eggs, that kind of thing.
LJ is thinking up the questions. We are so doomed.
Look, I said I'd be nice, all right? I said I'd be...
This time, I'll be nice.
This time.
QT5 on is saying, sir, check Euro USD, please. Raphael also saying, long on Euro now. Nitesh asking, sell or buy. Don't forget that we do have news at 1 or at 12:30 GMT. That would be core PPI month on month, as well as PPI month on month for the dollar, which is in about 1 hour. So,
yeah, which PPI will be slightly more important than CPI currently. So
yeah, I mean, CPI came out pretty much as expected. Wasn't really a shocker.
Pretty much. It was still hot. I mean, it's the hottest since 2021, 22, like through the inflation cycle. No surprise, though. Obviously, we've got the Middle East situation going on. Energy inputs run right up. No surprise. So, not really a big deal. Something to take note of, obviously, if this whole thing continues, and then hence we do get this slight lean into central banks actually saying, hey, we do need to push up rates. Dirk and I have talked about this a number of times. Obviously, pushing up rates just because of a energy shock is never a good idea.
Yeah.
But go figure. That's their mandate. It's like they have blinders on like a horse, and all they see is inflation. That's it.
I mean, it's a good metric, but it's not the only metric.
Is it a good metric? Is it?
Well, it was. It used to be.
It can be.
I mean, it's like saying a good metric to figure out how deep a pool is to jump into it.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be. To the right person, I suppose it could be.
Yeah, it's a point of comparison. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's so many problems wrong with the current way they measure inflation. It's got a lot of old holds. Very distorted, but again, it's one of those things. It's the best of what we have, I suppose.
Yeah.
Although I don't really buy that. It really does need to be changed a bit. Technology has really messed it up entirely.
Yeah, they have.
So I always take the like true inflation is basically the monetary debasement plus portions of core inflation, and that's where your true inflation really is. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'll write like a big macro thing on it at some point and explain all this stuff for you guys. I actually was thinking about doing that recently, so we'll see.
Can you imagine that a newsletter from LJ?
It wouldn't be a new.
Him saying stuff like Barbie.
Yeah. All right, guys. Barbie Malibu has gone up 20 cents this week, right?
Yeah.
We've got 50%
Metal is absolutely across the board flaming hot. I don't know, like you can like drop in any of your Aussie slang in there just to just kind of like throw people off. Like, yeah. I already don't know what he's talking about fundamentally, but now on a linguistic level, I have no idea.
Before I was struggling to comprehend. Now I'm struggling to understand. You know?
So, guys, gold is right now.
I was going to say
yeah.
And maybe we'll see it if it's good upsy topsy turvy, mate, or G, like up down, blah blah blah, this that, whatever.
Blah blah blah, this that. Yeah, no, guys, I don't know.
We'll see.
Yeah. The only one we have for Welsh is I'll do it now in a minute. So when are you gonna buy? I'll buy now in a minute. Is that you're gonna buy now or in a minute? I think that's the only thing that we have that's difficult.
Yeah, we have one called now.
No, not now, but like now. Is that like immediately?
Now.
It's like not now, but like right now. Like
now.
Before now.
An unspecific amount of time. Now can literally be years from now. But what it isn't is now. I can tell you that much.
Because we're quite the opposite. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sometime, not now, but later.
So frustrating.
Yeah. It's like if you rock up to someone's house and it's like, oh, when are we going to leave? Now. And then they're still like in the bath and all that kind of like stuff. It's just it's an unspecified amount of time. Hello, sir. Can I have a drinks order or whatever? Can I order a drink? Yeah, I'll be back with your drink now. Rocks up 5 minutes later.
So in other words, if someone says now to you, you're just instantly fuming.
It hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen. We just don't know when. We just don't know when.
Yeah, so it's the same as now in a minute. So I'll do it now in a minute. So are you going to do it now or in a minute? It's like, I'm going to do it right. Like, it's urgent. I'm going to do it straight away when I'm ready. You know?
It used to annoy me so much because it's a double present. Now.
Yeah, no,
like MGN is saying, it's an undetermined or indeterminate length of time, any time from now until the end of time. Now.
Yeah.
And it sounds even worse in Afrikaans. No.
No.
In Afrikaans, it sounds like you're saying no.
No.
Like a double no, but it just means right now. Die huidige.
Can you imagine being like a foreigner going into South Africa? Can I order a drink, please? No. What? Why not? I want a drink.
Why do you guys hate me?
Yeah.
CC saying, may William get me a Chanel bag? If he wins his next few trades, he may.
This is the wrong time to answer. I mean, Will's just going to say now. right?
No.
That gives him to now to infinity, to the end of time, right?
So that's if she asks when. When is William going to get me a Chanel bag? Now.
CC, I promise you I will buy you a Chanel handbag. Now. I will
slap you upside the head.
Yeah, there'd be a slipper flying towards me. I will get you one now in a minute. Yeah.
So it's a yes,
yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah.
That's where you use it. Yeah, no. No, that's where you go say, yeah, no.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, no.
There was a question here for Shub asking, you passed phase 1, phase 2, then get funded and scaled your account 2 times, then lost your account. Then what should be the approach to pass account again? It's almost impossible to trade the same approach. I think we can like run through some suggestions. Definitely. I would always suggest go and look at what led to you losing the account in the first place. If you've done some journaling to see what led to it, was it the natural decay of your strategy, so the natural decay and the alpha of your strategy over time, because the market is cyclical. So the trading style that you were using, was it fit for the current market? It depends on how long you went through phase 1, phase 2, funded, payout, and so on. That's at least a month, I would say. A lot of stuff can change in a month. A lot of stuff can stay the same. Go back and look at what kind of strategy you were following, whether or not it was form-fitted to the current regime in the market. Were we in a bearish market, bullish market, consolidative market? Just because it failed then doesn't mean it's not going to succeed if you use it again. So that's what I would say as a first step. Next lady for a shave.
First of all, before that, I will just say I just got out of the Aussie dollar trade, Dirk. If you're still listening, I'm out. I was looking at the 1 hour, up at the top of the Bolly bands in the Keltner channel. Yeah, I feel like this is probably going to stall here, so I've gotten out for now. Just so you know. But yeah, back to the topic. I mean, yeah, obviously, if you had your first approach go wrong, I try and lay down, basically go back to analyzing all your trades, look at it. Why did it go wrong? Right? Because you might have something that isn't broken, but it just needs to be tweaked, right? So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say.
Don't overreact.
Yeah. You don't have to scrap everything and restart everything. It just might need some tweaks. Like, there's probably some reason why you, assuming you had, some kind of critical thought going into the evaluation altogether, and you set up this kind of trading approach or style. You had some kind of construction behind that, some kind of logic, some kind of reasoning. It might just need slight tweaking. And then if you manage to decrease your drawdown, increase your risk reward just a touch, that math can then stack up and you'll pass. Right? So it might just be a slight tweak on entries or readjusting the exit. Right? So you might be taking imperfect entries, where you could have got in another 5 points lower or another couple points higher to get a better entry, and thus give your stop a larger drawdown. Or maybe you're getting in at good entries, but your stop is too tight. It needs to be a bit wider, and then hence you also reduce the lot size with that. Then you might find everything works. So I'd go first to tweaking rather than throwing it out and trying to start again. Once you've gone through that, if it still doesn't work, then throw it out, start again. But
yeah,
go through the process, right?
Yeah. Will, what is your advice?
Don't trade with this stupid bloody position sizer thing. It keeps getting my sizing wrong, and it's really annoying me. I've just manually entered now instead. Best thing you can do is don't throw the baby out with the bath. I love that. Yeah, don't just get rid of it. You know, the markets are fair. That's a valid point. Yeah, no, don't go scrapping it because it doesn't work anymore. You know, the markets are cyclical. Make sure that you've got enough data telling you that your strategy doesn't work, because the more chances than not it's psychological. And I say this all the time. Most times, more times than not, it's a psychological error that you're having, not a technical error. And if you've passed phase 1, phase 2, and scaled twice, and then you blow the account, that's going to be the first time you've blown that account, and potentially it's going to be the first time that you've scaled that many times. You're going to have an almost subconscious ego where you're going to be thinking to yourself, I'm invincible, I'm an amazing trader, you know, this is awesome, I'm going to keep scaling all the way to the moon. You know, you're going to have these sort of like these feelings of grandeur almost, where you think that you are awesome and your strategy is the winning strategy. And what has actually happened is you've blown a strategy for whatever reason. Maybe the markets just aren't going your way. Maybe you're over risking. Maybe you're risking to try and scale again. And then you've said to yourself, oh, I can't do this again. And so automatically you've put that negative reinforcement in yourself, instead of actually thinking, let me just actually readjust and look back and almost put myself in the position of how I would think and act when I hadn't scaled all these accounts. Like, try and ignore what the... I love my accent, well. Try and ignore what the actual emotion behind it and what the trading truly means, and start looking at the charts for what they are. They're not paying you and scaling accounts and giving you payouts. You're just looking at the charts. You're just following a strategy. Almost treat yourself like a robot. You know, try and look at the markets and think, just pretend you're on a demo account. I'm not scaling. I'm not passing. I'm not getting paid out. There's zero implications or, you know, results based on what's happening in my trading. Try and treat it like a demo, and then ask yourself the same question after like a month or two of trading that in that sort of style with that psychology. And if you can do that and it still shambles, then yeah, you need to take a look at your strategy. Potentially, you know, the markets have changed. The markets aren't going how you want them to go. Or potentially, it may be a case of your strategy needs to be set out to pasture. You know, it may just be a case of, and it happens. You know, sometimes we need to retire a strategy and tweak it.
Take it to the farm.
Take it.
Back
Send it with all the other. Put it out there with all
Back
the other.
the shed.
That's what we say here. Yeah, take it to the back of the shed.
Yeah.
Yeah, take it upstate.
Yeah, exactly.
I see there's a few people asking about, can I get a $6 capital account, and what is our opinion on an $11 capital account? What are we talking about?
Yeah, what is this about? Why it's very specific. Also, why 6 and 11? Right, like, yeah. Those are very specific numbers.
It's a weird.
What are you guys
not
referring
5
to?
or 10.
Matthew and I am Alan. What $6 account are you talking about? And $11 accounts are you talking about? Anyway, Cece saying a cup of tea, darling.
And she knows I'm Welsh as well. She knows I'm Welsh, not English, and she still comes up with with an English accent. Oh, would you like a cup of tea, darling? No, give me a coffee, a Welsh cake, and I don't know what else is Welsh. And
what is a Welsh cake?
You mean what's a Welsh cake?
I am South African, dude. I'm not Welsh.
Fair, yeah.
What is a Welsh cake?
Yeah, fair point. Do you not have? This is going to sound stupid, I know, but do you not have Welsh cakes in South Africa?
Do you know what a pavlova is, Bill?
I know what pavlova is. Of course I do.
Do you know what Malva pudding is?
Yes.
Do you know what vinegar pudding is?
So how would you describe a Welsh cake? It's
Do you know what sagu is?
I know exactly. Yes, I know exactly what sagu is.
Well, nice pronunciation. You got that on the
I'm Welsh. 90% of our words are
fair.
So, dude, Welsh cakes are banging. So they're currants and what would you call? It's like really soft bready biscuit. Oh, dude, I don't even know how to. You know what?
Okay.
I'm
just gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna go and search. What the hell
cake. What the hell is a Welsh cake? Welsh cake. Search for Welsh cake recipe. Flour, margarine or butter, sugar, sultanas.
It's a traditional small round sweet cake from Wales, would never have guessed, that resembles a cross between a scone, a biscuit, and a pancake.
That's what I mean.
Made with flour, butter, sugar, eggs, and dried fruit, usually currants, then cooked on a hot griddle or a bake stone rather than in an oven. And image-wise, they look delicious.
Oh, dude, they are.
Dude, no, okay. So the thing with all the UK stuff, right? Things like this, all they reek of like, we didn't have anything to eat, so we like mashed together.
Depression food.
Depression food.
It's just like, dude. Like I wouldn't be surprised. Like, sprinkle some grass on top, right?
100%. So I was talking about cowl the other day, and cowl is literally potatoes, leeks, and lamb.
It's like haggis, right?
Yeah, exactly. In like a broth.
Like, we're starving, dude. We're gonna eat anything right now.
And pretty much what it was
that is what cottage pie was initially.
Yeah. Exactly. It's just everything
whatever's
that
in
you
your
can
cottage,
find
mate.
from the farm. Chuck it in a stew, leave it for like a couple of days, and just you dip into that. And it was a very poor person's food. Now it's very expensive to buy. Now it's a traditional dish. Whereas years ago, like cowl is it's a very poor person's dish, because it was literally just lamb broth with a couple of vegetables and some potatoes, with a bread and a block of cheese. There was nothing expensive.
Not gonna lie
about it, but it is.
I'm gonna make this weekend.
What? Cowl or
Welsh cakes?
Oh, Welsh, dude, Welsh. Yeah, well, mate, let me know how you go as well.
Not gonna lie, I'm gonna make it, and I will send you photos of me stuffing my fat face with it.
With Welsh cake.
Yes.
Do you know what I love about living in Wales? And this is amazing.
No, tell us.
Welsh cakes are literally to the penny. Like you can go anywhere and find Welsh cakes if you can't be asked to make them. It is amazing. It's just one of those things, it's like going to Hong Kong and getting a milk tea. So milk tea is very sort of is a very traditional type of tea in Hong Kong, whereas in Wales it's just
Boba.
like it's like you can't go anywhere without like stumbling across a Welsh cake. It's amazing. It's the best thing. And if you can go into a bakery and smell it freshly made,
yeah,
bendigedig.
How are we going to address this, guys?
Can you seriously analyze a market you ever in joke? Better we serious guys. We want money, not stories. All right. What's your send me, what do you have? PayPal? Do you have Wise? Whatever. Send me your details. I'll send you some money. There we go.
Dude, watch him drop his Wise account details now.
So, in that, I will say, if you want to observe the market right here, we're on the 5 minute. Let's go to the 1 minute. Okay. What do we have to analyze here? Okay, we've got the pound here, 135. We've gone up 5 pips. We dipped back a bit. We went up another 4 pips.
Stop sounding funny, LJ.
Take
this seriously.
We are waiting.
News.
We have outlined. Yes, we've had the decline through here. We've outlined where we're looking for. Probably going to have some kind of reversal going over this. Dixie, the question is, do we get a push further, break above 200 here? Some kind of attempt to push highs on the Dixie and go further? Or do we get the retrace from now? Obviously, euro dollar has been well down for some time. If we go out to the 1 hour, zoom back out. So going back the past while, this is back to, what's this, 24th of April, right? So 2.5 weeks now. Had this channel playing out. Today we dipped under or outside of the channel, came below. This is also into line with this drive candle through here. So basic support outside the channel. You would see this as some kind of extension of the move. It's been very persistent the whole day. Reverse that. We're looking to see if this actually continues. We drive back higher. Simple as that. There's not much else to analyze. Also, I'd say with that comment, if you're here every day, see what we're doing. And also, because we're here every day, doing this every day, we got to give a bit of a laugh.
George,
entertain you guys.
I know, literally.
Companionship, friendship in trading, that kind of thing. It's not just here, do this, do that, right? It's a bit of banter.
If we actually went up to let's say, for example, you're a builder. No. Let's try and keep it office related. You're an accountant. And you work in an office with someone, and then
you hate that guy. I know what you just hate that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're all trying. You know exactly where I'm going to go with this. You're all trying to have a bit of a laugh, and you're all doing your accountancy work. You're all, you're putting the books through. You're doing all your analysis on everyone's sheets, and you're going quarter by quarter. You're doing their taxes. You're doing their book reports and all. You're working hard, but you're having a good old giggle with the guys around you. And the next minute you get this one guy, concentrate, we need to be working. It's like, dude, shut up, man. Don't take life so seriously. Have a laugh. We're in probably one of the most stressful markets. Like most people in the stock market, or like most sort of stockbrokers, are cooked by 30. They're frazzled and cooked by 30, 40s because it's such a stressful environment. The markets are probably one of the most controversial industries out there because it's probably up there with some of the most stressed out people, some of the highest suicide rates, some of the most depressing rates. This is a really serious industry. If you go into a serious industry with a boring, serious attitude, you're gonna find it tough. You're gonna find it really, really tough. However, if you go into a really serious industry and have a good old giggle about it with some of the guys around you that you get along well with, when those markets do pull your trousers down and spank your bottom, then it's going to be okay.
Will said bottom.
I should.
Gonna have to give Will a
exactly. And if you guys wanting to trade like every minute to minute, chill out. That's not how it works, right? You can wait 5 minutes, or better yet, instead of asking those kind of, if you got an actual question, if there's something you want us to look at, just ask us. That's fine.
Valid. No, literally,
giving that commentary doesn't help anything. What do you want to see? That's what we're here for. You can ask something, whatever you're trading, what your outlook is, what you're hoping to see. You might say, okay, this is what I'm looking for. Can you guys see any reason that wouldn't play out? Or,
the idea is to be a community. That's the thing. The idea is to be a community. You guys join us here. You watch us. You participate along with us. That's what makes this work. Otherwise, we're just lecturing, and that's not fun for anybody. So,
literally,
just join us.
If you wanted that,
participate.
If you want to lecture, go back to university. Pretty sure a lot of people, especially traders, often leave university because they want to go trade because they don't like it. They don't want a lecture, right? So,
Abradolf goes ahead and says, I just want to say Will handled the solo stream yesterday, Rich. You can give him a raise. Like a boss.
Like a boss.
Right, who do I need to speak? Right, give this guy the microphone. Who do we need to
Hey, Abradolf Linkler, do you want to join the stream, dude? I can give you a link. You can join it.
Yeah.
And also,
you absolutely.
But other thing, you guys got to realize, we're here day in, day out, every single day. So looking at the charts, at everything, every single day, every minute, again and again and again, it does get tiring. There are periods of lulls, other periods there's stuff's popping off. It's all very exuberant, very chaotic. It's wow, crazy. In between that, you got to break it up, right? As well, both for you guys and for us. It's trading is not something you're doing all the time. It's when you want to execute, smash it. Other times there's going to be lulls. Sometimes it's chaotic. every 3 minutes. We've had that recently with Trump being in power. Typically, when you don't have Trump, like say we're looking through the Biden administration, day to day, it was much more chill. So, like you got to move it around. It's not going to be crazy all the time. But if you guys are turning up every single day, like you'll be getting informed the whole way along. So hence every single day, a lot of you guys do turn up every day. We see that in the data, in you guys, comments, everything else. So hence we've got to also accommodate for people that are new to the stream, people who are mature in the stream, different trading styles, younger traders that are new to trading in general, more mature traders, the whole bit. We're trying to cater for an entire broad spectrum all in one at the same time. And also, hence, if people are turning up every day, we got to give like a running commentary. And there's other people that turn up every other day, or maybe this is their first time, etc. So it chops and changes all throughout.
And not only that, you also want the people on stream to feel as natural as they are. So if you don't want banter, then maybe don't watch myself and Will.
Exactly that. And
because that's part of our personalities.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah,
we like doing that.
Yeah,
100%. Like I said a little bit earlier on, you're not going to get along with everyone. There's some people in this world that I really can't be bothered to hang out with. There's some people in this world that I think just hanging out with you drains my energy. I don't want to, you're not my type of person. And that's fine. That it doesn't mean I hate them. It just means that I choose not to be around them. And you guys
really hates them.
Yeah, I can't stand them. Bastards. That goddamn LJ, have you seen that guy? Again, just in case there's that lunatic in chat again, that was a joke. So me and Rich, our personalities when we come on chat and just do nothing but banter, and then when LJ comes in and us three just absolutely banter all session, you may not like that may not be enjoyable for you. That's fine, that's okay. There's a lot more hosts coming through, there's a lot more people that come through. We're here all day. So don't worry, me and Rich will drop off, or me, Rich, and LJ will drop off, and then you can wait there until the next people come in, and maybe they'll be a little bit more serious.
Yeah, and we encourage you guys to interact with it as well. Like join the back and forth, join the banter. Like it's good. It's just engagement. You
can literally like this. Literally like this. LJ, bang on.
Yeah.
I thought we were saying, oh, well, how could you say that? I thought we were friends. This is literally what LJ is talking about. Join in the banter. Literally have a laugh with us.
You guys should see us on a Friday night poker or when we're playing a game. Because the thing is, I don't know if people realize this, but myself, Will, and LJ are friends in like outside of the stream.
Yeah, literally.
We all get along really well, and it's one of those things where if we get onto a screen, yes, we're doing analysis. But if it's boring or the market is slow or we've already done it, then it's just like, let's have a little bit of banter. It's part of our nature. Yeah. It's part of who we are.
What's enjoyable as well is even when we're streaming, we do this. But what's even better is we were playing a couple of games the other day, and I joined a little bit late. I had a little bit of admin to do. Richard was playing some games. LJ was in a trade, so I joined in. I was like, right, guys, what's good? What's going on? I'm done for the day. Let's go. Like, what's happening? Richard was like, I finished everything I need to do. I'm going to jump in some games. I was like, cool. Enter me in, like, send me an invite, whatever. I'll jump in now. And then turns out we just ended up talking about trading because LJ was still in a trade. So we ended up basically doing what we do on live stream now, except we were doing it off stream. We were literally just bantering away whilst chatting about LJ's trade. And this is what I mean. We are literally friends outside of this. And you can sense that and you can tell. So when you're like, guys, just be really serious. Look, guys, we can be if you want us to be. If the majority want us to be super serious, we can be super boring. You're not going to enjoy it. You're not going to vibe with us as much.
Yeah. There were a couple other questions, just by the way. So first of all, this guys, I asked the question to Samir, but he's said no, it's not. The question is the weekend swap of Wednesday has been shifted to Friday, right? Because I got mail a month ago only, so I asked this. Yes, it has. So the triple swap, meaning a 3-day swap, has been shifted to Friday. So hence, if you hold over the weekend, you will get a triple swap. Used to be on Wednesday. Wednesday is the typical thing. It's been the traditional day for all markets. If you have a personal broker, anywhere else, if you're an institution and a bank, that kind of thing, it's just Wednesday. That comes back to a T+3 thing from in the past. It's always been that way. The 5ers switched it to that Friday in order to better advantage you guys, that you don't get hit with like a 3-day swap just because you're trading on Wednesday midweek. Most people close out their trades before the weekend, right, on the Friday. So hence, the only reason you're going to get hit with a triple is if you hold over the weekend for that. So yes, it has been moved to Friday.
Yeah, you can see it if you open up the symbols tab in MetaTrader, your 5ers MetaTrader. So I'm just going to close it again, and then you can see it. There's the symbols tab. Control U. If you click that, you can click on any symbol, Forex, USJPY, and I scroll down a little bit. You get to a portion that says swap rates. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It used to be a Wednesday triple. Now it is a Friday triple. And this is the swaps that you will pay for a long in points per, where is it?
Give me 1 second.
It's supposed to be per lot, per singular lot. Is it? It is. Now I can't remember where it's written down, but it's points per lot, one lot size that you're taking. So, and in points we're talking about. So let's take any other pair. Euro USD. We scroll down to here, 19. So that is 1.98 pips. It's 19.8 pipettes. That's points. So if I were to enter a trade in Euro right now, let's minimize this, show lines. This that you're seeing here is points. But this is equal to 4 pips, 4.5, 4.3 pips. So you're paying for swap rates overnight 2.7 pips. So just so that everybody knows that is the swap rate. Like I said, or like LJ said, it's moved. You can see it's moved. So yes, it's definitely moved.
For the triple, you mean?
Yes, the movement from Wednesday triples to a weekend triples.
It'd be 0.2.
What do you mean?
Oh no, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking in percentage terms. Yeah. You're right. Ignore me. Yeah. That's correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Just seen this. Just saying, Johnny, I love this comment. There's a million other trading YouTube channels. If you don't like this one, that's facts. That like, if you don't,
facts.
You know, if you don't like what we do here, doors that way.
So there's this channel called ICT. Go over there.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, how good making money while having a laugh, dude. Could you imagine telling your younger self? Like, I don't know, maybe you guys are different, but like if I went to little Will and said, bro, honestly, in a couple of years' time or in the future, when you grow up, you are going to spend every single day with guys that resonate with you, guys that are in the same industry, guys that, you know, we all have a laugh even outside of work. They're going to be all over the world. You're going to make money, good money, and you're going to do it every single day online, sitting at your desk with literally your dream lifestyle. I'm like, bro, that sounds amazing. Like, so you're trying to say that I get to rock up every single day on my computer, earn money, and speak to my friends? Yeah. Wow. That sounds like heaven to me. That sounds like heaven.
It's having a job you actually like doing.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
doing it with people you actually like doing it with, right?
I like to say, if you enjoy what you do, you don't work a day in your life.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely that.
Rodolfo
Or
Rudolph, can you send your position size settings? it's going to be a little bit difficult because it's a set file. So it's a .set file. But it is here. The only thing that I changed was the coloring of the fonts and the lines. Just pretty much that. And then if you scroll down, I changed the color on the long, short, and the trade button as well. And I have applied dark mode. So dark mode is true. And I've disabled the trading sounds. That's the only stuff that I have changed in terms of all of these settings here. Everything else is still exactly the same as the standard default settings. And then in terms of like take profit and stuff like that, that is something that you can literally just click here and add more take profit points. Go to your trading tab, and then you can change the percentage values of them relative to the main percentage risk that you're taking. So I haven't changed any major settings, to be dead honest with you. It was more visual and distractive stuff. Like I don't care if the noise goes off. I don't want the noise to go off whenever I enter a trade. I know I'm entering a trade because I'm pressing the button. So I don't need that. And then the dark theme for me is just purely because I like it. Everything is dark themed on MetaTrader.
Except
other
your
than that,
background.
Yeah, dude, I
yes,
yeah. I love dark
because you're weird like that. Like,
no.
I like dark theme, but basically
so,
like 80% of the screen.
All right.
Never mind.
So let's do this.
What are you talking about?
All right. Let's do this. Let's change the background color.
It's because you like the candle colors, right?
You want like dark,
the
dark
candle
gray.
color.
Candle colors.
I
Yeah,
want
yeah,
the candle
dark
color.
gray.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's on light gray.
Yeah.
Right now.
Dark gray. Get dark gray.
Yeah, I've always stuck to the typical red and green. Fine for me. Some people don't like it. Like it triggers them in weird ways, which, to be fair, does actually have neuro relations, like red, green, blah blah blah, in evolutionary biology, that kind of thing. So I can see that. Like that makes sense.
Yeah, well, that's why I have everything
Yeah.
just really boring, like really, really boring dark gray.
Do you offer signals
makes
to
sense.
OAPs?
Pooley. No, but Pooley for you, of course.
Pooley needs to actually
also-
rock up for a poker night, and then we can talk about.
Yeah, Pooley, stop being
signals.
stop being whipped by that lovely wife of yours and actually getting a poker knife. You know?
Yeah. I was just gonna mention this. Hang on. Okay, so Five's not paying it. Okay, we have addressed this so many times over the past couple of weeks. If you have not gotten your payout, it is in the queue, right? There were disruptions with the payment processor, not with the 5ers, with the processor. So there's delays. Because of that delay, then everyone gets put back through a chain of progress, right? And obviously, we're sending money out to people on every single continent, huge number of countries, Australia, New Zealand, the UK, all over Europe, Africa, everywhere else, right? So there's a whole bunch of processes once you're punching that out the whole way through, and everything has to be looked at individually by an actual person. It doesn't just go out, right? It has to be assessed, verified, everything being sent through. So hence the delays with the payment processor backlogs everything else. There's been a bunch of stuff in the wind waiting for them for it to actually go through. So if you haven't received anything, wait. We've gone through this a million times already. Hence, everyone's been receiving stuff still. If you haven't, if you do believe it is an issue, reach out to support. As we always say, will be addressed. You'll get an email, some kind of update, that kind of thing. But chances are you're just in that back catalog of everything going through, since it has to be looked at manually, right? Yeah. And there's only X number of people to look at it manually, like employees here, versus the hundreds, thousands of you guys as traders at the 5ers. So it does take some time.
You imagine like having a load of letters that you need to like lick, stamp through, and like post. Now you imagine I gave you like 100,000 letters to lick and stamp before and then post it, but then we had like a backlog. So then next minute, like I just gave them all to you, and I said, right, all these need to be out by next Wednesday. and you're like, well, how the hell am I? This is literally impossible. You know, how am I supposed to do this? Well, get it done. And then next minute, people are coming to you being like, why have I not received my letter? Well, you know, because I'm trying to get it done. I'm just, you know, we've had such a backlog. You know,
it's this. Why the 5ers having issues with payment processor, don't blame Rise. That's exactly the problem. It's the, let's call it the third-party distributor. That's the problem.
Put it.
Right?
Sorry to interrupt you, Rich, but
No,
put it this way: it's like with Deal, right? If you guys have been trading prop for a while, all prop firms had problems with Deal, right? That was a very common payment processor for everyone, right? I don't know. Name all you guys already know them. Everyone used them. Then stuff got blocked or stripped out. There was more like KYC, that kind of thing. Stuff that went through. So that is the bottleneck, put it that way. Doing that. Now, this is a prop firm wide issue, not just the 5ers. Just like with Deal back in the day.
Yeah. So it's this. If you claim that trusted firm, then change the payment processor, don't make excuses. You assume that it is an easy thing to do to just change a payment processor. You also assume that it happens overnight. So the 5ers and I can't believe that we're going to have the discussion again. The 5ers had brought this up to the third-party payment processor that deals with international payments, all right? Because you're talking about thousands of accounts that need to be paid. So money goes from the 5ers, lump sums of money go into the payment provider, and then they are responsible for distribution, all right? Mm-hmm. So when initially they started having problems, the 5ers was like, look, we've had a long-standing participation or long-standing agreement with this third-party payout provider. We're going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and we're going to see if this can be resolved, which took a while. It finally got resolved. However, some of the countries that were a part of the RISE payout structure also had issues. So getting payments from RISE to, for argument's sake, New Zealand as an example, was still a problem. It was never the 5ers' fault, but the 5ers was like, we're willing to have this be sorted out, just sort it out from your side. So everybody's on here going and giving the 5ers bad reviews, but how many of you are going giving RISE a bad review? It's because you don't understand where the money is coming from and where it goes. Yeah, but because you can jump on a live stream and you can come and give us shit about it, and we, the three of us here, and any other host that here has no control over this whatsoever.
Yeah, it's literally what I said.
Zero control. And yet, every day we have to sit here and be told that we're clowns and we're idiots and all of this stuff. And it's just like, you don't want to listen to us.
Yeah. So it's like the MasterCard by the way. And Visa, MasterCard and Visa, that kind of thing. So it's a payment processor type issue. If you guys like a simple Google search to figure out how difficult this stuff is actually to get set up, especially when you're sending large sums of money globally, everywhere, very regularly, like week in, week out, right? That raises a lot of issues. You've got bits and pieces going everywhere. There's a lot of cross-currency exchange. That's literally what we're doing here, FX, right? If you guys want to look at that. Now, we had this before as well. What is this? It's not that simple. There are a very, very small number of payment processors that work with trading firms. There are usually contracts in place. There is no quick fix. Exactly.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
This doesn't just go for trading firm. This goes for any big enterprise, right? Especially when you have cross-country payments. There's a full debrief process to make sure that all these payments are legitimate and everything. So, and Trade Caro, when you're saying you should have 2 to 3 options, we do. There's like crypto, that kind of thing. If you want to withdraw through crypto, you can do that, right? Simple as that. So yes, there are multiple payment options, but you can't just set up another payment provider like that.
Yeah,
you got to realize that setting up these kind of relations with these big players that can facilitate that cost massive amounts of investment. You got to go through legal, you got to go through personal talks, all that kind of thing. It's not like you can just like sign up, you click
Urgent Uber Eats,
and you go.
Right?
You yeah, it's not.
And be like, oh,
it's not like signing up to PayPal and you just create an account and now you can shift money around. Like,
put in your email and then next minute you got a verified account.
Not the same. Not the same at all.
Yeah.
This is a massive enterprise.
Yeah, like I addressed this yesterday when I was on solo session, and I was like, guys, look, I'm just simply not going to address this. I said, look, Rich has wasted his time. All three of us have wasted our time. Even the CEO has come on and wasted his time trying to explain to you guys. Not all of you guys, don't take that as you guys, but to some of you who come out and complain about it and whinge to us anyway, we're not support. Truth be told, we've lost the ability to care now. It's just get on with it. Go speak to support if you want to cry about it.
Yeah.
We've addressed it that many times. Move on.
Yeah.
Literally.
News is coming out in about, well, according to mine, 6 minutes, but it should be about 5 minutes or so for core PPI. We'll see it pop up here. It seems as though there was some high-impact news that came out. Gulf states, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE are to win NATO summit invites with the Iran war on agenda, which is interesting because I don't think any of them are part of the NATO group. That should be interesting. And then, yes, my trade hit stop loss finally after hitting TP3 very early on after taking the trade. Unfortunately, a long, slow death.
Death by a million cuts.
Yeah. So, not going to trade now. This is a good 1.5% gain for me today. So I am just going to sit on my hands for now and wait for New York session for a potential next trade.
Awesome stuff.
So I just want to, case in point with this.
Oh, there you go, Bosch.
Case in point.
Yeah, literally. Sometimes errors, sometimes issues, sometimes not. It solely is.
Yeah. So if you guys are having a problem, reach out to support. That's it. We've addressed this that many times. It's now getting way old. We're way past all this stuff. So yeah, just address support, guys. Honestly.
And I mean, it's not even that. It's where was this comment as well?
Just real quick, while you look at that comment, I'm just going to bring this up. This is sick because I'm super proud of this. Me and my brother have designed these. Hey, Will, your Apex hoodies look fire. Where do I get one? We haven't actually released them yet. We're getting our first official proper batch on the any time up to the 22nd. So yeah, if you do want one, they are super cool. Just drop me a message on Instagram or something.
It's the same with Sharp Sid as well. His payout was late by 12 days and he got his payout as well.
Yeah, literally that.
So,
yeah, 100%.
Last time I'm going to say this, there's a bunch of people coming on here crying how bad and pathetic the 5ers are. And then the moment you get your payout, you turn around very quickly and say, oh, best prop firm, best prop firm. I honestly don't understand how that works. So,
also,
yeah.
We had this. Hey, look, have you heard of Trade the Pool? They're giving payout through PayPal, Rise, and Wise. Yeah, I have, because the 5ers owns Trade the Pool.
Yes.
They're the same company. It's a sister company. They're literally the same entity, right? Do you see what that is, right? So depending on the certain relations with the subsets of sister companies, that kind of thing, it is, like I said, it's literally the payment processor. So the 5ers owns Trade the Pool. They are one in the same. Okay, so hence exactly if you're getting your payouts from there, it comes from the same net corporation, right? So
yep,
yes, they are the same.
Have you ever heard of TT?
By the way. all right, bro. Like, I see a comment. I'm not even going to bring it up. Take profit trader, not trade the pool. Okay. Read your first comment.
Read
Dude,
my
if
comment
you're going to be running stuff like that, like, we've gone over it that many times. All right. I think this is done. It's been put to bed. Gone over this so many times.
News is out.
News just come out. Yeah, news just come out now. This would be interesting to see if we go.
Write down.
Yeah, it seems.
I got out of the Aussie at the right time.
1.4 so far on the month-on-month. We're waiting for the core. 1% on core. So both of them is net positive. The year-on-year actual is 6%. Forecasted was 4.8. The core is 5.2. Forecasted was 4.3. And then the month-on-month actual was 1%, which is pretty good. US PPI month-on-month actual was 1.4. Forecast of 0.5. So all over pretty, like LJ said, it was going to be a good
yes
reaction for them. So,
and hence, yeah, exactly. We did definitely get more reaction from this rather than the CPI. I think everything's pretty in line from what I see. Nothing too crazy.
We're getting the break now on this little area of support that we had earlier. We've finally broken through this whole consolidation that we had, that bit of a range.
Just trying to dig into the numbers.
EU pushing a little bit lower.
Guys, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I'm going to have to pop off quick. I'm going to grab some lunch, and then I shall speak to you guys tomorrow now, actually. So, yeah.
All right.
In the meantime, guys, in chat, make sure that you ask these guys some awesome questions, and make sure you're kind to them and you're not going to troll them. I think we've covered
Be rude.
some of the trolley questions.
Yeah.
Some of the trolley questions, I think we've covered them now. So let's try and avoid them now. And let's just have some good vibes as we get ready to go into New York session. So anyway, in the meantime, let's call it. Thank you very much, guys. Make sure that you smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And make sure that you click that bell notification so you don't miss when we go live next. Anyway, peace.
Cheers, Will.
See you, Will.
And yeah, I'm just going to say that just straight up. We want good vibes. We want people to be respectful, and we want people to be friendly to each other, because this is a community. So, fair warning, if you're going to be an arsehole, after we've asked you not to be an arsehole, we're going to start dishing out some 24-hour bans, which is just fair, right? So, we want people to come in and be part of a community. And if you're going to kick against that, then maybe this is not the place for you. So we're more than willing to give you an opportunity to go and work on your manners and the way that you talk to people. It's as simple as that, because it's a manner thing. Hello, Victor.
Hello. Who has misbehaved today?
Just
it was
people in
Rich.
chat. Yeah.
No, it was Rich. It was Rich. It's been a naughty boy. Naughty boy.
How are you guys doing?
Not too shabby in yourself.
Doing well. Yeah, good.
Good. And our, beloved audience, how is everyone doing? Let us know in the chat if you haven't done so already. Don't forget to like and subscribe. LJ, I haven't spoken to you in a while. I missed you.
Oh, that's so sweet.
My heart is full
right now. Look, it might be a battery, all right? It's rechargeable, and he's just recharged my... I need those electrons.
Is it me or I'm... can you guys hear me constantly
I can hear you fine.
Well? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you're fine.
We can definitely hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right. So the market is on EU in any case is moving quite heavily last couple of minutes, and I think that's what you're seeing. That's what you're showing, Richard, on the news. It is
Yes,
PPI.
it was the PPI report. Yes, yes, it was the PPI report for the last 12 months. The changes. So
okay.
A bit of information to dissect. I'm pretty sure yourself, Victor, and LJ knows the contents and how to interpret said contents. But this is basically the information that gets shared every time we have PPI. So yeah, can see a bit of a trend. PPI is slowly but surely appreciating.
Yes, no surprise there. Obviously, inflation generally ticking up over time. Great labor markets, financial conditions for the US have been quite good. We're talking about this all the way back in July, August last year. My expectations for Q1, Q2 going to this year, we're basically just seeing that play through, plus the exacerbation from the Middle East conflict. So, no surprise.
Which has been surprisingly quiet today.
Yeah, I don't get that we sort of move on data, which has Middle East conflicts related effects, but then we're not quite moving on headline elements anymore, which is odd because you would imply if you're not moving on the headline data, right, like tweets or anything like that, that the forthcoming data, which is now lagging because it's from the past, would be essentially irrelevant. Right? Yet we're now moving on stuff like PPI, which I was saying we should move more on PPI, because people will be spanning that out if we do continue in this measure. But at the same time, we've had past headlines regarding the Iran war, the talks, that kind of thing. No movement. No one cares. Very odd. Very backwards. So.
Someone asked me why I'm wearing a mask. I'll tell you the truth. I have a very, very bad case of acne. It's erupting. It's volcano. And I want to spare you the visual. So that's the reason.
My ears are bleeding, Victor. My ears are bleeding at that visual. Oh.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Hello,
hey,
Sam.
Here.
Please save us from Victor's absolute gross comments about his face.
All right, so we can talk about markets right now. NAS 100 is moving to the downside.
It is.
Yes, post PPI, US 30 also dropping down, S&P also dropping down as well. DXY rising. Well,
I have okay, DXY.
All right, there is
Henry, still of that view. Like we didn't go up. There was no inflation the past year. Nothing. So right now we have like temporary, like transitional input price increase, but just like we saw inflation come out, like CPI for the US prior, that was what, 0.1% with everything going on. It's not around at all. So I still stick by that 100%.
What do you stick by?
Basically, when we had the talks, everyone was rattling their sabers with the tariffs last year, going back to April, that because of Trump tariffs, inflation would go rampant. We'd see price increases across the board, blah, 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 blah. We didn't see that at all. We actually saw inflation being steady and then even dropping. Right? There was no indication of actual input prices going up. This is where people get that like Trump derangement syndrome type thing and just go against like, oh, Trump bad, therefore I'm going to take the complete opposite side of whatever he's trying to do, right? And we've seen this with asset managers and a bunch of like funds and hedge funds and that kind of stuff as well, where people have gotten cleaned up trying to take like that emotional stance rather than actually viewing the data and looking at what companies are saying. And they were all going like, we're not going to raise prices. We've had the whole inflation period after COVID. The consumer can't tolerate it. They're going to start switching their purchasing options if we full cost this. Plus, it's going to be a delayed input. We're not doing it. We didn't see it. And there we go. So that's where we are with the Fed. That's why we're still teetering on that position of the Fed actually being in the best position to reduce rates from here out of any other central bank, right? People are still flirting with this idea of some kind of 1970s style stagflation thing, which doesn't make sense, right? Zero logic at all. Oil is not the same, doesn't have the same impact on the economy anymore. Oil would have to be up above $800 to $1,000 a barrel to have the same impact going back to the 70s per now. So even if we went to 200, that would further communicate some other kind of problem rather than oil itself. Right? That'd be a reason why oil actually went up there. Hence, also the reason why it didn't reach 120. Even through
LJ, you're going a little bit underwater, mate.
Am I?
Back to normal.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So even through 07 to 09, around that period, like just before, we had oil hit around 140. Right, we're nowhere near that, and that's comparative to inflation comparisons back then to now. This is pretty tame. We're pretty tame, honestly. So yeah, all the pundits that have tried to cry the kind of inflation fears, that kind of stuff, everything collapsing because of this, have been dead wrong. And so hence as well, S&P, NASDAQ, everything, bang, rip to new all-time highs. There you go.
Good. So what does that mean for risk assets?
Positive right now. I mean, clearly, like they're at all-time highs. That's what it means. The further question is, does this continue? Now, the other portion is that it has been backed up by revenue and earnings from the big tech players, AI-related players, chip companies, that kind of thing. Absolutely tearing ahead. And we're seeing it is actually starting to produce fruits, not just some hypothetical, theoretical thing in the future that everything's going to be amazing. So we are actually seeing progress. There is still the whole circular financing type thing going on, where the big tech players invest in the AIs provide their product to the tech players, and it goes around in a circle. However, you can also take the view that also sees it as supportive. The big tech players have massive amounts of cash. They're huge cash cows. So as long as they keep buying the AI players that are actually producing this stuff and the chips, they get funding, they get capital inflow. The tech players use it. They figure out how they're going to produce revenue off it in the future. Meanwhile, they have their central core business that already exists, which is a cash cow. They keep printing that, keep funneling that money back into these guys. These guys keep progressing, getting better. Hence, the more they get better, the tech players can actually use it for some future productivity revenue aspect. So I actually see it as it's kind of defensible. Like they're in their own little ecosphere. As long as that keeps churning around, I keep going. Which in reality is also what the economy is in general. So when we get a recession or a crash, it basically just means that money isn't moving around anymore. So economics, everything going well, just means people are exchanging across the board again and again and again. So they're just doing it in a small ecosphere with very large sums of money, but all supporting each other. So the same way that the economy doesn't go into recession so long as people keep buying or selling certain things, it keeps going. So I think we've still got that measure in place.
But does that mean that it is stable as long as that is happening, and the moment that stops being the case, that circular flow you mentioned, that it becomes then unstable or recession?
It becomes impaired, I would say. So one of the things we have right now is the lawsuit with Elon Musk and OpenAI, right?
Mm-hmm.
With Sam Altman, and Elon Musk trying to say that Sam Altman and OpenAI have fraudulently swapped from basically a charity per se to a profit first company,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if that is the case, and he gets some kind of claim somehow on the foundational building factors, he might somehow be able to get equity in the company, say that they were fraudulent in their current operations. They might get killed on taxes or some kind of governmental thing. It depends if the government actually wants to do that with the Trump administration, because obviously that would have blowback to the broader AI sphere, probably settle it in some back channel type measure.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem there is that all the big tech players like Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, all that kind of thing have stakes in OpenAI. So if that got questioned, it would kill their valuation. Hence, their revenue would drop massively as well. So hence, a big portion in their earnings is reporting profits on private investment through things like OpenAI, Anthropic, which is Claude, and the other AI players. Right. So somehow the valuations shifted, that might create a disruption. And then obviously that's going to be a bit of a mess because this is a legal situation, a lot of moving parts, doesn't happen immediately. Hence, there's going to be a shuffle around. I think eventually it would then come out on the other side, where obviously players like Anthropic, aka Claude, start to take further share, and then everyone goes higher. But in the near term, there'll be large speed wobbles, right? Like when you're on a skateboard.
Wobble, wobble, wobble.
Okay. Thank you for that extensive description of the scenery, basically the the panoramic view of how you see things. It seems you have a good grasp at the different developments there, and I think it's good to be aware in any case, right? If you're trading NAS, if you're seeing risks building up, then that's something you want to be aware of as an investor, but surely as a trader as well. Samir, are you ready for the open?
Yes, definitely. Yesterday's analysis was really great, but I didn't manage to capture any position. So let's see what we get today as the news is gone now. So I think we are going to see some kind of stable price action now as the volatility the news is carrying. It is fading away. Of course, the NYSE will come up with that volume. Okay, the trend line that I have right now. So the trade I was planning, it was somewhere around here, but I wanted it to go a little bit more lower. And I think I was waiting for that, but it never happened. So I just closed my system. And when I saw a breakout of this area, I could have entered here. So could have been I can mark it as a missed trade, but at the same time, I'm happy about that also because I was waiting for my level a little bit more lower. It didn't got there. So I was like, let it be. But normally, yes, it was my setup. I just wanted it a little bit lower. If I show our viewers the setup that I'm talking about, it is very simple. Price is coming on this trend line and we are away from the moving average and we swept this daily low. So we was having a couple of confirmations here. So that's why I was looking for a longs in this area and it really played beautiful, like to the upside. So what I am planning for today, for that, I'm doing the analysis with you guys only because this is the fresh look I am giving to US 30. So we are still trading in that fair value gap. So this is the daily high and this is the daily low. Right now, we are seeing a lot of momentum to the downside. Let's go to the 4 hour. All right, this is a huge wick. Do we have any trend line? Let me see. Yeah, we don't really have any trend line, so we can skip that. Going to the 1 hour time frame. I think we are gonna sweep this low if I have to plan the longs, or I can also plan the shorts, something like this. If we pull back around this area and do some consolidation type of thing, I can plan shorts. Or if we continue the momentum, I will look for long somewhere around here. So these two trade ideas I will be looking at for today. Pullback can be a shorting opportunity. Let me see. Yes, this will be the area where pullback I will be looking for. Or I can wait for this liquidity sweep and then I will be looking for longs in this particular asset. Let me see if Fibonacci is marking out. Yes, there is that 70% area, and I do use some levels also. Sometimes the level is coming somewhere around here. If I put it like this, yes, there is some kind of rejections here, some kind of rejections here. So definitely, if we continue with the momentum with the NYSE open, I will look for longs around this area. So this will be my buying area, or pullback can be selling area for me. Or the third scenario can be, what if we impulsed way too much to the upside? Then there will be a different story. Then I will just look for a pullback and some kind of consolidation to go uh, longs, and my targets can be this area. So these are the three trade ideas for me. Now it's time for me to wait and see how price play out according to my plan.
Okay.
US 30 wise, this is what I'm looking at. And yeah, let's take a look at NAS 100 also.
Before
Because
you do your NAS analysis, Samir, I am going to have to hop out. Guys, don't forget, tomorrow is Trivia Day. We're giving away 3 20K bootcamp accounts for the trivia. Myself and LJ will be the forerunners of that. Do join us for that, and if you enjoy it, we're going to definitely do it more often, guys. Samir and Victor, I hope you guys have a lovely day. This is Victor's last day this week because he is on a public holiday tomorrow, so you will have my fresh face along with Samir tomorrow. So enjoy Victor while you can.
yes.
Thank you, Richard, for that. Yes. Yeah, thank you. I said maybe it didn't get through, but I said no volcano.
Oh, no volcano. Oh, yeah. Let's hope for that. All right. And then, LJ, thank you very much for sticking along with me for the time that you have. Appreciate you, mate. And then we'll see all of you guys tomorrow for another. Well, you'll see me tomorrow and LJ and Samir. You won't see Victor, but yeah. So everybody enjoy. We'll see you tomorrow. If you haven't already, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you can know when we're going live, whenever we're going live. All right, guys. Cheers. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Take care, Rich. Thank you.
I'll be out as well. See.
Now you're muted.
For the trivia.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you're back.
Take care.
Take care, LJ. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything our hosts do for us.
Before you continue, Samir, there's something I want to talk about because it's time sensitive, and I hope you guys are watching. It is the following. I'm gonna switch to mine. I will miss you too, big guy. Okay, so let's make here. Let me show my screen, and I'm gonna paint the picture so you guys know where we are coming from, right? So there is a fresh order block. We talked about this yesterday. It was a fresh order block, and yesterday we actually created these two candles, right? No, it's a outside bar, even though it's equal high. I will treat it as an outside bar. and it's a very bearish candlestick combination. It's engulfing on steroids, and it's not coming randomly. It's coming after this reaction, or after interacting with this candle, with this area, I mean, on the higher time frames. And we did have a daily order block here, which was fresh, which under normal conditions, everything remaining equal, you should have some kind of a reaction, even if later on it continues on its downward path. But right away, I said that's what we were supposed to expect. But when you go to the lower time frames, there was nothing. As price was getting deeper into this order block, which today likely to be invalidated, we saw nothing to the left, no reason for a market to react from, and the market was not having any reactions whatsoever. The only reaction it was having was bearish, and it was clear as the market was going through it, roughly halfway, that the order block was likely not to hold, and that's what happened, right? Price yesterday just floated around there without really doing anything significant, and then crashed basically to the next level. And the next level, and that's what I wanted to say something. And I know this is top-down analysis still, but the era that we got into is interesting for multiple reasons. And before I go into depth why that is and all of these quasis, I will switch back to Samir. But on the lower time frames, we actually have the same level, right? This is the level that I just indicated, the possible entry on the H4. If we go to the H2, there is actually also a reason there to trade that area. So we have the overlap that we always are looking for. And if you go to the 5-minute, you can see that, didn't have any reaction, had a little reaction here, no order block there. But as soon as we got to the H4 with the overlap, we had a significant reaction. And this is the news. This is PPI news. And you can see price went to revisit these order blocks that we have on lower time frame, the 1, 2, 3, and the 5-minute. And the market has gave us a reaction, which was with the news. And this reaction could be the beginning of this reaction on this time frame could be the beginning of a bigger move, not necessarily a reversal, because the market, if you look at the H4, nothing happening yet. If this just stays and close like this, will likely just to continue to go sideways and or actually downwards. If you go to the H2 as well, it's looking as if it's going to continue lower, and I actually think it's going to eventually go lower. But there is a chance the market is positioning itself for a reaction. I don't know how. We never know how high, if even if it's going to reach this level, but we have that possibility of about from lowest point about 20 pips, likely maybe something more than that. Although I doubt that. If you go to maybe to that area, the last highest order block here could be a great area to be targeting. This is the 30-minute, and it's a little cheeky reversal reaction here on EU. And this order block is the I know it's white, but this order block is the line in the sand. If the market is going to make that reversal, it should do it. It should show its card, its face, or its intention in this area, right? If it doesn't, to me, this is the level to be, the moment and the area that the market needs to, the buyers need to step in. If they don't do this, they lose this battle. The price will likely just continue to go lower. I don't know what's going to happen, but this is a very nice, has H4, H2 overlap quasis, and even though it's very bearish, so this is not something you want to be holding for, enter and walk away, or at least put your stops. If you walk away, that's fine, but you should really think just to the next level, and that's it. And be watchful and wait for your confirmation. Read the price action in here, and I'll give you some indication if something happens in the background while Samir is explaining. I thought I would want to explain this before
Mhm.
if it happens. So you know buyer
Yeah, I will also take a look at Euro USD. I will share my points too because nowadays I am watching the major pairs also, but definitely looking good for buys. And yes, let's see what I see on charts because this is the fresh look I'm giving to the charts. I just did my workout. Now I am here. So let's see what do we get in today's trading session. So before continuing with the NAS 100, let's take a look at Euro USD once so that I can do some analysis here. Let me erase 200 EMA for some time. Let's go to the weekly time frame first. All right, weekly. This was a week's high, and this was a last week low. So right now, if this is getting respected, and it is Wednesday, if I'm not wrong. Yes, Wednesday. So still we have 2 days. So this was a higher low, this was a higher high in the candlestick format. So I think if we can flip bullish, that will be good. So this will be the area where it flips bullish. Next week we can continue bullish. But as the momentum is, coming to the downside, so let me mark it a red so that I know this is a candle flip area. Going to the daily time frame. All right. So I was seeing if this candle is having no wick, but it does have a wick, but it is very small wick. Yes, it is very small wick. All right. We have this area also from where price is rejecting, and we have this fair value gap also, and we have this trend line right now, which right now it's tricky. We don't know if it is a breakout or we can push back up. If this was US 30, I could have confidently said 200 EMA is here and we can pull back and go shorts. But as that strategy is not basically that strategy doesn't really work good in Forex. So that's why I have a different approach when I see the charts, like in Forex pairs usually. So fair value gap price is at the support trend line. Now this is a make or break level. Let's go to the 30-minute and let's see what price is trying to do. All right, the momentum is to the downside. Okay, 15-minute. Do we have any other trend line? All right, we have this trend line also. So for me, if I consider this a fake out, I think price needs to close above this area so that I can consider this as fake out. And in upcoming Thursday and Friday, I can expect the flip of the candle. Of course, I don't expect price to close all the way up here because it can happen. Let's measure the range, how much range it will be. It is way too much. It is like 74 pips. It is not that much. So let's see if we close above, we get that momentum to the upside. But for me, if I have to take a buy on Euro USD, I will wait for a close above this trend line, and this should be my first target, and all the way, coming to these highs. So yes, if you ask me if I am looking or I'm seeing any kind of trade right now, I will. There is nothing that I spot, but definitely if we close above the trend line, this will be the first area. And you have like 26 pip. If you can manage to capture the trade with 10 points or 10 pip stop loss, I think that will be good. Euro USD, I'm not touching right now, but definitely if we close above, that will be good. Similarly, GBP USD, let's take a look at GBP USD also. I'm going to take a look at weekly candle. All right, weekly is very interesting. We took out the high, and what you can expect if market structure is shifting on the lower time frame, you can expect market will go to the other side of the liquidity, which in weekly candle was here. So it was a brilliant setup if any shorting opportunity was there. Let's see on the smaller time frame. On the 1 hour time frame, price took out the high and it straight up dumped to the downside. It never pulled back to any significant area. I would have entered somewhere around here, but it never pulled back. So this is not the trade for me. And remember, we have also swept the weekly low, which is this. Daily wise, let's take a look at daily also. Okay, so daily we have swept the daily low also, and we are right at the support area. I mean, very close to the support area. So I think we can continue at least to this fair value gap or this liquidity area, because daily is also swept and weekly is also swept. But for that, we do need some kind of confirmation. And what can be the confirmation? This trend line breakout. If we break out of this trend line, I am positive I will look for a smaller time frame pattern, maybe on the 1 minute. I will take a trade here. Stop loss can be here. TP can be this. Looking decent GU wise. EU is not making sense to me, but GU buys does make sense to me. And concepts I'm using some kind of liquidity, some kind of trend lines, and patterns for the confirmation and for my entries. So I was discussing about NAS 100 actually. Why I wanted to cover, because I think yesterday we had this trend line and I was anticipating a pullback, and then price, look at this, price retested the trend line and just shot it to the upside. So that's why trend lines and all these pattern things, it really work in an amazing way when it comes to indices. So I haven't tested this thing on Forex, and I don't think so it is gonna work good in Forex. So that's why I don't you know put this thing or have much confidence when I'm talking about trend lines breakout retest when it comes to Forex, because it does like to liquidate the trend lines and then regain the trend line. I have noticed this, and you might be asking how you can say that. It is just experience. So trend line retested. I am expecting a breakout today, and we can see new highs to where? Let's use the Fibonacci for the reference, at least to 26,640, somewhere around that on NAS 100 side. But I don't trade NAS 100, US 30. I already have explained. If we reject from here and if we started to push to the upside, maybe close above these areas, I will look for buys. If we reject from these areas and something like this, I will look for sells. So this was the trade idea for me on US 30. We still have like 23 minutes left for the NYSE open, and once it open, I will share my point of view. Right now I can just make my trade ideas here and there, but execution is main in trading. And once market is moving, market is printing some patterns, and then that real thing get tested, okay, in trading. So that's what I want to focus on today, and every stream that I focus on. Like yesterday we was planning to enter somewhere around this trend line. So yes, price did got here, I missed the trade. So that's what I want to do today also. Wait for the make a plan, wait for the market to print exactly at least 70 to 80% similar to my trading plan, similar pattern that I want to see, and then I will execute on that. So yes, gold wise, it is gold today is very tricky. I was drawing Fibonacci like this yesterday. I was waiting for a pullback. I marked this low, but we swept this low also. So right now we have swept this high also, and we have swept this low also. But if you notice, we haven't shown any significant momentum to the either to the upside or to the downside. So right now, for me, it is ranging. I can take a reference of the higher time frame, but the entry time frame is the also the major time frame for me. So right now, the entry time frame, which is 15 minute, 5 minute, 1 hour, or maybe 30 minute, it is not making sense to me. I can forcefully draw this pattern, and I can say it is gonna break to the upside. But the problem is that we have swept this low also, this high also. So we don't know which side is strong. We don't know if sellers are strong or the buyers are strong here. In short, I will say we are in the consolidation. So we don't know if we're going to break to the upside or to the downside. So if market would have done something like this, break the high, got down, pull back, I would have planned my trade somewhere around here, targeting this low. But as that didn't happen, so that's why I don't have any confidence on gold right now. I did manage to take gold longs here. The confidence level was high here. Why? Because we swept this low also. We started to go to the upside. So that's why I took a long here. And even longs here was also making sense to me. I took longs here also. I secured my 1-to-1 and price, at the weekend on Monday, it would have hit the stop loss. So that's why it was wise for me to just close the trade before the market close. So that's why I think I booked my profit somewhere around here. So I managed to take two trades last week on gold, which was good. But this week, I'm not really seeing any good thing on gold. So I think you guys should not touch gold this week. Let it show you clear momentum. Let it print some good patterns. Then I think you should execute on gold. So other than that, I was waiting for. I think I was waiting for GJ to get to the Fibonacci area, but again it didn't happen. It was very close to the area, and my sell limit was right here, and it just missed by a couple of pips. And I would have triggered my 1-to-1 or 1 to 1.5, but we are traders, this thing does happen. So yes, potentially what we can see today, I think I was having some kind of pairs. I think it was Eurocad. Yes, Eurocad was the pair. So I was looking at on the other account. So yes, okay, Eurocad, I do have this Fibonacci right now, and it was already there. We are on the demand right now on the 15-minute. What I would like to see, I want price to slow down here. Once it slow down, I might can enter here, might can enter here, might can enter here. So that's what I want. Right now, we was in the impulsive phase. Yes, we slow down for a while, but it will be nice if we see one or two more legs here. That will be nice. Or if we break out, show the momentum, I will look for entry somewhere around here. So Eurocad, I will be watching actively for buys. You might be wondering, why Eurocat? Because everything is looking clean to me. And this Fibonacci thing, as I mentioned, I am a kind of a dynamic guy. So if I see the things work out, then I might can keep that thing in check. Okay, so we have swept the low, closed very bullish this week. According to me, we are making a lower wick, and 4 hour is making perfect sense. Look at the market structure, cleanest market structure. Of course, if it didn't happen, if it didn't played out, that will not. That doesn't mean that this thing doesn't work. So that is just probability. But market structure wise, Fibonacci wise, weekly candle wise, and the way it is moving, we have swept the weekly lows and closed very bullish. It is looking very clean to me. So I'm just waiting for one bullish candle, maybe on the 1 hour. Can be a bullish engulfing. And of course, on the 15-minute or 5 minute, you will see the momentum. So that is, that is fractal. So I will be executing somewhere around here. It will be some kind of a swing trade. Stop loss will be here, and TP will be here. So I have like two accounts right now. One for Forex, Fibonacci strategy, and the pattern I wait for, and the main one is for US 30, which is here. Okay, US 30, we are showing momentum to the upside. 15-minute time frame is the most important time frame for me when it comes to US 30. So I am, man, US 30 is again in that.
If
Okay,
if
you
you
let me
allow
see.
me, if you allow me to interject, that EU
Yes, why
reaction
not?
that I was talking about is fizzling out. We'll still have to watch a little bit. Well, this is what I was looking for, right? A reaction. We did get a reaction, right? So this is the quasi left shoulder. Maybe it depends on where your areas are. This is, let me mark it for you. You have on the, let me mark it clearly. This is the neckline on the 5 minute. For those who are wondering what I'm talking about, and you're expecting price, and this was the level that was squeezed. Later on, it was invalidated, but there's a clear area that was created that would be that test for the market to go up. It needs to break out of this area either way, and that will tell us what the rest of the move. If it breaks to the upside, as we said, at least we can target this, if not something higher, and if not, then we're going to be cruising or coasting or crashing, who knows, to lower levels. And that jury is still out, right? It's not clear yet what it wants to do. But one thing we can see is that if you look from the perspective of the order blocks, this was the area that is the next test, right? As it goes up, it needs to take over the supply zones. This is one of the areas, and we can see, at least right now, we have to give it more time, but you can see clearly that price had a difficulty breaking through it. And at the same time, if you go to the H2 to the 2 minute, you can see that the only structural, there's one here at the extreme, but there's one after a bullish structure after the 3 minute order block that was the little supply zone there. This now becomes the level that needs to hold for price to continue higher, right? It bounced off of the supply zone and created a little area here that it needs to use in order to go through it. And if it fails, that could be the first indication that it's not going to break out on the breakout, but instead break down, right? If this area doesn't hold, we still have another 2 minute, which is at the end here. But that you don't want to be seeing that. You want to see market capturing and using, the very next opportunity, and that's this one, to continue its path. So supposedly something, that's what these order blocks and quasis are. Something changed that is going to now make the buyers in control, right? The numbers, the volume, either the sellers retreating, whatever it is, but it needs to change, the power needs to change hand, and this is going to be the first test, this the second test. And so to the degree that this holds, we can get an idea whether or not this is going to happen into that area above us. And if not, then it means this, and that's why I kind of interrupted you there, Samir, because I was seeing that the market is getting weaker. It's fizzling out. Not supposed to be showing weakness as it is now, right now, right? It's not supposed to be failing this test. It's supposed to be holding. So that gives you a little, like a sneak preview as to what is likely to happen, which is perhaps the breakdown of the test or the failing of the test, and the whole structure then crumbles down, which does not surprise me because on the higher time frames, on the 50-minute, if you go, there's nothing indicating, if I move everything away, it's still bearish. Look at that. They're still bearish, and the market hasn't switched positive or bullish yet. And even though the higher the time frame you go, the later or the more delayed that signal or that market will switch, it still needs to do it, and it's not doing it. So I'm as time goes by, and if it doesn't start successfully passing these tests, then it chances are it might just break. But we'll have to see. It's not over yet until it's over. But this is the first test. That's the second test on the very tiny time frame of the 1, the 2, the 3, and they can already give you some ideas. Okay, where I'm going before it actually breaks up, and you get in perhaps as it already is breaking out. You can get these great entries by reading price and getting in early as it is failing or not these tests. That's what I wanted to show. Back to you, Samir.
All right. Thank you for that. Euro USD. If I look at Euro USD, to me, we are still away from the 200 EMA. So I will like price to break this area and regain the momentum and do something this on the smaller time frame. And I might can go for buys here, targeting at least this area. GBP JPY sells, that is a good sell because I was waiting for price to pull back around this area. I missed that. And let me know, you just enter a sell right here or you are in the sells from these areas. If you are from these areas, that is good. But if you took a trade right here, remember, we are right at the support area. We don't know if we're going to break this or we're going to see a small leg to the upside and then break that. That can be the point. So sales are looking good. Yes, definitely. We can see these areas, but we don't know like where you have taken the trade. If the trade is from these levels, that is fine. You can hold the trade because I was I was also planning for sells, but I didn't got it didn't got to my area, so that's why I was not able to capture the trade. But it is definitely looking good for sells. And yeah, Euro USD MK car. I am I'm positive about buys, but according to my setup, it's not there yet. I think even if we can make double bottom, that will be good. If we go to the small time frame, 5 minute, let's go to the 30 minute. All right, this area is also a good area, actually, but I need that sweep. That will be good, something like this. Hello, Farmer NG. So, yes, we are seeing a lot of new viewers, guys. So, first of all, thank you to you guys and welcome to our channel. And if you are not subscribed yet, please consider doing it, because tomorrow we're gonna have a giveaway also, and we do these kind of things almost like once or twice in a month, or probably like in 2 months. So it is a win-win situation for you guys also and for us also. We are expanding our family, and you guys are also taking benefit of it. We are doing giveaways for you guys, and all these things. We are doing this live stream for you guys. So yeah.
I
So
think
we
I
are still
think
10 minutes.
big
Yes,
D guy is answering. I'm not sure if you read it already, but
2143.
I think
All
that's
right,
the entry, right?
2143.
You asked.
2013. Oh, sorry, 2, 3, and it is 43, right? All right. All
Yes.
right. Yes, your entry is good. It is a very decent area. So I think the next area where GJ can go to, oh wow, it is a very tricky number, which is gonna be 212 666. So this is where maybe this can be the area. And why I'm saying that, because I've explained a couple of times, candle having no wick, that can be either treated as a target, or you can look for some trades from that area. And if I show you a couple of examples, okay, this was the candle having no wick. If you wasn't sell, of course, this was a very big momentum. If let's say you got involved somewhere around here, this could have been your take profit, and then you could have looked for buys around this area. But of course, it went way too low and then triggered a little bit of momentum to the upside. So similarly, this can be your target, which is 212666. Yes, 6 is my lucky number. Yes, I can see it. 666. Yes,
we
nice.
have
Now this is
we
gonna be
have
your
some
TP.
we have some great members here. David, very active member. Davidi Pedrini, as well as Farmer Angie, very active in the
Oh
Discord.
wow.
A special
Let's
hello
go.
to Farmer Angie, a pillar of our community. He
Does
has
it
a
matter to
question for
you?
you.
Yes, I was reading that. So curious, I mean, does it matter to you that the area where you're looking for a double bottom to form has lot of past history or POI? That is a very good question you asked me. The way I look at charts, it is very simple. It is very simple. So what I want when I'm planning for my trades, I want to see the nature of price, and I always execute in the corrective nature. This is the first point or first pillar of the strategy. Second thing I look for, if we are in the continuation format, like on the 200 EMA, or we are way too away from the EMA. All right. So this is the second pillar of the strategy. And third pillar of the strategy, the guidance lines. So where you think that price can stop, or price can maybe show you some kind of pause. That can be liquidity areas, supply demand areas, or some trend line areas. Three things I look for. Okay. So this is the three things. So these are the foundation of my strategy, the way I look at charts, and it has given me amazing results. And for Euro USD, how I am looking at on this particular pair, if we go to the 15-minute time frame, and this time frame is very crucial to me. Why? Because it has worked for me like in past. So that's why, just experience. I just was trying. Let's take a look at 15-minute. It worked out for me. I made my trading plan out of this, so it has stayed with me till now. So that's why I am If you ask me why 15 minute, why this that, because it has worked for me. 200 EMA paired with the 15-minute time frame, it works for me. So 15-minute time frame, we are away from the EMA. First point. Second point, we need some guidelines. Okay, and what are the guidelines I told you? Either liquidity points, trend lines, or I think these two things are the major things. So liquidity point for me can be here, this low, and it is also coming, somewhere around this. So I want price to breach this area. It will also, touch this trend line, something like this. And then what is my entry pattern? I told you, I want to see corrective nature here. It can go a little bit below also, that's fine. Some corrective nature, break out of that. That will be my entry pattern. And now stop loss placement is also very important thing when it comes to this way of trading. I always keep my stop loss wide. It can be below the structural low of the higher time frame. Let's say I'm observing this nature on the 1 minute time frame, but my stop loss should be on the higher time frame. For me, stop loss can be under this area, and TP, I think 1 to 1 for me is fine. 1 to 1.5 on good days if the volume are good. I don't go beyond this area. So this is the way I look at charts. And yeah, you mentioned past history. So sometimes price is moving way too high, like NAS 100. So where you don't have enough information. So that in those times, I focus on continuation moves only. 200 EMA is still way too above or away from the current price, but still, if we are making new highs every day, that thing is more strong than 200 EMA. But Forex, it is range bound. You don't see new highs every day. So for an example, if I go to the weekly time frame, you will see price has touched this high, this high, this. It is moving in a very slow type of waves. Of course, it is downtrending, but still, it is a weekly time frame. To me, it is still a range. Of course, this was a new low, but it also swept this. And as it is weekly, now let's just pair the things that I taught you here. Okay, so let's do that. That will be fun here. So liquidity point first, it is some kind of guideline. Then the EMA, as I mentioned, the 15 minute, here we can use on the daily time frame or 4 hour. On the daily time frame, are we away from the EMA? Yes. Now what we need corrective nature. Is this a corrective nature? Yes, it is. What is our entry pattern? Breakout of the trend line. Breakout, can take a trade here. What is a stop loss placement? Always on the higher time frame structures. What is the target? At least 1 to 1. So this is the type of trades that I look for. Okay. As I mentioned, it can go lower. It is fine. The main thing is this. Of course, I'm doing this on the weekly time frame, but I do the same thing on a lower time frame. So yeah, you got my point. So we are also like 3 minutes away from the session open. Yeah, I'm sorry I interrupted you. If you want to
Not at all.
cover
Not at all,
anything.
Samir. Not at all.
All
Just
right.
I like how you make it simple, right? You a couple of questions you ask yourself, and it's a yes, it's a no. This is the area.
Yes.
This is how I enter. That's my target. That is where my stop. I I think that's very important. Have that clear, simplified view,
Hmm.
synthesis of what your trade plan is very, very important to have that kind of workflow, regardless of what the trade plan is, what these rules are, but to have it
Hmm.
that workflow clear to you, as a trader. I think it's of utmost importance.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. I think the way I see the nature of the price, that's how I started to see the charts. This way I started to see the charts. So I think this has stayed with me. I've covered couple of times the same thing. So yes. So now let's move.
You are frozen, so I suppose we lost the connection with you. Okay. We will be waiting for Samir to come back, which will be any time now. All right. So the market is still going sideways as we're waiting for the last minute before the U.S. Open. Not that EU typically moves with the U.S. Open, but it could, as you have more information, how positive or negative or bullish or bearish the U.S. Open is. We're still waiting for what is the direction of price. Does it hold? These levels, are they gonna be holding up? If you go on the 2 minutes, you can see, and the 1 minute doesn't really show you, but you can see how you actually, if you take a stop, it needs to be below the areas that is being taken. And actually, if it's already hit lower level by a squeeze, then your stop should be below this level, or all the way below the complete below of the head of the reversal. And trying to read the market to see if it's going to have that reversal, or if it's going to just fizzle out and continue on its path that it's been on, all day, basically, for EU. Isn't really clear. And that's the waiting game that the market plays, and you have to play along with the market, because there's nothing you can do. The little task that I mentioned, the market indeed failed the task by that close. You can see it, but it's not over yet until you see all these wicks are, what are they? Even though, yes, it did technically fail the task, but it's still holding up. So I think this is still valuable to see if the market is. Sometimes it does this, in a kind of imperfect way, before it, actually reverses or not. So you have to be, the market doesn't, make it easy for you. There's always a little variation, a little, exception to the rule. And I suppose these wicks are, we'll have to see just market positioning itself. The U.S. market is already open. Maybe we can switch to that on the NASDAQ. Let's take a look. You have opening. All right, so that is, first, let's do the top-down analysis. Do we have anything particular? We have a fresh order block that was retested today before the market was open. Let's mark it like that. So we understand where we are in the greater, greater, bigger picture. All right, so this order block is gone. These are gone as well. All of these actually are gone. So let's clear them up. What else do we have? Do we have a quasi? We don't have a quasi here. This is not a neckline. That's not a head or a left shoulder, etc. What we do have is a possible fresh bearish H4 in about 27 minutes, but we'll have to wait for that. Anything else? We have a nice reaction here of a fresh order block, which is this right here. Let's see it on the 2. This is the 2, which is a regular structure. That could be something we could be shorting from later, as the market tries to go back to the levels it rejected before. Let's see, we have a beautiful level here that wasn't reached, which is on the H1. This looks quite bearish, as you can see, the market creating and reacting on bearish structures. So we'll have to see. The market is just open. This is the first candle, so we can start tracking the low of that candle as well as the high. That is the 15-minute opening range. So we'll give it some more time and see what it is, what kind of information it gives us. There is a reversal pattern on, you can see it on, let's say, not on the 30, not on the 15. So actually it's not on the hourlies. Let's see if we can see it on the 15. And of course it is visible on the 15, which is this, right? So this is something you could use in your trading. So left shoulder, head, neckline, and that gives us an area, a framework to be looking for a possible short here. Because of the daily order block, because of the possible H4 that could be created in about 26 minutes. And so let's hunt for some entries. Has this one been invalidated yet? Yep, has been, so it's not there. So that means it leaves us with basically nothing other than that one, which is already gone. So there isn't anything. There's only this order block on the 5-minute that could be used. That doesn't make a lot of sense since the area that we are looking to get the overlap is above us. So yeah, that doesn't help us a lot. So that means that I'm not too interested in this. It may still use the price might still use it, but I'm not interested because it's not overlapping the H2, the H1. Yeah. Okay. So basically, we don't have anything. We just have to wait for the market to create give us more data to see. EU is looking much more clearer now. We closed on the 5-minute above the range. That's what we want to be seeing. If the market is going to break, you want to be seeing to begin with a close above the range. Now the proposed idea is much more materializing. Let's see on the 1-minute, the retest. It was on the 2-minute basically. This was the reason, a sign of weakness that closed right there. But after that, you can see that the market started creating bullish structure again, right? And that could be, the market does that all the time. It gives you like a puzzle, and you seem to, put the pieces together, and then it shovels it again. And you'll have to put another task to make sure, okay, it needs to hold this level again. And as long as and you can get in and put your stop below in advance for the move, and it may not do it right away. Maybe the second or the third time. And if you're not okay with psychologically with a lot of losses, then the better thing is to just put your stop way below and close the position when it gets to that mental stop. But that may be sometimes a little bit too much to ask if you are starting out trading, because it's more emotions and so on. All right, so the next test for the market is to close on the 3-minute above this level, right? The first one was the 5-minute, which it already did right there. Even though that was marginally, now it needs to close above. It can do all kinds of things in the process. It's not going to do it right away. So looking good. Let's see how that progresses in time. Don't forget, everyone, to like and subscribe this channel if you think we are giving you value, if you're helping you out in, even if it's a little bit, even if it's just for keeping you company as you are trading the market, since we know this is a lonely activity. You and the charts, I find it very exciting, and I enjoy it. I don't mind it at all, but it can be somewhat of a little social stimuli. Let's put it that way. Okay, so on the GJ, there was someone asking for GJ, and of course Samir talked about that. But let's take a look at GJ, and I'll show you what I find on this pair. All right, so this is what I see. Okay, it's not too clear to me. I'll be clear with you on the I'll be honest with you. On the higher time frame, you have the market giving us all the indications that we're likely to be going lower in the next couple of days and weeks, right? Because of the higher time frame. We have a fresh bearish order block. We come back to retest that, and we're lower than the previous candles open, right? So it's going to be perceived as weakness, and the bias on this time frame in any case is to the downside. If you look at the daily, you can see this. You can't miss this, which is that big impulsive move that has everything to do with the interventions we've had lately, and you can see where the area is now. So the thing is, if the higher this is the level, I think this is the test, right? Are we going to have another push? Are we going to have that typical quasi movement that we have from these order blocks? Are we? That's the question, right? So if on the daily time frame, if you go to the lower time frame, you should see reasons to support that, right? Arguments. If the daily is going to go against the weekly bias or the weekly expectation, which is to the downside, we should see it. And yes, there is an outside bar on this pair. If you go to the H4, I don't see it. I don't see the reason. I don't see the arguments, the structures of price telling us it's going to react this way. The only thing I see is more of the big impulse to the downside, as well as the last. It's not as big as the previous one, but it's still significantly large to the downside. Meaning the market is actually telling us the opposite. Maybe later there could be a reaction from the daily order block, but so far I think the sellers are telling us a very clear story that they are already in charge and they're going to be pushing price lower. And if there's nothing here, no structure, no reversal, nothing that convinces the buyers to come back, it's likely to just continue and eventually break this, maybe today, maybe in coming days, right? So if you go to the lower time frame, one thing you see, why is this order block not being readily invalidated, right? This order block has been invalidated already. That's not a sign of buyers coming in. It's the opposite. So what I'm looking for is what indications or what structures can we use here to take that, now that we have seen the weekly is looking bearish, and the H4, even though the daily gives us some idea, we should see some buyers coming in, but where's the H4? Nothing. I don't see it. So at least not yet. If that's going to be the case, where can we get in on a possible short? And I took the liberty to indicate here. I think it was on the 30-minute. Yes. So this is a 30-minute quasi right there. Let me mark it. So that's the right here. That's the left shoulder, the head, the neckline. Price breaks it and leaves two entry order blocks for the market to use, right? So basically this is the movement. It breaks the H4, opens the door for further downside movement, and then comes back possibly to retest something that it left behind, either to the head or something else, which could be this, as long as it's above the 50% retracement for that continuation down. So we'll have to see. I'm very selective, as you can see, with the areas. I mean, it doesn't have to use exactly these. It can use others as well. But I find these to be good areas to be mindful of. And if it does fit my framework and it does mount a reversal from this level, then it fits, it comes together, it fits, it aligns with what I'm expecting. And then I would be able to take a short on that. That's what I think. My friend who asked for the what I think about it. Okay, on the, let me check. Yeah, there isn't anything below us to expect price to shoot up from here. I don't see that. It can happen, but there's nothing on price action from recent past to indicate that could be the case. Let's go back to EU. How is EU faring? All right, there we go. That's the movement from the 5-minute and going into the 30-minute. This is what we saw based on the quasis, the order blocks, the structures, the higher time frame, and the quasis here, the recent quasis, as well as the quasis on the H4 that we talked about, right? This area, the whole idea is based on this quasi, right? Everything that I just, actually it's a little bit tighter, like so. That's the smallest point, comes back to the order block, and you can expect at least a reaction. You can take this the left shoulder as well, but this is equally valid. the head, left shoulder neckline, breaks it, comes back for the first right shoulder, continues, makes a higher high that allows it to be to use a second right shoulder. I'm not saying it's going to go all the way up here. That's the general idea of quasis, but you have to, see the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is what we talked about, that the market is reacting off of this, which is on the daily, which has targets all the way much lower than where we are. Which is right here. We don't know, right, if it's gonna reach the weekly demand zone below, but that's what the market is telling us right now. So as long as that is the case, then I'm going to assume that the market is on its way to that target, and we'll have to see if that's actually what's going to happen in the following days. But it seems to me that that's what the market is telling us. All right, the market is going to the level, which was this is where I think when I start talking about this, we were around here, if I'm not mistaken, and we made and I said, this area is a nice area to target, and the target is market is reaching it quite nicely right now. All right, if you have any questions, let me know in the chat, and I'll be glad to answer, or at least try to answer them. Ayrton Carlos is asking, how do I get 5 hub credits? I don't know. What I do know is I know how to get 10 hub credits. What about that? 10 hub credits in about an hour. I'm going to have a session on Discord, and we typically give out 10 hub credits at least to one person on during our session. And you don't have to do a lot. Just participate, ask some question, listen actively, and you have a chance. Yes, 10 hub credits, $10 for your next The5ers purchase. Very, very easy. Every weekday we do this, so you can imagine that there's you can stack them up, you can win multiples, and have a nice discount to your for your purchase. Perfect. Let's see. Hi there. Okay. So let's do you guys have any, let's go to the NAS while I'm asking you guys, do you guys have any pair you would like us to look at? We have the first, okay, so the market is really tanking. This is the 15 minute opening range, and the 30 is still being hasn't closed yet. Of course not, because the time isn't ripe for that. Time isn't we still have 13 minutes for the, let's give it a different color. Okay, so if we go to lower time frames, what area can we identify that price? This has already been used. You see how it's been used, right? Price goes, creates it, comes back, and use it as a fuel or a jumping pad, or how you want to call it, for the next move. That's why I like using these areas. This is the order block. Price creates it, comes back, and then moves away. Very, very universal, like a building block of price action. Okay, so do we have something? Okay, so there is an area that we could come back to, which is the 5-minute entry. But before we do so, let's see if we have anything to the. All right, so there is a fresh order block there as well on the 4-hour, which is not doing anything basically, but it's too early to say anything. This TP was hit yesterday as I was streaming on a Discord. All right, so what else do we have? Okay, so we do have a little area here. This is a nice test for the market. Is this going to be a little bounce or not? It seems like it's not at all. Okay, so there's no quasi in here. This is not a reversal quasi, and this is not an entry order block on the 1 hour. It is just a fresh order block. But let's see on the 1 minute how the market is faring after. This is the order block on the 2 hour. Is the market going to come back, perhaps come back, hit this area on its way down? That could be a nice trade. Let's take a look. Probably it's not going to happen within our streaming session, since we have about 10 minutes left. But we'll see. We'll see what will happen. Maybe it will, right? It is NASDAQ. It is moving very quickly. Is this going to be the case? Something like that. It would make a lot of sense to me. And actually, there's a 30-minute, which is also, nice that it's there, right? So I'm interested now on this area, the upper half of the order block. Was it the 5? Yes, I think it was the 5 and the 30. Yes. Basically interested in that area for the reversal. Not reversal, but on the lower time frame, it's a reversal, but it's a continuation move. Although maybe that's not, price is not even coming back to this area. This is maybe too much to ask, right? If it's very impulsive, it doesn't come back, retrace this much. Maybe just come back to retrace the opening range, which is, this is the lower border of that opening range, do something like this, and then continue lower, without leaving us hanging if you have a limit order above. But we'll have to see. The day is still young, and we'll come back to see how that is going. And the market is coming back, broke and retested this level, right? Break and retest. First it squeezed, break, retest, and then continuation. That's a very nice, healthy price action phenomena or behavior for price to continue to go a little bit higher. I doubt this is going to be the reversal and price is going to go much, much higher. But it could go, if breaks this level is the first target, and it could go there, and from there we'll have to see how it behaves. Is it completely unfazed by that level and just continues to go higher? Then it's clear, right? So we just have to watch and observe what the market wants to do, or it breaks and starts creating these bearish structure, because then of course that too will become clear. It's about not predicting, not about, you can anticipate some moves, but it's about recognizing as the market is breaking or creating certain structure, to recognize them as it is doing and then go with that. That's how I know trading. Trading is not about knowing what it's going to do. It's knowing about the area. If it hits this area, it's supposed to do something, supposedly. And if it doesn't react, then you let go of it, because something is off. And if it does react to the area, that's your signal. And only then you start building your case. Okay, I need to get in and push for the market. This is a little push here. Hasn't really hit the lower border. That little border would have been a nice TP if you're in that trade. A safe entry, not expecting price to go much higher, because remember, all day the market has been very, very bearish. So expecting price to go much, much higher would be just, asking a bit of too much, right? You don't want to be putting your target in a place that is less likely to happen. Sometimes it does that, but it's much better to just keep expecting something that is likely and easy to be hit. Okay. And actually, if you're very conservative, you should put your TP before the area, right? A couple of pips before the area. Sometimes it comes shy of it and reverses back, and you're left hanging. All right, let's see what we have. Price is coming back nicely. So whenever we come back to this area, it gets interesting to start reading price action. the whole area, to be fair, but this is is better, has a better probability. And see, you can go to lower time frames and see what it does. See how it moves. Does it has a quick reaction, even if it comes back, maybe seems to be going up, but then breaks it. All of these little cues, little indication are telling you something, are telling us something to understand whether or not we're able to the market is able to reverse from here. And the opposite is also true, right? If it goes up, it has no problem at all, and it actually breaks it, no reaction at all, comes a retest, then it's also a clear indication, right? The market is not interested, sellers are not coming in, and why should you, right? You should not lead the pack in price action. You should follow the crowd, but wisely, right? Wisely. Okay, let's see in the chat if we have anyone with us with any question, any pairs. Checking here, EU has almost reached the level that we thought. I think it's should be able to reach that. And let's see what is the difference. There is 12, and this is 12.8. That's less than a pip. In most, if you're front running that area, then you likely already have your TP a little bit lower. You may have already been hit, likely for that area. Let's see. What about we check Bitcoin? Who's trading Bitcoin? Who of you are trading Bitcoin lately? Right, we have been getting some bullish reaction. Let's see. The weekly, we reacted nicely of a weekly entry order block. And we had a break and retest on the daily, and the market is turning south a little bit. You can see this fresh order block being used for that retracement. Yeah, there's no structural break, or maybe, yeah, there isn't a structural break here yet. So, but it looks like it's going to. Okay. All right, so to me, this is the head, and that makes, there's no structural break here, not on the 4-hour. So there's nothing. There's only that swing low that is going to be, working as a magnet for the market to go retest or break, as it seems now wanting to break that. Let's go to gold. All right, so this has let me go back to here. EU going nicely, looking to be climbing the ladder. Gold, there is that level still that is still standing, although it's clearly not relevant anymore because of these wicks. I mean, the bullish daily on the 4-hour, it's we do have a 4-hour here with a quasi on the H2. So there is a reason to expect this move from that area, the whole H4, but especially this area because of the overlap. But it hasn't reached it yet, so it's a little bit tricky. And actually, I have a couple of areas here. Oh, that looks nice. That's very nice. You see how these entry order blocks, how the market reacts to them? That's the first reaction, did not have continuation. And then you have the second one. Actually, this is a nice area to be considering a long for that reaction. I would have wanted it to actually reach the area, which it didn't. But get in, perhaps right now, put your stop actually below that level if you want to be a little bit safer. or below the order block, the entry order block, and then targeting the top of that area. But it's on the higher time frame. It doesn't look this. I don't think that's even realistic. No, I don't think so. So that means putting it to the H4, but then it's not really worth the risk. On second thought, nope. I think it's not enough to warrant the entry, warrant the risk run. So I would be much more comfortable taking it from a lower level and then being able to target, a much better risk reward ratio, because you get in something like here and you can see that, you make 3 instead of 1-to-1, maybe 2 or 3-to-1, which makes a lot more sense. It did react to the entry order block though, so that's great, but it's not enough. I think it's not enough. All right, so we have come to the end of our stream. Time flies when we're streaming. That certainly is so. So I'm going to invite all of you for our Discord community session, Coffee with Traders, which will be in about less than an hour from now. I want to thank everyone for watching today, and for your great question, your presence, your interactions. We really, really enjoyed it, and hope to see you soon again. Tomorrow, I will not be there, but there is going to be some wonderful hosts to, talk you through the market, break it down. LJ with his, superb analysis and breakdown on the fundamental side of things, understanding all the developments of the, macroeconomical numbers coming out, as he did today, and as he does many, many times. Check out him and many others in our chat, or not only in our chat, on our channel. And see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.